All right, good morning. Today is Thursday, May 22nd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of May. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, Commissioner Solis Rainey is joining us virtually, and I just want to confirm that she can hear us and she is online.
I am online and I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would ask anyone who comes forward to this podium to speak that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, because this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. So Madam Secretary, if we could proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission at this time may do so, but matters brought to our attention during this public comment period cannot be acted upon, even though we are happy to hear the comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or a copy of your comments to provide to us, please do not approach the dais with those comments. An enforcement agent will come and grab them from you. I'll first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make public comment? It appears there's no one in Carson City wishing to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas. Hi, could you state your name for the record, please?
Okay,
There you go.
thank you. Good morning, Jesus Landeros for the Culinary Union. That's Landeros. My comments today are about Stations Casinos Chief Financial Officer Stephen Coody. Mr. Coody's job duties include, quote, devoting full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company, end quote, according to his employer's 2017 filing with the SEC. A CFO of a publicly traded Nevada gaming company should be credible when testifying under oath about significant matters. We know that in September 2022, the commission discussed in a licensing hearing, Mr. Coody's ability to recall a significant event involving law enforcement. Back in 2019, Mr. Coody was in the meeting with Stations Casinos owners and other executives where senior management made a written presentation seeking approval for millions of dollars in spending to finance new health and retirement benefits. The presentation emphasized key points through underlined and red bolded text to stress how funding the benefits would take away union power and disincentivize employees from supporting it. Moreover, in December 2019, Mr. Coody was a participant in a group text chat with Stations Casinos owners, where its chief legal officer coded that employees had removed union buttons after meetings announcing the benefits. So Mr. Coody was in a meeting with the underlined, bolded, and red content in that group chat with updates of the rollout and plans that were partly discussed in the prior meeting. Yet, according to the judge that presided over the unfair labor practice trial, Mr. Coody and other executives testifying under oath refused to admit that there was any discussion at the meeting regarding the underlined and red bolded points in the health insurance and retirement proposals about incentivizing employees not to vote for a union and taking away that union power. The judge found Mr. Coody's account not to be credible. Stations Casinos is appealing that finding, but you should ask yourselves why there should even be a doubt about Mr. Coody's ability to provide transparent testimony in a government proceeding. As a chief financial officer, Mr. Coody is supposed to devote his full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company. We believe a chief financial officer should be able to provide credible testimony while under oath. Thank you. I do have a worker who's going to provide public comment. He's going to provide his in Spanish and then I'm going to translate.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Do you have a copy of your comments that you just made?
Yeah, so I have my copy and then I have a copy of his translated.
Okay.
I'll give those once he's done.
Okay, that's fine.
Is it okay if I wait with him?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm sorry for my English. I prefer speaking in Spanish because
No
it's
problem.
better. Thank you so much. Por medio de la presente quiero expresar por qué tener un contrato sindical es de suma importancia para mí y para mis compañeros. Tener un contrato sindical es de suma importancia para mí y mis compañeros de trabajo. Un contrato sindical proporciona derechos claros, exigibles, que me protegen en el lugar de trabajo, asegura salarios justos, condiciones laborales seguras, estabilidad en el empleo y un proceso formal para resolver conflictos. Sin un contrato estaría expuesto a decisiones arbitrarias por parte de la gerencia y carecería del poder necesario para abogar efectivamente por mí mismo y por mis compañeros. Un contrato me da tranquilidad al saber que existen normas establecidas sobre los horarios laborales, horas extras, beneficios y procedimientos disciplinarios. Establece un equilibrio de poder y fomenta un ambiente laboral transparente, respetuoso y profesional. Para mí, tener un contrato sindical no se trata solo de mejores salarios, sino de dignidad, justicia y la posibilidad de tener la voz en las decisiones que afectan mi vida diaria y mi futuro. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so I'm gonna provide the translation. I am writing to express why having a union contract is of critical importance to me and my fellow workers. A union contract provides clear and enforceable rights that protect me in the workplace. It ensures fair wages, safe working conditions, job security, and a formal process for resolving disputes. Without a contract, I would be vulnerable to arbitrary decisions by management and would lack the power to effectively advocate for myself and my coworkers. A contract gives me peace of mind knowing that there are standards in place regarding work hours, overtime, benefits, and disciplinary procedures. It establishes a balance of power and creates a transparent, respectful, and professional work environment. For me, having a union contract isn't just about better wages. It's about dignity, fairness, and the ability to have a voice in decisions that affect my daily life and future. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Lazaro Gomez Martinez. Do you need me to spell out his name?
Please.
First name Lazaro, Lazaro. Gomez, Gomez, Martinez, Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for April 2025.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I think it is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 5, 8, and 9. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on one of these items.
Yes, hold on 1 second. Let me get restricted consent item number. Checking my- Yes. All right. So in my professional capacity outside of this, this duty, as an alternative dispute resolution neutral, which by its nature, the work is confidential. I have had occasion to have a single professional interaction with the applicant that would not necessarily require recusal in perpetuity, except for the temporality with this hearing. Therefore, to avoid the appearance of conflict and implied bias, I'm recusing and would ask the vice chair to call for discussion and ultimately a vote. But I think I'm going to have that one called out. So we'll do 5 and 8, and then you can do none. All right, perfect. So as to items 5 and 8, we've had an opportunity to review all the materials, investigation materials. Are there any questions or comments that any commissioner would like to make a record of? There being none, all in favor of approval of items 5 and 8, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. As to discussion on item 9.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. So we have on the consent calendar restricted item number 9. Are there any questions or discussions on that item? If not, I'd welcome a motion. I'll make the motion. I move to approve consent calendar restricted item number 9. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you.
And the record should reflect I did not participate in the vote on item number 9. Non-restricted number 1, we're going to move to the non-restricteds at this time. Madam Secretary, if you could please read that agenda item into the record.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Gauselmann Family and Stiftung for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications of Merkur.com AG and Merkur Gaming US LLC for registration as an intermediary company, and the application of Merkur Gaming US LLC for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. It is also the application of Gaming Arts LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Michael Gauselmann, Jürgen Stumeyer, Manfred Stofers, Gauselmann Family and Stiftung, Lars Felderoff, Merkur.com AG, Jochen Clements, and Merkur Gaming US LLC for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, sole shareholder, sole member, manager, and or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I have just a disclosure that I neglected to let Madam Secretary know about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with respect to non-restricted item number 1, I wanted to disclose that for approximately 19 years, I was a partner at Morris Law Group, an associate and partner at Morris Law Group. It was formerly Morris, Pickering, Peterson, and Treychuk, I believe. One of the counsel on this matter is Mr. Treychuk. We overlapped just briefly. I don't have any recollection of having met him in person, but I know I've spoke to him at some point when I joined the firm. So I don't believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person would be impacted by this long ago relationship. And I just wanted to disclose it out of an abundance of caution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me, off to my left is Lars Felderhoff, and in the audience we have Michael Gauselmann, Jürgen Stumeyer, Manfred Stofers, Jochen Clemens. We have Rick Treychuk, AG Burnett on video, and McDonald Carano associate Daniel Oberlander. With your permission, we'll give a affirmative presentation, of course, open to questions if you want to ask along the way, and then we'll have the applicants tell you a little bit about themselves.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. This is this acquisition of Merkur Gaming, acquiring Gaming Arts, is a big step for Merkur entering into Nevada. It's a company that's equivalent in size to some of Nevada's largest gaming operators. It's going to provide a lot of stability to Gaming Arts, and it's a very good combination that'll work throughout the U.S. and particularly in Nevada. The acquisition is being mostly financed through debt forgiveness and a guarantee of a loan for Gaming Arts and a very nominal purchase price. They've already submitted their compliance plan to the Gaming Control Board. As we started out the transaction, as it was being negotiated, there was a little bit of a hiccup and money was advanced to Gaming Arts. There was a last minute change made to the acquisition contract by New Jersey attorneys where money was advanced to Gaming Arts as a deposit. When Nevada attorneys saw the executed agreement, they said this needs to be changed, and it was changed to a convertible loan and thus was compliant with the law at that point. This bodes very well for a Gaming Arts. I think you can tell from the materials that Merkur is a very substantial company and is going to grow this company and probably add a number of jobs to the place and protect the jobs that are already there. So with that, I'll have Lars give you a little bit more about Merkur.
Thank you.
Good morning. Lars Feldhoff, CFO and CEO of Merkur.com AG, which is the top holding company of Merkur Group. Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Executive Secretary. First of all, it's a privilege and an honor to present the Merkur Group to the Nevada Gaming Commission today. We've distributed a presentation where I will not go through in each detail, but please interrupt me if you have any question or would like to learn more about a particular topic. Mr. Paul Gauselman is a man who started it all. He's the founder of Merkur Group, also known in the past as Gauselman Group. He's 90 years of age and did hand over responsibility for the family foundation to his son, Michael Gauselman, who's present, and for the Merkur for the family foundation, yeah, and for the Merkur.com AG to myself in October last year. Paul Gauselman found his business in 1957, literally in a garage by operating jukeboxes in bars and restaurants. Later, he went into operating pub gaming machines, adult gaming centers, and set up a manufacturing arm in the 70s. He grew the corporation to a 15,000 employee and 2.7 billion euro revenue business, which is approximately $3 billion US. The equity ratio is approximately 60%, and all his success is based on the motto, enjoy the game. The supervisory board of Merkur.com AG consists of 3 gentlemen. The board is chaired by Michael Gauselman, and further members are Jürgen Stümer, who's also present today, and Stefan Meyer. The supervisory board is tasked by the executive board of the Gauselman Family Foundation to monitor the operation and management board, the offices of Merkur.com AG. You will hear more about the family foundation from Michael Gauselman when he's speaking later to you. The management board consists of 6 seasoned officers, all 6 with long industry experience and also long tenure with the group. Myself, the CEO and CFO of the group. Manfred Stoffers, who's present, is the vice chairman, is responsible for marketing, political affairs, communications, and legal. David Schnabel, responsible for Merkur Casino operations. Dominik Rasch, also present today, responsible for all B2B business in the group. Christian Reinert, heading the technology and development function, and last but not least, Mike Zenrich, responsible for all operation of adult gaming centers and pub operations in the group. As a family-owned company, we do not act short-term oriented, not quarter by quarter. We strive for the long-term and sustainable success of the group. Merkur Group is a global corporation. We do have offices in 32 countries and did generate in 2024 revenues in more than 56 countries worldwide. Following, I would highlight the reasons for our planned US expansion. The US market is highly regulated and also very stable in its regulations. The size of the market is attractive, and therefore we would like to have a foot in the market. Even though Merkur is a large player in Europe, we will proceed step by step in our approach to enter the market. Our target is to seek opportunities in a robust niche in the market, and from there, we will see where the journey will take us. We've chosen a Gaming Arts as a vehicle to enter the land-based market in the US. Instead of setting up a business on our own, we've decided to acquire an existing business which we can grow. We will keep the team of gaming arts and intend to invest more into the team and the company. We will do that with a long-term strategy in mind. By bringing together the strength of gaming arts and Merkur, we will build a strong base for expansion. The localized games portfolio of gaming arts will help Merkur also in other markets of the group outside the US. Following, I will introduce briefly to you the 5 divisions of Merkur Group. The first one is Merkur Games. This division is covering all B2B businesses of the group. It's covering development, production, distribution of games and gaming machines, but also the development and marketing of online casino solutions and online games. Besides cash and ticketing activities, the range also includes financial services. This division consists of 53 legal entities and is active in 26 countries. The installed base is approximately 1,000 machines. The Merkur Operations Division combines operation of adult gaming centers in Germany and abroad, active in 8 countries with more than 800 adult gaming centers in total. The majority of them in Germany, Serbia, and UK. The third business division is a Merkur Casinos division. It includes the operation of 16 casinos in Germany and UK and 3 casinos on cruise ships. This September, we will expand by another 10 casinos in Germany in the state of Lower Saxony. The Merkur Sports Betting division combines all national and international business activities in the sports betting segment. Having our own bookmaker office in Austria, we are operating in 4 regulated jurisdictions, online and land-based in Germany, Austria, Denmark, and Belgium. The iGaming division is the smallest division we are having. It is covering all B2C online gambling and virtual slots activities. It's still small in size, however, one of the growth areas of the group. We as Merkur Group take regulatory compliance very serious. We do have more than 50 reporting colleagues in this function. Our regulatory compliance committee is chaired by Rick Trashok, who I think is well known in the industry. His deputy is Nick Aaron, a regulatory compliance lawyer from the UK, one of the group's biggest markets. A draft of our compliance plan has been submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board for review. Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, I hope this presentation gave you a brief but good overview on the activities of the group. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
With that, we'll have, if you have any questions regarding the company, we can answer those now, or have Michael Gosselman come up and tell you a little bit about the foundation and then himself.
Well, let's see if anyone has any questions based upon what we've heard thus far, starting with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kurtwald. Mr. Felderhoff, correct? Thank you. And Mr. Trachok and our friends from Germany and Austria today. Several questions. One is just to confirm that the employees that are currently employed by Gaming Arts are anticipated to be retained, no changes there?
No changes intended. We have one loss. Our CEO is leaving, Mike Reitzer.
No comment. And could you talk a little bit more, please, Mr. Felderhoff, about the purchase itself? You know, I understand the $5 million and the violation at 8050, clever solution and appreciate that, but $5 million. Then there's a reference of the purchase price being $1. And I understand that Gaming Arts is having, you know, business issues and there's a reason for that. But then I saw, you know, $73 million in other places. But could you just very clearly explain to me what the purchase transaction is? And I know there was some payout and those kind of things, but could you just describe the acquisition financially clearer to me?
Yeah, basically it's the $5 million as a convertible loan, which has been paid already. And there's another $1 at the time of the closing of the transaction.
So the loan will be forgiven or it will be paid back?
It's a
part of the transaction.
Convertible loan.
Okay, into equity.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's $1. $1 at the time of closing. Further, there's a $3 million earnout.
Or it's capped at 3 million, I believe, right? Yeah, yeah. And I can perhaps wait for Mr. Gauselman, but if you'd like to start, because it's a corporate question. So you just described the different divisions within the group itself. Can you talk about the vision going forward? I mean, I understand how the acquisition and the two parts are perhaps far better together than they are separate. And it's a wonderful way to come into the United States and certainly Nevada, but it's exciting for us. You know, you have a spectacular company. You've got, is it 15,000 employees around the world? You're in 270 jurisdictions worldwide. I mean, it's incredibly impressive. So again, we're excited to welcome you once we get through all the paperwork here. But can you talk a little bit about, you know, the vision for what you do? Like you don't do much iGaming, for example. I know what gaming arts does, but you're in the casino business, you're in the manufacturing business. You may or may not be in the iGaming business, but what do you envision for the United States and certainly for here in Nevada?
Yeah. First of all, it's the land-based business. What we are here for, it's we want to combine the strengths of Merkur and of gaming arts in order to have products for the market. We think the market needs another manufacturer, and also that operators are looking for choice. And we want to be, we will not be in IGT or scientific games, but we want to be a supplier in a robust niche in the US market. Further, of course, because we are very diversified as a group, we don't intend to be to operate a B2C in the US, but we want to stay in the B2B business. But also in the medium and long term, we see opportunities to provide games to the online space in the US. And also what Gaming Arts is already doing currently, they are trying online games which are successful in the land-based area. So they are porting it to the land-based. And we do have a lot of assets in the group we want to leverage here, but on the other side, the content which is created in the US is a little bit different than what we have back home in Europe. And we also do have markets in Europe and in South America where we need US style content. And therefore, we want to leverage all the assets of Gaming Arts then also in other markets outside of the US. So we see growth. However, as mentioned, we would like to do it step by step. We are here also to learn a little bit. And then when we see we have the right approach, then we are also willing to invest more significantly. But so far, we will learn. And as soon as we have the approach right, we will also expand.
I welcome that answer. Again, I know you've got to take that first step, but thank you for even going into what potential could be down the road. So, you know, I know you all have been in the United States before. You have the Florida presence, but I think currently there are 0 employees. But as you roll out your future and this new acquisition and the opportunities, I'll be intrigued and very keen to watch your activities here in Nevada and what you're able to do. And we wish you well, and we're excited for you and the possibilities for what it means, not only for your company, but for the gaming industry here in Nevada and for the folks you potentially could employ. You're a welcome addition, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any questions or comments before the individuals?
I do not, thank you, but I want to just welcome everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have one. And I was very satisfied with the presentations to the Gaming Control Board, but the Merkur Group, what, for approximately 10 years, you've been involved in Germany particularly. Is that your main market for the social games? Is it games that are played with no stakes, no monetary prizes?
Now, that's our main market is the German market.
Right.
And there we are active in the street market. That's where we operate other gaming centers. And also we're manufacturing machines for this market. And it's basically a market where you have small stakes and small wins.
That's what I was going to ask. Why would anyone even play these things? I mean,
yeah,
no stakes. Now you're telling us small stakes
small stakes,
and small prizes. And that's your main, Germany is your main market for that?
Yeah.
In your vision that you outlined for the United States and our jurisdictions, it's not something that you've been thinking about for our jurisdictions?
Back home, the most popular product there in the street market is the multi-game product. And you also have markets here in the US where these products work, which is in road operations.
Sorry, oh, in route, did you say route operations?
Route operations.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
And so we will have also look at this market if it makes sense to enter there as well.
Probably would require another session in front of us, I suspect, if we were to go down that path. But of course, this may be premature. I just wish to understand that a bit better. Thank you.
Currently, no.
Okay. Thank you. That's
no
all that I have. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Thank you again for all of you coming here today and explaining in more detail from the board meeting about your company. And I appreciate that you guys are entering the market here in the United States. Most of my questions had been answered, but I missed in the investigative materials. I was wondering how many employees are there with Gaming Arts that you're keeping on? What was the number?
It's, I think currently 60 plus, 67, yeah.
About 67.
Minus the CEO.
Except for the CEO, yeah, that's 66, it sounds like.
Right.
And are you going to continue to work out of the area on Orville Wright Court? Is that your headquarters here?
The Gaming Arts headquarters is close to this place.
Pretty close here, right? Yeah, I saw the zip code was very close to here for the airport and for ease.
And we have currently no plans to move. We would like to stay there. Yeah.
And I was wondering, just out of curiosity, what were the 3 cruise ship lines that Merkur is involved with?
It's a travel company called TUI is operating 3 ships called Mein Schiff 1, Mein Schiff 2, Mein Schiff 3, my ship, my boat, my cruise ship, it's translated. And it's basically, it's a small casino on these cruise ships. I think on average 16, maximum 20 machines, 100
each one.
tables. Yeah, so it's small compared to the casinos on the cruise ships.
On the big ones.
Yeah, on the big ones.
Excuse me one second. Can you restate the name of that company for our court reporter?
It's TUI, T-U-I.
Thank you.
And the cruise ships are Mein Schiff 1, Mein Schiff 2, and Mein Schiff 3.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions at this time, so. if you
All right, we'll
any-
have Michael Gosselman come up and tell you a little bit about the Family Foundation. Just press this to green.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the Commission. Thanks for giving me the chance to give you some background about the concept of a German family foundation and the reasons why we, as a family company, some years ago, decided to go this road. When I retired end of 2007, after getting the license in 1998, not the license, the privilege, get the license here in Nevada, and privileged. The reason I mentioned it, I'm privileged to be born in a nice family. I'm privileged to get a nice education, and I'm privileged to have two wonderful daughters. But I never, ever forget 1998 at the end of the commission hearing when I heard this famous sentence, "Welcome to the industry." I still love it. So when I retired, after being really, with all my heart, entrepreneur working 7 days a week, I started thinking about what is the future? The future of my kids, the future of my family, from my brothers, but more important is the future of the fantastic group of companies my father built up and managed for 67 years until retired end of September last year. And my biggest concern at that time was, what if one of the family members get married and forget to make a legal contract with his spouse or his husband to protect the company from influence from third parties? And I came up with all kind of horror scenarios that, oh God, this will only cause problems in the future. And then I got in contact with the idea of a family foundation. And I had only two main targets at that time. What should be the right setup to protect what my father built up forever, as long as his company is successful, that there is no bad influence at all from any family member. That was one task. But at the same time, I was thinking, we are part of this family. And I worked for this company some 30 years. It was my life. My brothers did. So we have an emotional connection. So we want to be at least interested, emotionally involved also in the future to a certain degree, but in a way that we have no influence. And on the other side, that there is no negative side effects from what the company is doing worldwide, maybe impact our private lives. So that was a basic idea. And that is the reason that we structured the family foundation with two boards, which is not necessary by law. It could also be run with one board. But my idea was, okay, the so-called advisory board at the very top, this is a representative of the family trees. And each family tree has a right to send one member to this advisory board. And the only task, the only task in the future of this advisory board is to find the right people for the executive board of the foundation. This needs some skills, as you can imagine. When I look to my daughters, they are not in business, they are doctors and all kinds of whatever my nieces are. They have no business experience. And they are at the moment too young to have life experience to interview somebody who could do it. So they need help from third parties. We have provisions for that. So the skills, the needed skills in the future will be to have this, find the right people for the executive board, because this is the one who then appoints these gentlemen. They do all the day-to-day stuff. They sign the contracts, they run the company. They are responsible when we are in breach with whatever regulations we are faced with. We as a supervisory board, our task is to supervise them, to control them to a certain degree, to give advice, maybe to have strategic discussions. But we have no power to sign any contract. We have no power to be involved in the business of the company. Our only power, if you take this word, is if we are unhappy what's going on, and if there are too many frictions between the supervisory board and the executive board, our only chance is to replace members of the executive board. That's the only power we have, nothing more. And in a big company, it's not an easy decision. You can't go every week and say, I don't like you, out, I place the next one. And each time you do this, you endanger the stability of the company. You have heard that we have 15,000 employees. They need a safe environment. They need basic information, basic values, what the company represents. And if you change every month members on the executive board, it will not happen. So it's the power you only use when it's really, really, really needed. So my role is, and that's why I'm so excited, after 18 years of being a private person, no involvement at all, my excitement is that this is a group of young people from my perspective. And they're highly motivated, and they all have the skills, not only as single managers, but also as a team to help the group to go from an owner controlled, from a father's controlled company to a group of company which is professionally managed independently by an executive board. And this I see as my role. And that's very helpful that I have 30 years of experience in this industry. So it's not only that we discuss this business decision or this business decision or numbers or whatever. We go a bit deeper than any chairman after me could do or will do, because I can bring experience to the table and I can tell them, listen, this problem I faced already 25 years ago. It was exactly the same. This was a solution at that time. Let's discuss, maybe it's a solution today. And they appreciate that, and I appreciate that they are listening and let me help. The message is, the family foundation really by German law has limited influence on what the company is doing. Sometimes I'm scared a bit. Sometimes I think, oh, maybe I did too much of the limitations, because thinking 20 years ahead, maybe this is not this nice group of people there, but really, I don't know, egocentricers or whatever, who love to fight with the supervisory board. And when you then have limited power, that's not easy. But there's always a solution. So at the end, next morning, I have no sleep tonight. I said, no, the concept works. And thanks to you that you appreciated that the members of the advisory board were not asked to get licensed, but the members of the executive board, which is understandable, of course. Even with our limited power, at the end, we have some sort of influence and we have some sort of responsibility, which I'm happy to take.
Thank you.
Maybe one comment from my colleague.
Sure.
Last, sorry to say that. Yes, we want to have what you said, a leg into the industry. And we don't think about IGT. I tell you, I have other dreams. I have other dreams. And no, I have to tell this. I love this name, gaming art. I was not involved in the decision. It was done by my father last year before I was appointed chairman. But then I got introduced. I said, go ahead. My father said, yes, I'm with you. And now I'm here the first time since 2007. Spent the whole day yesterday with key people at Gaming Art. And all of a sudden, this name, Gaming Art, turned into a vision for myself. I'm by heart a game designer. I was for many, many, many years. I developed games for all over the world. And now I have a new way of explaining my private friends what it means to design games in this industry. It's an art. It is really an art. And when you are an artist, you don't care what other artists are doing. You have your own screen and you have your dream, what you will do on this screen. And I tell you, we will share this dream. I bet on that.
Well, your passion is contagious. We don't always get that. So we appreciate hearing. It's fascinating to listen to you, by the way. And thank you all for being here. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions about the Family Foundation. We're kind of breaking this up into bite-sized bits, if we will, and then we'll get to the individuals. Starting with Commissioner Solis-Rainey. Do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Any of my colleagues up here? Sir, I don't think we have any additional questions for you. You were very thorough and. Oh, did you? I'm
actually,
so
yeah,
sorry.
may I?
Lots of questions.
Yep.
My bad.
Not a
There's
lot.
been a silent way. There.
Oh,
it's-
I'll just.
Felt it was like I was in an executive and advisory board meeting with the interactions with the row right behind you. You all got evaluated today, apparently very successfully. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you for that information, Mr. Gasselman. I mean, very impressive background, very impressive in front of the Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Did you, you mentioned there must be some difficulties when somebody has to deal with a company their father has founded and that their mother has been very intimately involved. In fact, I believe you even mentioned the Gaming Control Board and might want to elaborate. Your mother invented money laundering?
Money
said
laundering.
that?
Yes, yeah. She
Well,
did.
perhaps for the record, you'd like to clarify that. We're
Yeah,
trying to
I would
regulate
like
here.
to share that. So to be honest with you, I'm in the industry since I'm 4 years old. So my father, at a very early stage, my older brother and me, to kept us involved in the garage last mentioned, because when the coins rolled under whatever jukeboxes, the hands of my father were too big. We, with our tiny hands, could get access to the coins. And the same happens at home in our living room. So we were helping my father the coins he couldn't get from the side of the armchair. And one day I went into the kitchen. I was maybe 5 years. There was a big pot of boiling water on the cooking plate, steam coming out, and I was sniffing, and there must be some acid in. And then I looked in, and there was a pile of dirty coins. I said, "What is this?" I asked my mother. "Yeah, we can't bring them to the bank. The bank will not accept them. They're too dirty, rusty. So we have to wash them." So to my knowledge, my mother invented money laundering.
Thank you for that. Very colorful and interesting. I have no hesitation in supporting your application today, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I just had a quick comment to say, as I was listening to how you developed your foundation, just having been on the Supreme Court of Nevada, our biggest cases were family fights between, members of the family over exactly what you're talking about, control of corporations or businesses. And so I applaud you for taking the initiative to move forward with this foundation. It sounds like it was really, really a good idea and needed. So
Thank you. Maybe one additional comment why this works. Money never will be an issue. If you go to newspapers, let's say in the US, family companies, or in Germany, always fights about money in the next generation. We have a strict limitation what the foundation is allowed to distribute each year to the beneficiaries if the company is successful enough to provide profits to the foundation. This is limited at the moment, 10 million euro every year, no matter how many members in the future will be in the family. So compared to the size of the companies, this cannot ever be the reason that somebody wants to step in because he can't change it. This is law now in our foundation. No, I can't imagine any scenario that they find a way to increase this.
yeah, thank you for that. I think it's really smart. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you. Noch einmal guten Morgen, Herr Councilman.
Guten Morgen.
Willkommen an Nevada. And der Branche. Yeah. So thank you for just sharing the background, the charming story about your mother. I appreciate the passion also that you bring to this, but the foundation, the Familienstiftung is clear, why you're doing it. It's very thoughtful. We regularly do estate planning matters for the licensees here. So I appreciate the complexity and a lot of the emotions that can go into that, but appreciate how you're doing that. The one comment I do have is on the supervisory board. I actually had once upon a time was on a supervisory board out of Germany, and while it may not have, and the supervisory board is what we would consider the governing board, with the fiduciary liability for a company, working with a management committee. But it may be more limited in Germany than here. And it's still the ultimate authority and can make changes with the management committee. So, just as you go forward and, the approval here today includes the supervisory board and your role as chairman, you don't hesitate when you see things that may, affect the company and the compliance issues with the company and that's licensing and all of those matters. So again, I just for clarification, I just wanted to make sure that, you will be a very strong supervisory board in case it's needed, and particularly as it pertains to the licensing matters here in Nevada, correct?
Charmingly strong.
There you go.
But strong.
And just clarification, Armin Gausselman, that is your brother?
Yeah, one of my brothers, yeah.
Okay. And I don't have any fancy cars to talk about today with you or anyone else. I wish I did. But for now, I'm fine. Thank you, sir. It is a pleasure, and bringing your passion in your company and your just muscle into this industry is indeed a most welcome development. And it's a great pleasure to meet you and your team today.
Thank you very much.
And you live in Predding? Where is that in
By
Austria?
heart, I'm Austrian since 20 years. I still have a German passport, but I live in Austria and it is a different world, a paradise to live in. Charming people, a mixture of Italians and German. They are hard workers like the Germans, but like the Italians, they don't miss any opportunity to meet with a neighbor and have a drink and to talk, to chat.
Emphasis on the former. And that's just south of Graz. I mean, that's on the
This is south of
Slovenian
Graz,
border,
yeah.
isn't it?
I look to the Slovenian border.
Yeah. Well, it's a lovely area. Well, good on you. For the amount of travel that you do, I don't think there's a big airport in the area. So
It's big enough for my plane I had a long time.
there you go.
And they have some business planes as well, so it's okay.
Well, after watching the Gaming Control Board for almost 2 hours, again, a very thorough presentation. Congratulations to the team on that. I felt we knew much about you, but unfortunately you were not able to join them at the time. So, usually they get the pleasure and we get the virtual. So I'm sorry your logistics didn't allow you to be in Nevada last time, but we're delighted to have you here at the Gaming Commission today.
I think at
We'll
this point-
have Jürgen Stumeyer come up and answer questions.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Members of the Commission, thanks for allowing me to introduce myself. My name is Jürgen Stumeyer. I was born on 10th of November 1959. Been married over 41 years, have 2 sons, 41 and 37 years. My wife is a youth and family therapist. Before I started studying business administration, I completed my education as a wholesale and foreign trade merchant and served 2 years in the German armed forces. And after that, I got my Abitur and began my studies, which I completed with a diploma in January 1987. In April, then I started my career as a trainee in the government corporation, which is now Merkur.com AG. I finished this trainee program after 1 year to take a position in the then newly founded company Merkur Freizeit Leasing. This company was founded to offer leasing and rental financing for our B2C customers. After 5 years with Merkur Freizeit Leasing in 1993, I became the assistant to the distribution manager in the ADB company, the corporation's development and production company. In May 1997, I went to Cologne because the managing director at that time was sick. And I became the management director of Schneider Automaten company. Schneider Automaten is a wholesale business with 8 branches in Germany. And I stayed there 7.5 years until 2004 when I returned to the corporate headquarters. There I became the chair of the management board of the ADP Merkur. And in 2007, I was appointed to the board of directors from the Merkur.com AG. There I was responsible for national and international sales. End of last year, I resigned this position for personal reasons. I had turned 65. It's a additional retirement age in Germany. My wife had turned her therapy practice over to our younger son and his wife during the summer, and we decided to take life easier in our golden years. At the request of Michael Gausmann, I held a seat on the supervisory board of Merkur.com AG since January and on the board of directors of the Gausmann Foundation. Yeah, thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate the opportunity to meet all of you. And I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey this time. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
I would just mention, thanks again for being here. I was only noticing that you live in, or you did live in Minden, Germany.
Yeah.
And you realized you could live in Minden, Nevada. Did you know that?
Oh, no, that?
There is a Minden here as
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah.
just putting it out there for you, but thank you for being here.
Commissioner Markantonis?
No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Mr. Steinmeier, it's a pleasure to see you. I actually live in Douglas County, which is northern Nevada, which is, the county seat is Minden. So I am the Minden guy.
Oh,
So
great.
I did note that. German settlers founded and settled the Carson Valley, so right next to Carson City. And somehow they managed to make water flow uphill. So very clever, but a lot of German roots in my little county of Douglas and northern Nevada. Again, watching you and describe your golden years with your wife and taking out of retirement to do the supervisory board, I'm fully impressed and I'm wonderfully comfortable. You have impeccable credentials and I think you will serve in your role exceedingly well. And I fully support your application.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I agree. I also support your application. You're eminently qualified to be licensed in our state, and we really appreciate the opportunity to meet with you and speak with you and have you answer our questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll have Manfred Stofers come up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Toyati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. You know, at first I have to apologize for my poor English. You know the rule, use it or lose it. As I haven't spoken in the last year much English, I lost a lot of my vocabulary and my English sounds a little bit rusty.
Das ist nicht recht.
Well, you
anyway.
would be the only person that accurately pronounces my name. So I give you credit for that.
Because I trained it this morning. I love that because it sounds so elegant.
Oh, thank you. I really like him. All right. please.
Okay,
Please continue.
my name is Manfred Stoffers. I'm 71 years old, the oldest employee of the company, and I appreciate that Michael Gorselman called us young management. I cannot hear. I want more of that. Okay. As a member of the operational management board of the Merkur.com Corporation, I'm responsible for marketing, for political affairs, for public affairs, sustainability, for legal affairs, and for responsible gaming, broad area. I'm also a member of the management board of the Gosman Family Foundation. Only a few key details of my background. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. But you know, old boys, sometimes they like to chat and be a little bit long-winded. Please interrupt me if it gets too long. I had the chance to study multiple subjects simultaneously at my own choice. that was possible at some universities in Germany last century. So I studied from 1972 to 1980, pedagogy, law, psychology, and sociology. I earned academic degrees in pedagogy, like equivalent to master's degree, and law equivalent to JD. Over the years, I dedicated myself to scientific researches in various fields, including leisure, sociology of leisure, media studies, very important for me, anti-Semitism research, and the analysis of prejudices. Professionally, my life was as diverse as my studies. I have served as a managing director of an association for youth prevention, led two research companies, worked in the watch industry, managed a soccer club, second league in Germany, not very successful, but the club here, but not me. And for decades, I was an advisor. For the past 9 years, I have been member of the operational board of the Merkur.com AG. My first contact with the gaming industry is already 40 years ago, when I met Paul Gosselman, the famous founder of the Merkur, formerly Gosselman company. I met him during a parliamentary discussion about gaming regulation in Germany. We called about the so-called gaming stigma. And he couldn't understand why gaming was either completely banned or only allowed under very strict conditions. From his perspective, this was against economic sense, for sure, and it was also not compatible with the principles of liberty and personal freedom. He gave me the chance to explain that the main problem for his company, and at that time for the entire business, were prejudices caused by ignorance, misunderstandings, and false morals that fueled negative perceptions. That is why I developed strategies for Mr. Gosselman and his company to help to break out this prejudice trap and to improve the public image of gambling industry in Germany. And he paid for that. I was so astonished he paid for that. And that marked the beginning of a nearly lifelong business relationship. And what should I say? It's still my business. It's still my business today, now as a member of the operational board. In my areas of responsibility, we focus on dismantling prejudices and to emphasize the regulatory and socio-political mandate of legal gambling services. We inform, we educate, and we build trust towards politics, to media, and the entire society. The foundation of our business is the trust of the government and the public in our business and in our family-owned company. Now, I'm 61 years old. Some might think that it's time to say goodbye, to sit in the armchair, expecting the age-appropriated adventures, maybe the next colonoscopy or anything else, but that's not my thing. And it's only not my way to wait for the final curtain to fall. And Michael Gosselman, the leading member of the Gosselman family, you heard him just now, is supporting me. I like new challenges. For example, this moment to get the gaming license for Nevada. Here I am. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Again, fascinating to listen to. Starting with Commissioner Kralicki, do you have any questions or comments?
Just some quick comments. Well, the German charm offensive continues, and but I will make a comment to the supervisory board. I know Mr. Clemens is still coming up, but you know, and there was some discussion of this during the gaming control board, but I can't emphasize it enough. You know, I understand. I think you call Europe more of a mature market, and you know the opportunities are outside. You could choose to go to many places, but again, United States, but certainly here in Nevada. The investment capital, the entrepreneurship, the willingness to take some risks and to innovate, you know, small step to begin, but larger steps hopefully to follow. We welcome that, and your faith in Nevada and as regulators in our industry, you all will be a tremendous addition to our gaming family, if you will. We got to do it right. I know there's a compliance plan that's been submitted, that's being considered. We have very, very, very high standards, as do you. But again, the commitment that you are making by being here and the investments that you're, you know, this Merkur has made towards our state is most welcome, and we welcome you, and I fully support your application as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stoffers, thank you for that. I'm very fascinated in particular about your multiple studies in the prejudices and how you translate that philosophy. How do you push that down in your organization when you've got 15,000 employees in 207 jurisdictions? And if that is obviously something that is bred into the culture of your organization, have you published anything ever on that type of topic? Or is it being primarily internal communications that go through the organization? Perhaps you could elaborate on that.
Okay, thank you for the question. It starts before people become our employees. It's very difficult to find employees for this industry, especially in Europe, and especially to find, of course, women, especially for the management, for leading people in the management, because they know all prejudices about concerning gaming, and women especially, it is complementary to thought, are very strict in making decisions. They hear informations that strictly they say, yes, that's the thing I want to do, or that's nothing for me. But it depends on the information they had before. And we saw that there were lots of wrong informations in the public about that, what gaming industry is doing, what are the benefits and the gratifications for people who are using our services. And we tried to break it out, to break it. You understand what I want to express. And we did it since more than 10 years. And the result is that of our 15,000 employees, 48% are women already. And at the management level, already 37%. Before that time, we were only a man-dominated company. That has changed. And I think that was one of the causes for that was our work in telling the truth and telling more different stories about what our industry is doing. And also, our company has an intranet, not internet, but intranet. Each employee can contact with our company via mobile and so on. And this is a wonderful, wonderful instrument to be in contact with them and to give them informations about our company life, especially our march here to Nevada, but also to tell them the truth about all the prejudices which are dominating public discussion. especially in yellow press and so on.
Very informative. Thank you and congratulations
Thank you.
for that.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I see that you're more than qualified. You've been licensed in many gaming jurisdictions as well. And having looked at everything and listened to your presentation, I'm happy to support your application. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
We'll have Lars Felderhoff come up next and tell you a little bit about his background.
Lars Feldhoff, CEO and CFO of Merkur.com AG. Chair Toliati, member of the Commission, Executive Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself to you. My name is Lars Feldhoff. I'm 48 years old. Actually, only 4 hours left. I'm turning 49 in 4 hours, German time. I'm married to my wife, Hélène. She's French, has the French nationality. We have 4 children. They're having both nationalities, German and French. 3 boys, 1 girl, 10, 16, 17, and 19. As mentioned, I do have the German citizenship. I grew up in the northern part of Germany, in the proximity of the headquarters of Gaussmann Group, Merkur Group. So I'm a trained banker, but went on to study afterwards. And already during my studies, I worked as an intern at Gaussmann, at that time Merkur, and in various companies, various positions. And directly after the studies, I also started then at Gaussmann in Austria. I worked for Gaussmann in Austria, in Monaco, in Germany. I've also spent some time in the US at Adjournment at the time. I'm holding a bachelor in business administration, an MBA of Manchester Business School, University of Manchester, and also a degree from the business logistics program at Växjö University in Sweden. Directly after the studies, I started to work at Training at that time. In 2008, I changed industry for 3 years, worked for Metro AG. It's a large company in Germany in the wholesale business. They do have wholesale business. They do have, at that time, they've had a wholesale business, electronic media stores, department stores, and also supermarkets. Worked there 3 years as head of regional controlling and also as a head of investment controlling. Then I did receive a call to come back to the group, which I happily did, never did regret it. Started in the B2B division then at that time as a CFO of ADP, was responsible for the B2B businesses of Merkur Group. And in 2018, I was promoted to become the new CFO of the group. And now recently in October, to become also the CEO of Merkur Group. My career is not as colorful as the one of Manfred Staffers, but
It's a tough act to follow.
yeah. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you. We appreciate you speaking to us again. I'll ask my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Silver. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just want to comment. Thank you again for coming here. I mean, you're licensed in multiple jurisdictions and outside the US. And so I'm happy to support your application as well. So thank you again for being
Thank
here.
you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing much further. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Don't worry about the next 4 hours. It does not go downhill from here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Solus Rainey.
Thank you for being here with us. I wanted to thank actually all of the applicants. I didn't have any questions for any of you because your backgrounds were very clean, very diverse, and Mr. Stofers, your English was perfect, and your presentation even more so. I don't have any additional questions for you, Mr. Felderhoff, but I do appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Felderhoff, again, good morning to you. I just have a question about, I know Mr. Clemens is serving as the interim CEO, but you'll be wearing both hats of CEO and Chief Financial Officer. Could you just explain that? That's not common, it's not unheard of, but how that decision was made and how you balance those roles, please?
Yeah, it's basically my role in German would be Speaker of the Board of Merkur Group, of Merkur.com AG. And it's something like a primus inter pares, so the first of the equals. Yeah, that's basically the position. I'm on board level then responsible for the communication with stakeholders, with the supervisory board, with other stakeholders, family foundation. That's my responsibility, but also to manage the strategic direction of the group.
The supervisory boards in Germany have the same rhythm, the quarterly, but can certainly meet more often. How often would your management group board be meeting with the supervisory board?
Currently, it's monthly.
It is monthly.
It's monthly, yeah.
Good. Again, you're impeccably qualified. Excited to have you. Thank you for joining us all today. I don't know what you've done for the last 2 weeks, if you went back home or
Yep, we went
stayed
back.
here. There you go. That's a lot of time on an airplane, but quality time with the Gaming Commission is priceless. So it's all good. But I'm happy, thrilled to support your application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Sir, eminently qualified. I too support your application and wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
We'll have Jochen Clemens come up.
So good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commission and Madam Secretary. Honor for me to being here today again and to give a brief overview about me as a person here. So my name, as I said, is Jochen Clemens. I'm 39 years old. I'm married and having 3 children. I'm born in the city Cologne in Germany. During my childhood, we moved a little bit more to the north in the region called Eastern Westphalia. That's also the region where Merkur Group is settled. And there I'm still living together with my family and the kids. So that's for the personal background. Regarding my personal education, I started the education within a kind of traineeship for a tax clerk and consultant. That is my background was my background in the early stages. And based on that, parallel to my engagement and employment with Merkur Group, first I received the bachelor's and later on also the master's degree with a focus on finance and taxation. So that's for the educational background. Regarding my professional career, I started with Merkur in June 2007 at Merkur.com AG, formerly known as Gauselmann AG. So I started there in the tax department based on my education to this time. And in September 2012, I got the opportunity to move to ADP Merkur as a management assistant to the CFO. I've spoken to him in former times, was Lars Felderhoff. And there I got the chance as a management assistant to support a lot of very interesting and especially also combined with international business related projects. Based on this, around June 2015, I got a new incorporated position as head of finance and accounting for international purposes. That was in line with our former international expansion strategy, especially during this years. It was Eastern Europe and also Latin America, where we are having subsidiaries in Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Argentina. So that was background during this time. Then in around June 2018, I got an enrichment to the head of finance position, so a little bit broader position there, and the deputy to the CFO. And then in September 2021, now finally I became managing director of ADP Merkur in the role as the CFO. And most recently at the 1st January of 2025, so this year, I became responsible for the financial topics of the entire B2B division, so overseeing this role, the financials there. So that is just a brief introduction of myself, and I'm of course very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today with your colleagues. At this time, I would ask if Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis have any questions or comments?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Nothing. Thank you for being here. I just noticed how busy you must be with your 3 small children, and then you have like oversee 100 employees and 6 positions as managing director. So I just felt overwhelmed when I was reading all your responsibilities. So, but you're more than qualified. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krlicki.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. I appreciate seeing you here today. I wish you the best of luck. Not to digress, but one of my favorite factoids of Cologne is that's the site of the Chocolate Museum.
Oh yeah,
Which
you're
is
absolutely right.
a good place to go. So if I were a kid, I'd like to be growing up in Cologne. I don't have any questions. You've been a pleasure. Again, watching the presentation of the Gaming Control Board, you're a marvelous part of this team. It all fits together well. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck, and especially here when you tackle the Nevada opportunities. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I also want to thank the applicant for being with us today, but I don't have any additional questions.
Well, sir, I think you have likely unanimous support. And so thank you for your presentation, and we appreciate getting to meet you in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that, we don't have anything more to add.
All right. With that said, does any commissioner have any questions or comments before I call for a motion?
No.
There being none, is there a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none,
No.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And many thanks to the agents. They were great.
And happy birthday.
All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority for an amendment to order, and the application of Peter Arceo for finding of suitability as a controlling person. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, which we might refer to as SMGHA, and Peter Arceo, who is here with me today as the individual applicant. We provided an affirmative presentation before the board where we spoke about SMGHA and Mr. Arceo. We don't plan to fully restate that here. However, because Mr. Arceo is a first-time applicant, he would like to share an abbreviated version of his background and speak with you about his duties and responsibilities.
Welcome. We would very much appreciate that, getting to hear from you. So
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Togliatti, Commissioners. My name is Peter Arceo. Married, have 1 son, 30 years old. Been in the business since 1995. Actually, I relocated to Las Vegas in '93 to attend University of Nevada, Las Vegas to finish my college degree in hotel administration. So I earned that degree in 1995 from UNLV. Subsequent to that, I earned an MBA from USC in the middle of my career, and then most recently, the Master's of Legal Studies at the UCLA School of Law. I received that degree last year. In 2015, I joined the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, which is what they were known as at the time as their chief marketing officer for their casino. Since then, I have served in a few roles. I was promoted to chief operating officer and then to general manager before my current role, which I was promoted to in 2023, which is Chief Gaming Officer. So in that role, I oversee the Yamava Resort Casino in California and also serve as the member of the management committee that reports to the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, which owns and oversees the Palms. So I serve as a management committee member in that role. That's a brief overview of who I am. And at this point, I just wanted to thank Agent Alcantara for all of his hard work during the investigative process, and available to answer any questions to the commission.
Thank you. At this time, I will open it up to my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki this time, if you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am. Mr. Arceo, welcome. Good to see you. Zuckerberg, always a pleasure. Loved your conversation with the Gaming Control Board, extensive, certainly dwelled on the education and your experience, your multiple education and how you secure that education are really impressive. Kudos on you and I think these folks are very fortunate to have you. And again, not to make anyone uncomfortable, but the only issue that I really had was the tax, some of the IRS issues. I know they've been put behind you, but as the Gaming Control Board especially likes to remind licensees, we are a tax collection agency. So that's always a little bit of a troubling thing, but Airbnb, Etsy with your wife, could you, again, my apologies, but it's just important. I mean, these are things that are critical and you're mindful, but could you talk about the IRS issues?
Yes, sir. And, I think through this process, one thing I learned about myself is I'm not a tax accountant. And that,
that's a good thing.
Take full responsibility for the oversight, misunderstanding on how to interpret those filings. I relied on platforms to kind of guide me. And when Airbnb did not provide and Etsy they both did not provide the tax forms and the way it was worded and the information I submitted during the investigative process could clearly show that the way it was worded was a little confusing for someone not familiar with the tax code. And I thought I didn't have to file. And so it wasn't until the process when I learned that I probably should have done that. And I went out immediately, got a tax accountant who helped me get up to speed and file those taxes for the years that I did not. But that's what happened.
If I could, I just want to make one point to correct what Mr. Arceo said. He did file tax returns those years. He just amended those tax returns to include the income from Etsy and from Airbnb that had not previously been
From
included.
2018 to 21.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
So again, that your relationship with the IRS is your relationship. The reason I'm compelled to just, throw it out there is if the state and this industry have learned anything in the last few months, if not over their careers, compliance is everything. We do it as perfectly as possible. We know that's a standard that is difficult, but that's where we strive. So, these are the kind of issues, the little details, it's your role, your responsibility as part of that team to make sure that everything is done exquisitely well to the best of your abilities. And that's the demand that we have as regulators on you as a licensee. So again, with that soft admonishment, I think you're eminently qualified. I think they are very fortunate to have your services, and I will absolutely support your application today.
Thank you.
Commissioners Silver or Marcantonis?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I noticed you've been licensed in obviously other jurisdictions, and it's surprising it's only your first time here in Nevada. So I'm happy to support your application. I just had a couple quick questions. You stated at the board meeting that you went, for the Masters of Law over at UCLA. And I was just curious because I know it was the 80s, but I went to Southwestern in LA, and I was surprised because so many working people actually go to Southwestern to get their degrees in their program. So when you said, well, UCLA was the only one, I was like, wait, down the street.
Yeah, not familiar with all the schools in the
Oh.
area. I did look into Loyola Marymount and I believe it was University of San Diego or UC San Diego. I forget which ones. When I arrived back into California in 2015, I looked into night programs.
Yeah.
Those were the only two I could find. Admittedly, I didn't do a really deep search into all available programs. But when UCLA became available, they reached out to me. So
I see.
that's how I found it. I wasn't even thinking about going back to school, but they reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, have you ever thought about going to law school? I said, funny enough, yes. And they go, well, we have a program that would work for a full-time individual like yourself. And that's sort of,
That's how it went.
that's how it went.
Yeah, I was just surprised because having gone down the street, we have so many night students and working people that go to law school. And then I know we have another applicant right after you that is also involved with multiple sclerosis. And I was just wondering if watching, the board meeting, why you chose that foundation as well.
So there was an individual that I got to know in Arizona, a friend, and he had MS. Got to know him really well. He explained what the organization did, and I was compelled to participate. I don't have a personal connection to it other than him, but just seeing what they were doing and having that access to him and seeing what the work that he was putting forward, I felt like I could help contribute at that time what I was doing to help the organization. So it just kind of was a win-win, and it worked out really well. Yeah.
That's really commendable. And finally, I just wanted to ask you, with your involvement, can you share any plans or anything for the Palms Casino here in Las Vegas that you know about? Anything exciting you want to share on the record with us?
I think our focus has been, getting a property reopened after all that time off, reintroducing the property and the brand as it is today versus what it was in the past has been sort of our work. Our work is to try and reestablish it in its own way today. And I think investing in the team members, and that's what we've been doing. If you were to walk the property today versus the first day we open, you'd see a large transformation in terms of how many more slot machines we have on the floor. So we've gotten more visitation. Our service levels remain high. Our customer service scores remain high. So we're still figuring out where the brand is going. But everything and all indicators are showing that, at least in today's Palms, people are enjoying the casino and enjoying the food and beverage that we do have open. So while we don't have any imminent plans for any major renovations or anything exciting like that, I think continuing to grow with that momentum and investing in the people has really paid off for us so far, and we continue to do that into the future. So more to come. Our entertainment calendar continues to grow and get more diverse, and so I think it's really finding its I think it's finding its stride, I guess is the best way to put it right now.
I just attended an international gaming seminar there, and it's doing really well. So enjoyed that. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Arceo. Just one observation, which probably you don't need to hear from me, but if you have been following what this commission has been doing over the last year, which I'm sure many people watching today have been following, the role of chief gaming officer is a critical one in this industry. We've taken some body blows over the last, whatever it is, a year. And the responsibility, frankly, is huge and rests on your shoulders. The buck stops with you to ensure that compliance procedures are followed and that as much training as possible can be brought down the organization structure. So as I said, I'm sure this is not news to you, but it's getting to the point now where we need to enforce, and I hope this will just be a reminder and help you to integrate that into the culture of your organization. But thank you for being here. Great background. We have no hesitation in supporting you today. Thank you, Mr. Arceo.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Arceo. I'll echo the comments of my colleagues and as far as you being eminently qualified. I did have just a question as far as how you split your time between the properties, since I understood you're responsible for both.
Yes, thank you. So I come to Vegas twice a month, spend about 2 to 3 days on property per month, or excuse me, per visit. On top of that, the general manager and I speak on a weekly basis and stay on top of all of the top topics and key strategic initiatives that the property has ongoing. So that is kind of where it's landed and settled. I expect that my time with the general manager will probably reduce over time, but I also conduct other business while I'm in Las Vegas, so I use that opportunity to make it a 2-for-1 trip and visit vendors on behalf of both organizations while I'm out here. The same suppliers supply us in both for the most part. So, the trip, I would normally be coming to Las Vegas anyway, but I stay at the Palms and use the opportunity on property to make sure that I'm supporting them in all of their key initiatives.
Thank you for that. I echo Commissioner Marcantonas's comments with respect to the importance of compliance and obviously having you buy into that and being visible in the property will really help in those efforts. So I appreciate your involvement. I do also want to thank you for your involvement with the National Sclerosis Society. I think it's a great organization and touches a lot of people's lives. So I appreciate your efforts in that regard. I don't have anything further. Your background is great. You've come a long way from the El Dorado.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to support your application. Thank you.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Krolicki? I don't have any additional questions or comments. I'm satisfied with your application and appreciate you being here today and answering all of our questions. I do have a question from Ms. Ogerberg on the order.
Yes, we have reviewed it, draft number 1 dated 3/7, and we believe it's in proper form.
Perfect. Okay, well, again, thank you for being here. And if at this time, nobody has anything else, I would ask for a motion.
Madam
I can
Chair,
go ahead. Oh,
Okay,
please,
go ahead.
Commissioner, go ahead.
I'm happy to move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And that's pursuant to draft number 1 dated March 7th, 2025 of the revised order of registration.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you.
At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Chad Conrad for finding of suitability and/or licensure as a member, manager, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello,
Good morning.
Dennis Gutwall with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Chad Conrad. He appeared before you in December, told you a bit about himself, so we won't do an affirmative presentation. We'll just have him answer your questions if that's all right with you.
Well, that's fine. In light of the previous investigations, time constraints, and only getting the limited investigation and background, we're here today to follow up with any additional questions or comments in light of our full materials. And I'll start with anyone who would like to start. Does anyone have any questions or comments that Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Conrad, welcome again. We did just see you in December and I'm delighted that the background process, investigative process happened so quickly that we get you back within 6 months. Some of your conversation was interesting. All of your conversation was interesting, but could you just describe a little bit further your discussion with the Gaming Control Board, the time that you split between the hotel and the casino responsibilities, and how the casino was far more consuming, and that was not surprising, but it is what it is. But could you just talk about that, please?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, and Madam Secretary. It's been much more time focused on the casino to start out with, for sure. I think long-term, the expectation is probably about an even split between the gaming and non-gaming sides of the property. But the effort to just get systems set up, get the transaction itself, the purchase of the casino entity completed and closed, there's definitely been much more time spent on the gaming side. We've also spent, and myself specifically and the team, a good deal of time focusing on just reviewing compliance procedures that Mohegan had in place. I believe that they had a strong compliance program, AML, BSA, and property training program. We wanted to make sure that we understood it and fully, especially in light of recent news in the industry. We want to make sure that that we're on top of it. We have our compliance committee formed and in place. We've had a couple monthly meetings already. I'm the chair of that committee, and we feel good, although there's always room for improvement on the compliance front. But a couple things that we have done is reviewed in detail mixed procedures and specifically on the AML front, we put a little bit stronger requirements in place for disclosure and reporting from our casino hosts and personnel on the property to make sure that we have as thorough an understanding as possible of the customers that we bring in the casino.
You addressed my second comment before I had a chance to do it, but it was about compliance. So not as exciting as the rehab pool, but certainly compliance.
It is for me.
And then that is a superb answer. Who else is on I know you're the chairman. Who else is on the compliance committee with you?
We have our senior vice president of gaming operations, compliance manager, our director of surveillance, security, and our director of Cajun credit.
I absolutely accept that you're taking your compliance responsibilities absolutely seriously. Of course you are, but you've even put in new gear and muscle behind it. And that's welcome news, because again, that is just something we just got to get right. We're going to be redundant in these conversations for a long time. We have been, but again, you were in the hot seat. It's got to be done perfectly. And I have great belief that you are a superb individual to do exactly that. So fully support your application today. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have any further questions. I was satisfied with the materials and the responses that I have been provided, both to the board and to our colleagues here. But I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Conrad, good to see you again. It almost feels like you and Mr. Atkinson have a booked appointment in front of this commission every month. Do you report directly to Mr. Atkinson, the CEO, or is it to a board?
I report to the President, Cliff Atkinson,
Okay.
and I with the dotted line to the board as well.
To the board.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I echo the comments about your emphasis on compliance. Of course, it seems like every time you're in front of one of our boards, we'll ask you about that Hard Rocks swimming pool. Don't you think I should just send out a press release and tell everyone? Apparently it's etched in everyone's memory as the hottest place to have been, whatever it is, 10, 15 years ago.
It was a great pool party. We still have a good, a really good pool party with Cassie Beach Club. So for anyone who wants to come by the property and see that, we're happy to have you.
Do we on this board look like we are your demographic?
I'm not either.
Thank you. No hesitation supporting you once again today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Well, I must be in that demographic because my kids told me that you're the hotel for EDC. So this weekend, I guess your hotel was it, from what I understand.
That's correct. It was a big weekend for us. We were the official hotel EDC. The property was transformed with that brand and we had a great crowd, very interesting crowd, much
I'm
younger
sure.
than myself. I'm my daughter's 19, more her
Uh-huh.
age range, but we're happy to have them at the property. Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter's 20, and so it's exactly what you're saying right now with the EDC. So even though you don't have rehab anymore, it sounds like you're still doing very well as far as the demographic of getting people there for the pool parties. But you had a very in-depth prior presentation before us, and so I believe all my questions have been answered. So thank you again for coming. I'm happy to support your application.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. We do appreciate you, appearing before us as many times as you have for us to be able to take care of business and get to a full investigation. And I support you being licensed 100% without condition. So at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Certainly, I can do that. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done again.
Thanks. Still,
Great.
okay.
I'll live vicariously through you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of John Conley IV for finding of suitability as a manager at Mesquite Gaming LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm at McDonald Carano. With me is John Connolly. With your permission, I'll have him tell you a little bit about what he's been up to, and we can just open it up for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I guess quick background, been in gaming over 30 years. Makes me feel old to say that, right out of university. Thank you. Started, believe it or not, with GTech Corporation way back in the day, which integrated with IGT later in life. And stayed in the lottery business for the first part of my career and transitioned over to casinos around 2004 and started over with Bally Technologies, Bally Gaming at the time, leading slot machine manufacturer, which is now part of Light & Wonder. A lot of consolidation has happened over the past 30 years and was an executive with Bally Technologies, sold that entity to Light & Wonder. Scientific Games, actually, it was called at the time, transitioned over. And then decided to take an equity position and be the CEO of Interblock. Very small at the time, a very small company out of Europe. I'm still the CEO and an owner of that company. Since then, brought in a very large private equity group called Oak Tree Capital to be my partner. And that transitioned into a much broader partnership where Oak Tree and I do business together in gaming initiatives around the world. I'm their senior advisor, which is a result of Mesquite and why I'm here today. Mesquite Gaming is one of the investments we've made in gaming. We have J&J, which is another route business that recently bought Golden Gaming in Nevada from the Sartinis. So we continue to invest heavily in the gaming sector in Nevada. And I happen to be based here permanently since 2004.
And we're thankful for that.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here today and available to answer any questions we have. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Conley, for being with us. I don't have any questions. I'm satisfied with the materials and the information we've received thus far. But I do appreciate you being here with us, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Congratulations on excellent background. It's been a pleasure to watch your growth. No hesitation in supporting you today, Mr. Connolly. Well done.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just wondered if you spent full time filling out applications for gaming licenses, because I don't think I've ever seen so many pages of gaming licenses before, or with so many licenses and jurisdictions. So, I mean, you're eminently qualified for this, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Connolly, good morning. Thank you for joining us for this quality time this morning. You know, not only do you have more pages of licensing, but it's probably the smallest font I've ever seen. So it could have been a binder unto itself. Could you, well, just to step back a little, you know, certainly you and Oak Tree have found a rhythm to work together with your interblock activities in Slovenia and with Mesquite Gaming. How did you all encounter each other and become a team?
That's a great question. I've always had a vision, you know, I grew up in gaming. I started one of those people that started pretty much from the ground up. I was an account executive 30 some odd years ago. And over the years had a vision to really try to help the gaming industry and evolve against competing landscape. And as I got older and more experienced in my career, Interblock provided me an opportunity to really try to see that vision come to reality. So when I went to Wall Street to sell Interblock, met with Blackstone, Apollo, Oak Tree Capital, and Oak Tree really seemed like the right partner for me, where they were interested in building a gaming initiative globally inside their firm. Whereas Blackstone and Apollo already had one. Oak Tree had stepped away from gaming several years ago. And so we decided as a team to look at the gaming sector together, look for opportunities. And it provided me a platform and the capital needed to be entrepreneurial, which I've always been, and to look at new initiatives I generally try to look for things that are more future-based visions and how to change things, how to evolve. And they had the capital and willingness to do so. So we started with Interblock, immediately did J&J. We have the largest route business in North America now. And Mesquite is the first casino acquisition, looking at others, and very excited about Mesquite and the opportunity, what it provides. Very big vision there for that property and area. And then looking at other things from online gaming. We have a small business in online gaming for live streaming we're starting, and looking at AI and data analytics, things of that nature. So I'm excited about the partnership and really continuing to try to help gaming for the future, whether it be in that way or being a member of the AGA board. I'm very passionate about and helping the gaming sector and then charitable things of that nature.
I think you also had to miss the Gaming Control Board meeting because you had AGA responsibilities. Where were you?
Macau. Yeah, that was a late
Couple
night.
times. How's your 16-hour time lag?
I'm
You
getting
all right? You back home?
Yeah, I'm getting home. The kids they get you back in line pretty quick.
There you go. You know, and speaking of home, this is just curiosity, but you're a very financially acute individual. You watch things. You rent a home and you're waiting for the market to do whatever it is that will compel you to purchase a home. What am I missing?
I hope my wife isn't watching this, because this is going to cause me a very big discussion.
I'm sure
tonight.
she's not. Go ahead. Just be candid.
As you know, I own several homes.
Yes, you do. Vacation homes.
Yeah, and investment home. I know several properties, and she can't understand why I have several investments where we own property and I won't buy one for us. But to your point, Vegas, had a particular area we were looking at, and I was wrong. I'm glad I'm not in real estate. I'm glad I'm in gaming, because I was always saying it's got to come back down. And then whether it be California coming to visit our lovely state or others, I was 100% wrong. And so I think this year she's convinced me it's time to.
All right, so you're still waiting for a correction, but she might be overriding you.
Yeah.
But again, I know a personal question, but it's important, and you're a man of means, but primary home ownership is not one of those. And that was
I got that one wrong.
I digress, back to Oak Tree. Oak Tree has taken a very interesting pathway into Nevada and beyond, for the gaming, some of the counterintuitive stuff, the rural stuff, Mesquite. It's just been, and even Slovenia, how, that's not mainstream Europe either. But it's interesting, your relationship, but you've been with them throughout this gaming investment exercise that they've been pursuing, correct?
Yeah, for 5 years now is really when I first took Interblock to Wall Street 5 years ago. We bought out the original founders that I was partners with. And since then, just built that relationship and, continue to look at other investments in gaming. I'm very loyal to gaming. I think gaming is really at its infancy, provided we make the right decisions as an industry, which is why I'm so involved with the AGA. I'm a firm believer that the online sector that we see, coming to the United States in some cases, and the traditional gaming space is going to merge. And when it does, if you do it correctly, it's really the foundation for the next generation of gamers. So I want to, as best I can, I want to contribute and help with that.
And could you just quickly tell me how you split your time between Interblock and, you live here, you've got a desk in Slovenia, I would suspect, and you've got this Mesquite obligation, but how do you blend all that together?
It starts with usually around 5-6 hours sleep a night. And then family, obviously the weekends. I have a very disciplined wife, so she's very strict when I'm in Vegas about the weekends and family time, and I respect that. But during the week, I really, as you get older, which I am definitely getting there, I'm much better at allocating my time and where it needs to be spent and really benefit the company. So I build a good team, really try to surround myself with good people. And then where there's needed a time, whether it be Mesquite is going through a strategic planning session or an expansion, we're doing a lot of renovation right now. We may spend a little bit more time on Mesquite for a week or two. And then when the team is executing, it's less time. So it really depends on what's going. Obviously, Interblock takes the majority of my time at the moment. Mesquite is a board position. So the board meets once a quarter. But being up the road, I have a place in Duck Creek, so I drive by it once in a while. And so I'll swing by and out of just curiosity, spend some time with the team there. But Interblock takes most of my time. Board positions, I see my role as really sharing my experience, being a sounding board, helping with the vision, but not really running the day-to-day business at Mesquite.
Well, again, whatever you eat and drink, you don't look like you've been in the business for 30 years. So just tell me how you do that later. But no, I am delighted to support your application.
Thank you.
So impressive. I enjoyed what you said about the opportunities in Mesquite. It's being the gateway to national monuments and parks and things like that. I think that's spot on and exciting. And I too am an association guy. Whatever I do, I find whatever association is part of it. So not only for you, but for Nevada and Oak Tree and the folks that you work with to be on the AGA is a pretty big deal. And to represent us well, it's just a nice feather in everybody's cap. Thank you for doing that. But again, I'm delighted to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Well, unless anybody else has any additional questions or comments, you're obviously qualified and it's our pleasure to support you. So I'm going to call for a motion. I just wanted to know on this list, how many of these did you have to appear for?
Of which list?
Of this incredibly long list of licenses.
Oh, wow.
Like half, a third, 20%?
Well, it's interesting. If you asked me that 10 years ago, the answer would have been different. Now, a lot of the jurisdictions tend to come to Las Vegas. So I do have to do in-person meetings and discussions, but a lot of the jurisdictions come here and travel. So it's made it, I think, just because they can hit a lot of people at the same time, plus Vegas is a nice place to visit.
Right.
So it's made it easier in the past several years. So, but yeah, maybe 20% or so.
Okay. I was just curious, just for our own knowledge, how other jurisdictions handle that. I was curious. So thank you. At this time, does anyone have a motion?
Certainly, Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there
Thank
are
you.
none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
very
being here,
much.
Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
We'll be okay.
Okay, Madam Secretary, non-restricted number 5 was withdrawn without prejudice at the board meeting. So if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Daniel Ruiz for licensure as a key executive at Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Danny Ruiz. He's the Chief Gaming Officer for the Venetian. He did give a very detailed overview of his background and experience before the Gaming Control Board. I know you have all done your homework and probably watched it and read his report. He's happy to go through that again today for you or go straight to questions, whatever your preference.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's very nice to meet you and I know you did do a presentation. So if you'd like us to just ask questions, I'm sure we are able to do that. So I'll start with on my left this time, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Nice to see you again, Mr. Ruiz. And I've got to say, you've got a big job and a fine property. Of course, I'm biased. But nonetheless, the role, and you perhaps heard me say earlier to an individual who appeared before us, that the role of the Chief Gaming Officer has never become more important than what it is today. And as you've been following, as I'm sure every property on the Strip have been following the activities of the Gaming Control Board and the Commission in trying to regulate our industry over the last year or two. So big job on your shoulders, but you've got an amazing team working for you, and I'm pretty sure most of them are watching you right now. Nonetheless, it's an excellent background. You're at the Cosmopolitan, what, you joined in about 2015? That's correct. And then eventually transitioned to the Venetian Palazzo, what, in 22 or so? 23, okay. So probably a very big change between the two, not only the demographics of the customer base, but just the general cultures. But congratulations on that appointment. One point that I think it behooves that I mention, and I wanted to mention earlier today, even if it was in public comment, is that we all, besides our normal day-to-day responsibilities in the industry, whether it's operating giant divisions and so on, and making sure compliance is done, there's a huge responsibility in our hiring practices. How we hire, who we hire. It was interesting to hear our colleagues from Germany today talk about the fact that they have a board that recommends who can get hired and so on. But, you know, there have been instances where many casino hosts in this city, and I'm not saying something that's new news, have run afoul of this commission and the Gaming Control Board by maybe perhaps pure ignorance of the compliance laws. And there can't be any such thing as ignorance. There's no such thing as I didn't know. That does not pass muster anymore. For those divisions, and I assume all of the marketing divisions in the casino fall under you, is that right? Well, that's excellent. And, you know, hopefully you will spread the word that we have had internal discussions many times as a commission and as a regulatory body that when people misperform at any properties, and then they are let loose again in the communities of our resorts to get rehired when background checks are not conducted properly or background checks are ignored. So that's another big responsibility for a chief gaming officer to keep an eye on. And this is purely meant as advice, knowing what's happening in the commission, but I'm sure that you and your team will be watching that very carefully as we go forward and as we lead towards the success of your property. So good luck in your role. Your background is excellent. And I defer now to some of our fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for being here. Nice to see you, Ms. Vermees. Just dovetailing off what he had mentioned, you had been at the Cosmopolitan from 2015 to 2023 as the head of marketing. And I'm just curious, now you're overseeing marketing again. Last month, we obviously had disciplined MGM resorts, part of which was the Cosmopolitan, which would have been, I assume, I didn't vote on that, but I would assume that these things went on during the time that you were there. So I was curious as to how that experience or what you knew from what happened there, what you're going to do to make sure, you know, that these types of problems aren't going to happen with you at the home.
So I was there until 2022. But yes, it may have happened when I was there under international marketing. That was more of a domestic, but I still learn a lot from that, right? And I think, as I mentioned in the control board, you know, we want to be perfect, as one of the commissioners mentioned, but we really evolve day to day. And we have a very strong compliance team at the Venetian. And, you know, it's more than what we have on the reports, right? As our head of compliance says, we're only as good as the public information, but we're also as good as the see something, say something of all of our executives, not just casino hosts, but also all of our gaming operations team. So it's really important where we have individuals all going to in-person training. So not doing it just on an online course. We're doing it every year in person. And it's really stressing to all of the team members the importance of saying something, even if it's rumors or allegations, we take them seriously. And the most important thing is to tell our compliance team so that they can investigate, right? And in order to protect not only ourselves, but the industry. And, you know, I think we say it every day, but what we try to do is also help with all the 314Bs and trying to find out more about the customers that maybe get banned at one property or the other. We try to just give the most information we can to our compliance team.
And then maybe tell us why you ended up getting a real estate license in Florida and a license for personal management out of the UK. I did see at the board meeting, you explained that you had lived in the UK at one time, but I was just wondering about why you got those additional licenses.
So the real estate license was when I was 18, and that's family business has always been in real estate. And I'm still passionate about real estate. I believe what we do involves a lot of real estate. And I got my license when I was 18. Those were things trying to see what I'm going to do with my career. And, you know, I obviously went a different way, but I'm still emotionally connected to that, where I still maintain the active real estate. I've never closed a deal, but every 2 years, just take the 14-hour continuing education course to maintain it active. My professional management license was in the UK, and that was related to gaming. So when I was there with Caesars Entertainment UK, formerly London Clubs International, where I oversaw the VIP operations for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So there was properties in the UK, and that's where I had the professional management license.
Well, you're more than qualified. I'm happy to support your application, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rees, it's a pleasure to meet you in person today. And Mr. Vermees, always a pleasure. What a great story you have. You know, it's one of these, I hope you've taken lots of notes along the way, but, you know, using language and different skill sets, but you've really done the expatriate thing from, we've already mentioned London, Uruguay, you know, Miami, even though that's still part of the United States. But, you know, it's, you know, it's just fascinating how it's all worked together. I'm not going to beat you up, but certainly the Cosmo time and the AML issues, you know, again, it's just, you know, right around you. And as you carry on your responsibilities at the Venetian, it's just a big reminder that, you know, you can see something, say something, but it can still be, you know, 10 yards away from you. So just, you know, again, we're pounding that into people's heads, but, you know, there you go. And it's your turn. You are on the compliance committee for the Venetian. Who else is on there with you?
So we have the head of compliance, Norm Richardson, our head of, and I don't know of every single member, but our head of legal, Calvin Seamer, and I believe We also have independent advisors. Sonia, you may know them. Mr. Berhard
Yeah,
and Vic. And there's a
Pete
few-
Bernhard, former gaming
we've
control,
heard of
or
them.
former gaming
We
commissioner.
have a few,
Chair.
and I think our CEO may also be on the compliance committee as well, but he attends the quarterly meetings. I don't know if he's actually on the committee.
And it's surprising to me, this is the first time you've had to come for the Gaming Commission for a license, correct?
Yeah, first time.
How's it going so far?
I'm very excited and it's a privilege to be here.
And just some lighthearted thing. Your wife has 3 passports.
She does.
Good on you, good on her, French and Canadian and her US passport. But it made sense when I saw the history. And this is really obscure, and this is your question today. But the Venetian has, as of early January, 6,312 employees, including 1,300 full-time, 5,000 full-time flex, 4 part-time, 2,295 on call, and 1 seasonal employee. Who is that 1 employee? Do you have any idea? I mean, that's a pretty impressive culling down. You have 1 part-time employee at the Venetian. No idea who it is?
Seasonal, no.
Seasonal.
I wouldn't happen to know that.
Oh, well, if anyone can help me on that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the lifeguard for the hot tub.
I'm one of the
Would that be you, George?
Stay for the hot tub?
Well, where else would you only have 1 employee for a seasonal? Okay, for the plunge,
Fair.
cool.
Maybe it's, Santa or something for the holidays. All right. No, I again, your background's super impressive. I love your enthusiasm. You are a wonderful part already of gaming and the fabric of what we do. And to see you pursue careers and now need a license, it's a delight to support your application today.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, do you have any?
Yes, Mr. Reese, thank you for being with us. Had just a couple follow-up questions. I know you discussed compliance and AML already, but I also noticed the possible overlap between your roles at the Cosmopolitan and here. So I wanted to just follow up. Does casino marketing report to you as the chief gaming officer?
Yes, it does.
How about international marketing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. When you were discussing with Commissioner Silver, the training, as far as doing in-person training, are your international hosts also subject to that training?
Yeah, absolutely. We have not too many. As we disconnected from Las Vegas Sands, we lost that international network, but we do have branch offices overseas in Asia, and those individuals, those team members are also required to come in person. They come often when they're traveling with customers, but also when they do their onboarding orientation. We make sure to do the training in person.
Okay. Are those individuals running into any difficulties because of Privacy Act issues and providing you information about the people that they bring here to gamble?
In what sense? No.
Well, I mean, do they understand the responsibilities to share information, with the company about possible sources of funds and such? I didn't know if the Privacy Act, was something that was being invoked by them to limit what information they provide.
No, I mean, they're even though they're based abroad, they give us all the information that we can, and most of these customers playing credit, so we get all of their information when they're coming to Las Vegas. So, anything, a lot of times we don't have all of the tools with our American network of just say LexisNexis or, the credit agencies. So we do use other sources overseas as much as we can to get that. And we rely on those host team to give the information because there's also language barriers.
Thank you. And you mentioned the compliance committee and, some of the members. How often is it that you meet? Was that quarterly or do you meet more frequently?
The committee meets quarterly, but I can tell you that I'm every week on the phone with our head of compliance just to make sure, as I said, right, every week there's new news, but also it's evolving and we try to maintain the best practices. So yeah, it's quarterly, but I am in touch with our head of compliance weekly.
Okay. As a result of the, the recent issues that we've had with AML non-compliance at other properties, have you undertaken any steps to, see if you have any overlap or if you have any problems with, if you have any of the same customers that are involved, any of the same hosts? That
Yeah,
type of thing?
we are, and we're actively working with the Gaming Control Board investigators. I'm not involved in that. That's on the compliance side, but they're actively, I can say that, but yeah, ongoing with them and providing all the information, sharing also our best practices so that we can, be better as an industry.
Okay, when you say that's on the compliance side, though, you sit on the compliance committee. Is that information that's being reported to you on the committee as far as the efforts that are being made?
No, it gets reported quarterly, but I do not have information in the current ongoing investigation.
Okay, all right.
does-
I didn't have any additional questions. I mean, obviously, that was a big concern because of just things being overlooked at the Cosmopolitan. I do believe that seemed to be a couple more rogue actors and, that were not necessarily, I don't think it was an institutional problem at the time, so I'm not overly concerned, but I just wanted to, ensure that you were learning what you could from it and using it to improve your practices. Your qualifications gave me no concerns. You have great experience, throughout, I mean, not just in gaming companies, but just generally, and your background is exemplary. So I don't have any further questions. I am happy to support your application, with the same mild admonishment that, we do expect efforts to be made on that compliance side. Thank you.
I think my colleagues have covered everything that I would have discussed with you. So at this time, if there's no additional questions or comments, I believe this matter is ripe for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very
Congrats.
much. All right, at this time, we're going to take a recess for the court reporter and comfort break, if you will, for 10 minutes. It's 12:17. We could come back at Commissioner Solis Rainey at 12:27. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Hi.
Oh, they're under.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know if there's, I mean, I
Well,
can
now
try
you
to
don't
be
have
if there
to.
Pardon me, this is. Hello. I'm all right. No. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Solis Rainey,
I'm back.
great, and Ms. Court Reporter. She's back, great, okay. That brings us to, excuse me, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Paige Fertitta for finding of suitability as an officer and director at Fertitta Entertainment, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. The applicant Paige Fertitta, also Steve Scheinthal with Fertitta Entertainment, Inc. They should be on camera. Should is a big word. I know they've been watching all morning.
Hold on one moment. Okay. Yeah. No worries. Okay, so I believe they are with us. Doesn't mean we can see them, but they are with us.
See us now? Yeah, they're perfect.
Yes, okay. So please
great.
continue. There they are.
And so, first of all, we thank you very much for allowing them to stay in Houston and appear by video conference today. You see Paige Fertitta, she was the recently appointed president and director of Fertitta Entertainment, Inc. And to her right, Stephen Scheinthal. He is director, executive VP, and secretary. He's also served as general counsel for the Fertitta enterprise for many, many years. Ms. Fertitta would be happy to answer any questions or give a brief background. I will just tell you for a little bit of history, she was appointed to these positions because her ex-husband Tillman Fertitta was recently appointed by the president to be the ambassador to Italy and the Republic of San Marino. Those positions required him to resign from his positions with the Fertitta Entertainment Group and go attend to his duties in Italy. So with that, they decided that it would make sense to have Paige Fertitta appointed to those roles with Fertitta Entertainment, Inc.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fertitta, for being here today. And it's up to you if you want to tell us anything. I mean, we have a lot of investigation materials on your background, and we have the benefit of a prior meeting. But we do appreciate you appearing by Zoom and getting the opportunity to meet you this way. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for allowing me to meet with you from Houston. I know everybody has a busy schedule.
So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Did we didn't lose her when we, oh, there we are.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I appreciate you being with us, and your background is obviously very suitable for the position that you're seeking, and I do understand the circumstances. I have no concerns with anything in your application that I saw, and I'm happy to support you, but I do appreciate being able to at least see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Ms. Fertitta, I echo Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments. I heard it all and watched it, the Gaming Control Board. It's an excellent background. Again, the situation predicates that we go through this process again today. Thank you for being patient with us, but I'll have no hesitation in supporting this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Well, most of the questions I had were asked by Commissioner Sendall at the or board member Sendall at the board meeting. So seeing that you've been licensed all over the place, I'm happy to support you in your first time here in Nevada. It's hard to believe, but thank you so much for coming even by Zoom, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. I look forward to being back there in person soon. in Las Vegas, not at your meeting.
Not in July. It's coming up on summer, so probably
Yes.
after
Summer
summer.
season is quite the season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Fertitta. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you today, and it's not too hot. Yeah, we don't, and as you know, the humidity is in Houston, not here. So sometimes it is far better to be here. But I'm going to start out with, we all think of Las Vegas, but I'm, as I've said already today, a Douglas County guy. I live in Lake Tahoe, and I live between the Golden Nugget and the Chart House. So your
perfect.
family has, Effie has been very good for my neighborhood. I've got lots of options. But what you've been doing in Lake Tahoe has been just a godsend to our little community that hosts the whole world, but it's a small place. And with the jobs and the rehab of a building that has been desperately needed for literally decades, Effie has done a wonderful job doing those things.
I'm glad to hear it's well received.
No, it is. Just a question on, congratulations on your ex-husband. What an extraordinary time to be in Rome and in the Vatican neighborhood and just with all the other world development. So congratulations to him. Certainly understand why this transition is happening, but could you just talk a little bit about the fiduciary responsibilities that you'll have as president? I know it, you'll not be involved in the day-to-day operations of the business, including gaming, and Mr. Seinthal, who's next to you, will be overseeing most of those operations. But just, there's a fiduciary aspect normally to the presidency of a company. Could you just explain, and I think it'll be a little bit enhanced, but what do you see your day-to-day obligations being to the company in that role?
I will attend board meetings. I will meet with our department heads over, big decisions to be made. I have Steve and an army of intelligent, talented people here that Tillman has created that have been running this company alongside of him for a long time. So I'll continue. I know all of them. I'll work with them if they need me, but they do a pretty incredible job on their own. Mine is a broader picture right now. I'm not part of, as you mentioned, part of the day-to-day, but I'm here and available, more involved, and I look forward to the opportunity to be a little more connected with Tillman Group. That's pretty much how I see it right now. Check with me in a year and I'll let you know how it's changed.
There you go. And I too have spent a career being surrounded by exceedingly talented and dedicated people who make me informed and look better than certainly I am. But it's nice that you have this opportunity. You are intimately aware of the operations, but now you've got a little bit or a lot different profile, but I commend you, and I think it's an exciting opportunity for all.
Thank you.
Then, since we do have Mr. Seinthal with us, I know they swung the bat and tried to hit for the fence, but in a couple of weeks have gone by. Any Schedule D news or SEC Form 3 or SEC 13D updates for us in the last couple of weeks?
No, nothing has changed. We are a passive, Fertitta Entertainment and Tillman remain a passive investor.
Good, but the fact that you haven't been required to file a Schedule D tells me something too. So I accept what you say. That's all I have. But again, this is an exciting time. Your family certainly has operations far and wide, but what Fertitta Entertainment has done in this state of Nevada and throughout, as I just said, from whether it's Douglas County or Clark County, whether it's food or the gaming, it's exciting, and we're delighted to have your faith and doing these these business pursuits in Nevada, and you are beyond eminently qualified for this role. It's just the right thing to do, and I'm excited to support your application
Thank you.
today.
Thank you very much.
Well, I don't have anything to add or any additional questions. We have all the materials and your background that show us that you're certainly qualified and worthy of our support. So at this time, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues.
If we could pause for just a moment, we have lost Commissioner Solis Rainey, and she is
Oh.
attempting to rejoin.
Oh, one moment. Do we know how long she was out?
She only just got out.
Technology is great until it's not.
Yeah. So are you in contact with her? Can she use her phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Fertitta, I suspect 6 months ago, this is not what you were expecting to be doing.
No, I was not.
How did you get the news?
I got the news when Tillman said, "Hey, I need you to go do this." And I kind of knew enough about what he was doing and what it was going to require that this was probably, but it's exciting. It is exciting. Thankfully, I've watched this company since day one, and so I'm very comfortable and familiar with that. And so many of the people that are involved in it have been here. There's a lot of historical knowledge here, and so it's pretty exciting.
Well, so I'm told Commissioner Solis Rainey is back on with us. Can you hear us okay?
I can, thank you.
All right, so at this time, I'm calling for a vote on non-restricted number 7. Commissioner Marcantonis,
Certainly, would you like me to go ahead with the
or
motion?
calling for a motion, excuse me.
Right, in that case, Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much,
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
and good luck.
Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 8?
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Maurice Wooden for licensure as a key executive at Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, members and staff of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Dan Reeser, and I'm with the law firm of Fenimore Craig. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you today Maurice Wooden. We are here on his application for key employee licensing with the Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC, which you know as the Fontainebleau Las Vegas.
Okay, Commissioner Marcantonis has a disclosure.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
That's okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Madam Chair, with respect to non-restricted item number 8, I would like to disclose for the record that I have a family member who is employed in a non-gaming capacity at the Fontainebleau. I believe that the independence of judgment of any reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this familial connection. Therefore, I intend to fully participate in this matter before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that disclosure. Okay. Additionally, I'd like to introduce Stacy Michaels, the company's general counsel, and Melissa Shuba, who is the director of regulatory compliance, and they are with us and present in the audience. They are here in the event the commission should have any inquiries on those responses to Agent Burke's questions on corporate matters that they provided during the course of Mr. Wooden's investigation. We appreciate Agent Burke's professionalism, patience, and the work she did on the application, and also that of Supervisor Eric Kaufman, both under the supervision of Matt Doyle, Deputy Chief, and Luke Rippey, Chief. At the chair's instruction, we are prepared to rest on the record and the unanimous recommendation of the board and respond to questions, or if you prefer, Chair, we can give a brief affirmative presentation.
Okay. It's very nice to have you here. Appreciate you coming and being available for us. I am going to ask my colleagues for any questions or comments, and I'll start with Commissioner Silver and work my way this way.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. I appreciate that. So I recognize that there's no areas of concern with our agents. And I know at the board meeting, you were asked about your experiences at the Wynn, and you discussed how, you had never gone to the salons or the spa, but now you make it a point to go to all departments and learn what's going on. But having said that, I was wondering, in light of we have on our agenda the Wynn complaint today, what do you take with you? I mean, you were the president of Wynn during 2013, right?
Yes.
That's when you started. And when I read the complaint that's on the agenda today, it had to do with at least one of the years was 2014. So you were present during some of the time which some of the alleged violations had taken place at Wynn. And I'm talking about more the money laundering allegations.
Yes.
What do you take with you as far as what happened at Wynn with that? That experience that you will help you in your role as president here at Fontainebleau with compliance?
No, I appreciate the question. As it relates to the matter at Wynn, I first heard of that matter probably 6 months ago. I was not involved at all in any discussions, have never been in any discussions, have never been asked any questions as it relates to that. It's a whole separate division in, I think, corporate environment that was dealing with
I
that particular
appreciate that,
matter.
because I can't tell, we only get dates and I'm like, I don't know.
I understand.
Yeah.
But that was separate. But as it relates to today in AML, our focus is it's one of the most important topics, if not the most important topic we always discuss at our leadership meetings. Certainly in my environment, to my left is the Chief Compliance Officer, Senior Vice President of Compliance. His office is to my left, and to my very right is Stacy Michaels, who is our Chief Administration Officer, who oversees Larry Whalen, and she's also our General Counsel. So, and down the hall is our Chief Gaming Officer's office. So it's constant conversation. We are laser focused on what's been going on in the industry. We are very new, so it was important for us to make sure there's no gray areas. It's black and it's white. We understand that.
I appreciate your response. Yeah, you could see why all I'm giving is years and it just overlapped with your years. So I wasn't sure about that. And then that was really the only question I really had. I know you're, obviously, beyond qualified to, and I think it's great that to have your experience go over there to Fontainebleau, which is a great property, great restaurant. So
Thank you.
good luck to you. And
Thank
I'm
you very
happy to
much.
support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quilici?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wooden, welcome. Mr. Reeser, always a pleasure to see you, sir. And again, we are on point today and, months past and months forward, we will be. But the issues about when, I just heard your conversation, but you were the president of Win at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you do have responsibility, whether it's directly or indirectly, or, whether you knew about it, or, and again, I'm not making any accusation, but, under your watch, extraordinary negative events happen. And there's even a legacy event where we're going to be talking about a stipulation today. So my point is, and you've just said the words, but I'm going to say them back again. Front and center, this is your world. This is compliance. You've got people whose offices are on both sides of you, and the compliance officer down the hallway. I appreciate your management style is evolved where that it's important to be out and about. Everyone's got different styles. So again, forgive me, and I'm not trying to be patronizing, but it's just just wandering hallways. It's got to even be better than that. There is zero tolerance for anything that is outside of the normal compliance. And you've got your hands full in a beautiful new property with new responsibilities. And it's an exciting moment. So I don't want to take anything away from this opportunity going forward, because they are very fortunate to have you. It's just some of the past is we as a commission, as a gaming control board, have been living, past transgressions real time, and it's unpleasant for everyone. And you just happen to be in front of us today when we're talking about some of these things. So, timing is everything. So enough on that. As long as, again, it's a theme, it's on your t-shirt every day. And when you walk around, this is the moment, this is laser focus that we will do all compliance and all KYC and BSA and AML. Those aren't just words, it's what we must do every day, all day, 7 days a week, 24/7. And again, I'm not saying things that I haven't told people already today.
Absolutely.
But
Yes,
I'm sure you hear us. But moving forward, your experiences, in the industry are profound. They're great. I think the Fontainebleau is very fortunate to have somebody who's been on the edge of the luxury experience in gaming. You've been there, you know how to do it. They're extremely fortunate to have you. And I will fully support your application today. Again, sorry to have some shadow in clouds. As I said, timing is everything, but we as regulators, this is about Nevada and an industry that we cherish, we nourish, we protect, we depend upon. And we just need to make sure that everybody's reminded. It's a tutorial for the entire industry, on a monthly basis now. But again, I think your qualifications are crystal clear, eminently qualified, and I'm delighted to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Mr. Wooden, good to see you again.
Great to see you.
And this is going to be very hard on you to come and sit in front of us today. It's not easy. Having reviewed all of the materials, and of course you were at a time when a lot of bad things came to the surface. And going through the materials, I just have a few questions. I realize that you indicated that your style has changed from perhaps what it was in the infancy of your career, and we will get wiser as we get older and as we have more experiences. That goes without saying. But at the time, after the investigations, nothing to do with the AML issues, this is strictly to do with the sexual harassment allegations at the time, that your license was placed on the hold by Nevada's Gaming Control. I think it was an administrative hold, whatever it was, and it was for a certain period of time. Now, from the notes that I have, is that hold still in effect today? Would you know?
Commissioner, that hold has been removed.
It's been removed. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And, you know, when we go back to some of the comments that had come up from some of the female employees that were involved in those days, not with you personally, but with obviously other people in your organization, but who testified, whether it was in front of Gaming Control Board or wherever, that there were individuals in the senior positions that were enabling and covering up the chairman's actions. And, you know, perhaps there was some disgruntlement that you failed to initiate an initial investigation after some of those complaints, one way or another. That's not what we're necessarily here for today. We're here to talk about your licensing moving forward for the Fontainebleau. And as Commissioner Kralicki said, look, we all have a cross to bear, and maybe this is a stain. It's a blemish, not a stain. It's a blemish on an excellent career. And it's something that perhaps I hope that you have taken the lesson from, not only you. I say some of this, by the way, not because it's you personally, it's because we have multiple presidents and CEOs in our industry, as you know. Some have appeared in front of us and been sanctioned by us for various issues. And perhaps this serves a warning. Maybe we should send a lesson, not a warning, a lesson to everybody out there that nobody is bulletproof. Nobody is invulnerable to how they conduct themselves in these properties. Fancy titles mean diddly squat. And I'd like to think that over the last 5-10 years, we've matured as an industry like in that manner, and that's excellent. So I had to raise this today because I know there are many people who would want to know some answers, and not that we need any answers right now from you. It's just I want to draw the point and just make sure that when you talk about a style change, that what does that entail? When you say, besides walking around, say in the spa or going out to the front drive and talking to the valet parkers or the bellman, what is the cultural change that perhaps you could bring from your previous experiences to your new experiences at the Fontainebleau, amazing property as it is? So you may have heard a testimony in the last 2 or 3 months. I think one of the companies in front of us said that they have a new, if you see something, say something program. There's another one coming shortly after you today. I think Wynn has another excellent catchphrase and so on. But is there anything that you have implemented or that your organization, your new one, has implemented that is a big change from how things used to be done in Las Vegas, and that would help us as an industry avoid situations like those that occurred at that time under your watch?
You know, I honestly, it does go back to being around. And I think maybe, you know, I described it going out to ballet and, you know, seeking out and talking to different people or front desk. It could be anywhere in the property. But it's not just walking around. It's also encouraging others, our leadership team, to make sure that they do the very same, because there's no one sole person, no singular person that can help establish a culture of making sure that everybody has an opportunity to make sure they share any information, anything that may be concerning and or also maybe assisting the company to be better on any given day. And if we manage from our offices, shame on us. Yeah. We all need to manage by being out in the property. And that is constantly reinforced in our leadership team. In my group, I have 22 people, and I constantly reinforce, you have to get out there. And we do have hotlines that we make sure that people know. Those anonymous hotlines are real. They are real anonymous hotlines. Use them if you need to. Make sure you communicate. Communicate about anybody that is doing something that you feel like is in conflict with what our company culture and what the policies are. So it's making sure that it's not just one voice or one person. It has to cascade down into the organization, the leadership team, to know it's everybody's job to be out there looking for the kind of culture that we want to be successful in our environment.
Well, thank you, because using the word encouraging people, using that phrase is key. And my next thought was going to be, a question was, is there a mechanism in place? And you've just mentioned, so now you have developed the Fontainebleau hotlines. Is that what you mentioned?
Yes.
And how does the data flow? What is the conduit for the information that hits the hotline? Where and how does it go?
So that information goes to our Chief Administration Officer, which is Stacy Michaels. It goes to our Chief Compliance Officer and I believe our Chief People Officer. And depending on the circumstances, one or all three of them may participate in the investigation of what the issue is.
Okay, that is excellent. I mean, that would be exactly how it should be, without any involvement of operational individuals such as you in your previous roles or me in my previous roles or whatever, but at least almost like an independent and very clear non-operational role. So that is very, using the word again, encouraging to me to hear, and I'm sure for any individuals who may be watching today or thinking these same thoughts, have a clear understanding of the roadmap going forward. Because we don't want to be here ever again on these sort of subjects, and this is not meant to make you feel uncomfortable. Our role is to educate the industry as much as we can, whether it's about AML or it's other issues like the ones that unfortunately befell the WIN organization at the time.
Absolutely.
So I don't have any other questions than that. That was key for me, and thank you for being sincere with me on that. Thank you.
Mr. Razor, we have in our materials that your client's hold is still in effect today.
Pardon?
We have in our materials that your client's hold is still in effect today.
So I made a request of Agent Burke on that very topic, and she communicated to me relative to the closing conference period that it had been removed. So that would have been about 2 to 3 weeks preceding the board meeting. I can just.
I'm not questioning you.
I'm just telling you,
because I thought I knew the answer when you said that, and it was different.
Chair.
On page I.
I can answer that for
Perfect.
you. Chief Rippey just indicated that it was removed on April 23rd of this year.
Okay.
I was just going to amplify or kind of supplement, and Ms. Michaels can amplify also. The company has what I would consider to be a best-in-class public company style of compliance plan with an independent compliance committee, a very experienced compliance officer who, Mr. Whelan, is a model of neutrality, which from my perspective is different than the situation that existed at the WIN at the time. And I'm quite familiar, having been involved with this all along. So I would say to the commission, the Fontainebleau has had the opportunity to, as a new property, model itself in a best of class with policies and procedures and a compliance program.
Okay. Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Reeser and Mr. Wooten, for clarifying that. I had the same question regarding the administrative hold that was in place. So I'm glad we got that cleared up. Mr. Wooden, I'm going to be a little bit more frank with respect to the issues that Commissioner Marcantonis addressed with you. There was an allegation by the Gaming Control Board that you failed to initiate internal investigation of the sexual misconduct by Mr. Wynn, despite knowing of the allegations. Tell me about that. Did you know about it? Why didn't you report it?
I did not know anything about any of the wrongdoings that Mr. Wynn was accused of. I did know about an incident that was brought forward about a sheet from when he was receiving services from a masseuse, where the sheet or towel kept falling off, and the masseuse had complained. I took that straight to the person that I report to at that time, which would have been Matt Maddox. And I shared it with Matt. And then I was asked to go make sure I told the chairman that was unacceptable based on the masseuse having a concern, which I did. I did share that with Mr. Nguyen. He says he was really not sure why there was a complaint about it, but understood and said he would not do that again.
With respect to your current policies, I mean, I understand you've explained that you've initiated policies in place to report what you see, but just as a matter of human decency, I would expect that any executive, had they known of any of those allegations, they would have aggressively investigated them because they're egregious. I mean, this is a person that was in a position of power, and you were in a position of power, and I think you had a duty to protect, you know, the subordinates that were reporting misconduct. So, with respect to AML, tell me about the issues that are currently going on at the Fountain Blue with respect to credit issuance. Are you aware of those?
I'm aware of a lot of the matters at hand as it relates to and I'm not sure of any investigation as it relates to anything with AML. Is there something specific? I'm not sure.
For the AG, I'm looking at the materials that are on page 2. Has that not been developed further or communicated to the property?
I can share with you, Commissioner, that this issue wasn't reviewed with us in closing conference, or were any questions posed to Mr. Wooden during the investigation on this matter. So I don't know if that information is for your benefit and was not developed with the applicant.
This is Sean Denise Sendall, board member. I think that is something that staff is currently further investigating prior to any further action.
Okay, so that's not an issue that's been discussed with the property?
That is my understanding, yes.
And it's not listed in our materials as confidential, by the way. So
correct. It's just current. The recency, I think, of it.
Madam Chair, so is that something, is it confidential or not confidential?
I would ask the board what the board's position is.
My understanding was not whether it was confidential or not, it was whether we were looking into it. And currently my understanding is there's further investigation into that matter currently occurring by audit staff.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Solis Rainey? Because I don't.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Mr. Wooden, we have in our materials that there's an investigation ongoing with respect to the credit practices not being followed, which could have potential Title 31 and AML implications. Is that something you've been made aware of by the property in any way? As far as credit being issued based on, without necessarily the proper complete approval processes because of ownership approvals, I believe was the issue.
If those processes happen or any of those happen, they were certainly before my time. I was, not on property for what I believe some of the questions you're asking, but Stacy Michaels just joined us. She might have a little bit, she might have a little more awareness.
Let me ask you this. When did you join the property? Wasn't it prior to July 2024?
I have been with the property since January 28th of 2024. So I don't know of any questions that you're asking about right now. I don't know about the matter.
Okay.
Stacy's with us. She might be able to know.
Ms. Michaels, are you aware of issues with respect to credit being issued based on ownership approval rather than the traditional application and document review processes?
I am not aware specifically of any individual cases. I do know that as part of our opening audit by the audit division, which normally occurs, they had done a credit review, and in the draft of our audit report, we were notified that there were some maybe missteps in policy that were not followed with regards to a few handful of credit accounts. And being a brand new property, that's not unusual.
So is that
So
something
that's
that
the
you would-
information we received to date from the board.
Okay, was that information reported up through Mr. Wooden or should it have been?
We have no final audit finding from the board. All we
I
had was.
understand, but you've met with audit and they've reported their, preliminary audit findings.
Yes,
I mean, is
regarding-
that something that you've looked into, that you've reported to management?
Yes, they had done a routine audit and selected 5 random credit accounts and had questions about 3 of them is what is my understanding currently.
Okay, that's a pretty high percentage. Has that information been reported to management and what has
Yes.
been done to investigate them?
Yes, the compliance officer is aware of those accounts. We've reviewed those accounts internally and are moving forward and have brief, getting more information from the Game Control Board, as I understand that they are still investigating. They have not closed our audit.
Okay. I believe the investigation goes a little bit beyond that, but I mean, even as to that, if you're having 3 out of 5 with potential issues, that's a pretty high percentage on such a, it's a small sample, but that's
Well, with-
something that I would be concerned about from a
Without,
property standpoint.
without getting into matters of the open audit, one of those, my understanding is gaming actually cleared and reviewed the file and said that we had done all of the proper steps.
Okay.
It was just one that they had looked at in detail.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
One of the accounts, the credit accounts that was part of the audit review, had been reviewed in great detail by gaming, is what has been relayed to me. And that they actually, upon further review, found that our files were complete and accurate with regard to that patron, and there was no cause for concern.
Okay.
So it's still an
You indicated
open.
it was- Okay, so it's still something they're reviewing.
Correct. That's my understanding.
All right. Well, obviously, that's a sensitive issue with respect to, at least the information we have is that they're also investigating instances from an anonymous Fountain Blue employees. So I'm concerned about anytime there's AML issues of any type and management isn't aware of them or isn't involved in responding proactively to, even what might seem like minor violations from audit because, they use such small sample sizes.
Absolutely. I can tell you we've cooperated fully in the audit. We've been asked for a lot of follow-up information. We've continued to be fully participatory in the audit process. And as gaming continues to ask for additional follow-up, we continue to provide it. This is the first time hearing about an anonymous complaint, so I can't speak to that.
Okay, and I don't expect you to speak to something you don't know about, but thank you for
Sure.
for the information as to the others. It obviously is concerning, but this is not about that. It's about Mr. Wooden. So Mr. Wooden, I was interested obviously in understanding what you knew about it and what steps you had taken, because it's great to have these policies, but if they're not followed, obviously they're not going to do the industry, your property, or your employees any good if they're not enforced. So.
I appreciate that. And again, I do believe strongly in our compliance and our AML policies, and I will make sure that I talk to and find out about the investigation if in fact it's been shared. And I don't believe we've gotten any information as to what you've been asking about. But again, going back to the initial audit, I do believe that at least 1 or 2 of those issues did happen almost like the opening week, I do believe, at Fontainebleau.
Chair Tagliati, if I might, as Ms. Michaels noted, this is currently under investigation and is therefore confidential by law. So I don't want to go any deeper into this matter until the board has an opportunity to review it and of course speak with the licensee.
Perhaps we need to speak to the report writer about how we flag those things for us because there's no indication.
Absolutely. And there's no problem with the commission having that material, but you're correct. It probably should have been marked confidential or under investigation.
Okay, I appreciate it. And that's why I asked at the onset if we could ask questions regarding the items that were listed for us on that, on the information, on that page. So thank you for that. Mr. Wooden, I don't have any other questions. Again, I don't have any concerns with respect to your operational experience. I am a little bit concerned about what you knew or didn't know while you were at Wynn Resorts, given, you know, the time, the length of your tenure there, the roles that you were in. You know, I take your response at face value when I asked if it's something you knew about. It's something I'm concerned about, and I would hope that, you know, going forward, whether you think it's significant or not significant, it's something that you would investigate aggressively.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Marcantonis, Commissioner Krolicki, just from the physical movement beside me, I know you each have something to say. So who wants to start?
Well, I can say one thing, Chair, and that is that this took me a little bit off trail here, much as it did you, it seems, Mr. Wooden. I'm not sure procedurally from the legal point of view what continues, because we're here discussing the licensing of one individual, Mr. Wooden. And now it seems like there may be some confidential other information that is still being reviewed, whether it's got to do with the organization or individual. And so I don't know procedurally what our next steps are. I have no further questions for Mr. Wooden. Thank you.
If I might address that query, there is a process under Regulation 6. You're in the very middle of that process. There are rights that the board has in that process. There are rights that the licensee has in that process. At the end of that process, there's a audit report that is issued. There is a closing conference in which the parties get to debate whether or not it's correct or not. And there is an appeal process out of that audit process that ultimately ends back up in front of you. My response, Commissioner, is that we're at the beginning, or we're at the early stages of that process. None of the procedural protections have kicked in yet. It is a company matter. It does not go to this individual's probity or his acumen. And therefore, I don't believe that it is disqualifying under 463-170.
Well, here's the thing. Before we start debating whether it goes to the applicant's probity or qualifications or abilities, we don't know what we don't know. And so the question is, I don't think you're saying that we're prohibited from considering it here. That's because that's not accurate. So the question becomes, is it wise to consider it here when there is no information really that has been vetted, presented, responded to, and the things that we would all look to rely on? So I guess when you say procedurally, how does this work? I think what I'm hearing is you're concerned about going forward today, or you're not concerned about going forward today. What are you getting at on that?
What I meant, of course, not having a legal background, I was just asking if, would this be the normal process where eventually a motion we passed on the suitability of the applicant, Mr. Wooden, on what was presented to us in the beginning, and we will vote accordingly? Or is there some kind of side action being taken because there may be something else that impacts this? And so, again, it's just purely looking for guidance because I am not an attorney. I'm learning from all of you. That's all, Chair.
Okay.
You can proceed today with the application as it's before you regarding Mr. Wooden.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wooden and Ms. Michaels, probably for you. So I'm at the risk of moving in this area, a policy question, not a specific thing. When the Fontainebleau issues credit, is there a procedure called ownership approved? And if so, is that different than a regular credit decision made on a customer?
It's not a procedure. I think that's just a reference to the credit authorizer for the account.
Again, I've not been an operator before, but what does ownership approved mean?
That the ownership authorized the issuance of the credit.
And is that authorization outside a normal credit process that includes AML and BSA and other kind of thing? Does it override the traditional classic credit extending process?
Without knowing the specific accounts in question, there's no way for me to answer
Okay,
that question.
and that's a
Sorry.
good.
And I'm
thing,
not
but-
trying to
But
be
ownership
evasive, I
approved
just-
doesn't mean it's just an override of a process. It just doesn't mean anything.
It
It doesn't mean
doesn't
anything to you.
necessarily mean that it does not.
Well, what does it, I mean,
It could mean that somebody has to actually issue the credit with credit authority within the organization, and different people have different credit authority to different levels. I myself do not have credit authority. And so somebody has to be the credit authorizer that has issued the credit to the customer, and owners obviously have credit authority to issue.
and so just a teachable moment for this commissioner. So that authority exists and it may or may not incorporate more stringent background or regular procedures for credit extension.
All of credit goes through the same process, but credit at higher levels, higher dollar values.
Yep.
Goes through a few more approvals.
And Mr. Wooden, are you involved in those processes as presumably you have authority to do a ownership approved credit extension?
I do have credit approval. I have credit approval at a very high level. And so when it exceeds the level of what the hosts or the player development team might have, I would be the one that looks at it for the very last time and then approve that credit.
Okay, thank you for the insight into the process. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
I do have one, if I may. So, but ownership has credit approval. I mean, the highest level in any organization, particularly all the ones I've worked in, has high credit approval too. They're on the listing. So theoretically, the question, helping Commissioner Krolicki, theoretically, if an owner of an organization then calls whoever one of us is or whoever is in head and says, I've got this individual coming in, I think they're pretty good, you need to put them through the process. I want to see if we can give them credit. I think in any normal hotel, any reasonable CEO, president, or the organization will put them through the process, not bypass the processes for ML, not bypass them, but look into them just as a courtesy to an owner. I mean, so I'm just saying there is, that can happen at the highest levels. It doesn't happen that often, but it can just in an organization, not in this case. I can't speak to that. That's all. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other comments or questions? Okay, so I think there's been a lot said about, what was happening at the Wynn related to Mr. Wynn. Then what was happening at the Wynn related to what we're going to hear about today. And, there's been other cases we've had where people feel singled out, right? And feel like, the buck is only stopping with that particular person and not on other properties. And I guess that what I would say is maybe that was the case before, but it's not going to be the case anymore, at least. I don't think. I can't speak for this whole group, but the way I've been listening to these people day after day after day for 4 years, meeting after meeting, I guess I should say, month after month. So with that said, I'm happy to hear about the kind of change in your thinking and your beliefs about what the culture needs to be and what it should look like and what you're purporting to us it does look like. Those are all wonderful things to hear. That being said, it's not enough anymore to be like, I didn't know, right? I'm the president, but I didn't know. I didn't know about this and I didn't know about that. You got to be in the weeds, right? Not just in the valet, in the weeds these days.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're in the dark and it's a bad place to be when you're here. That's what I would say. Going forward. So that being said, if any of my colleagues have any additional comments or concerns, if someone wishes to make a motion, I feel we're not in a position really to know a whole lot more than we've heard today because we only, because we don't have a fully vetted version of the material that we've had an opportunity to review. I think that puts us in a position to pretty much, in my opinion, disregard it for now. I have to trust that if the board had concerns that it was of such significance or such potential concern, they might have not forwarded this to us with a recommendation for approval. So it doesn't mean that they've made pre-decision or anything like that. I just feel like, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, but you know, if it, you know, if it's not significant or what they're seeing immediately wasn't something that was affected their recommendation here, that gives me some assurances that they at least feel that this is something that can be dealt with the company and any actors as needed going forward from here after today. So I'm comfortable with that. And I'm loath to hold someone before us to some information they don't know what about and they haven't had an opportunity to address. And I don't think that's what the board is anticipating we would do. So for me, I'm ready if someone wants to make a motion to approve because of the fact that I like the answers to all the questions and we haven't been easy on you today. No question, right? And you're going to be in the weeds. I just know it. I just see you in the weeds in the valet. I know that, right? And so I'm comfortable going forward if someone makes a motion. If somebody feels differently, they can speak up and I'm certainly open-minded, but I'm ready to proceed.
I'll make Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. Based on your description of the circumstances that I've just listened to and listening to all of the circumstances, and again, with the scarcity of some knowledge, however, based strictly on what is before us today, which is regarding the licensing of Maurice Wooden, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and particularly as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on the motion.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, I mean, I appreciate the motion. I'm not prepared to support it at this point, only because I don't think we necessarily have all the information. Mr. Reeser, I understand, you know, the process and I understand your explanation as to where we are in the process. I disagree with you on whether these issues, if they turned out to be something, you know, a significance with what the AML issues are relevant to his probity and his business acumen. I disagree with you on that extent that, you know, they're relevant. I believe they are because the allegations in the Wynn matter were that, you know, essentially executives, including potentially this individual, and he said he didn't know about him. That was the allegation based that acts by an owner were being disregarded. I probably because he was in an ownership position that, you know, the rules weren't followed maybe as stringently. If this turns out to be something more where the same thing is happening, that, you know, ownership is overriding procedures, you know, whether it's for nefarious purposes or not, but management is giving into that, then to me, that would be a concern, then that would affect a person's probity. So I'm not prepared to support it for that because I don't think the record is well enough developed for us. I'm not, you know, I don't want to attribute any wrongdoing to Mr. Wooden at this point that, you know, hasn't been found. I'm just not comfortable at this point in supporting it, but I appreciate, you know, him being here and answering the hard questions, and leave it at that.
Commissioner Silver?
Commissioner Solis-Rainey, what about a 2-year limitation? Just because then maybe the investigation would be completed and we would know more about what's going on in our investigative materials.
That I would definitely be supportive of a limited approval because I think that would give the investigators time to an audit chance to finish the procedures. again, I mean, the audit violations, I mean, I lived in the audit world for years, so I know they could become very minor and they could be clerical issues. However, the allegations that are possibly on the table could go beyond that, and that would give us time to resolve that. And I would be happy to support a limited license.
Before anybody moves, or before we have a either vote on the motion that's been made or an amendment to the motion, do you wish to be heard? Because everybody's talked now, except for you.
And this is no disparagement to you. It's just we are aware of information and we can't unknow it. And it's not comfortable for me to move forward with something that, again, not disparagement, but you know, it's still fluid. There's something to find out, like the investigative report's not finished. And, you know, I would, you know, and I think it would behoove you and reputation, all that we just had further information to make sure we're doing it right, especially given the situation of the you know, past few months and the situations we've dealt with for the last year. So I you know, I don't know if it's a limitation on the, you know, on a motion. And again, I want to be completely fair to you. I mean, this you know, something you didn't come in here today expecting is to be a discussion item, but you know, refer back to the Gaming Control Board for them to let them do their work, and we'll get it when it's a bright, shiny day and everything's comfortable. You know, I just don't know procedurally what would be the preferred route, but I can't unknow what I know, and it would just be helpful for, you know, any cloud to be gone, and you deserve that. And for us to do our job as fiduciaries, I think, you know, we need to make sure that our due diligence is complete. So yes, I would like to see some adjustment to the motion or referral back to the Gaming Control Board.
Chair, if I might be heard.
Sure.
So I just think the record needs to be clear. With regard to the investigation of Mr. Wooden's key employee application, this issue was never raised. So the ability to respond to it was eliminated until today. I believe that in all respects, from having dealt with the agents, that the application investigation as to his probity and acumen for this license is complete. I do understand what the commissioners are struggling with. There's a piece of information about the company that has been inserted, and you want to know whether or not that information about the company and its audit reflects somehow on Mr. Wooden. I don't believe that's an appropriate basis for a referral back to staff. I do understand that it could be a grounds for a limited license for 2 or 3 years while you get to the bottom of the audit issue, and you can review independently whether Mr. Wooden was properly apprised or was apprised and didn't. But I also think it's important to understand what ownership override means. It does not mean that you are not following all of the protocols that are required by AML and KYC. And I think that's what Commissioner Marcantonis was pointing out. It means that the owner of the property has overridden a denial of some lower executive's grant of credit. And so an owner, which is not Mr. Wooden, made a decision to grant credit in excess of that amount of credit that Mr. Wooden indicated, which on the facts indicates that Mr. Wooden followed procedure and somebody overrode him following procedure. So I think it's important to understand the context of what you're looking at. It certainly wouldn't be an appropriate basis to referral back to staff If you want to get to the bottom of the audit, then condition for 2 years. Mr. Wooden is, and nor am I, thrilled about that, but he's more than willing to have his reputation, his acumen, and his probity tested.
Well, what I would say is, if he hadn't been the president of the WIN, when all those things were happening in our discipline later today, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So I am in the position to support conditioned license for 2 years. If you choose to amend your motion, if you call for a vote on the motion, I was leaning towards that's what discipline is for later if there's something that we find out. But as of right now, we don't know. We don't know. So, but I don't think it's fair to kind of refer to this like we're looking at this one little thing in a vacuum. It's the big picture, right? It's what was going on in 2014 and what was going on in 2014 again. And there's just this general like backstory. So out of fairness to my colleagues, I do want to make that clear, that I think, and I don't mean to speak for all of you, and if you feel differently, speak up. But if we had found out about this confidential, not confidential investigation alone, and that's it, this might be a different conversation. But because of, kind of looking back and being slightly concerned about how all this was going on and it was unknown, being somewhat encouraged and enlightened by the new approach that he's taking to changing his style and the culture he's taking at the Fontainebleau and what they're doing and how it's different. That's all put me in a space where I'm comfortable with, if I don't know how you feel about your motion, but maybe you could let us know if you're going to amend it or if you want to call for a vote originally on it. What's your preference?
I think that and again, procedurally, I could withdraw the motion. And I sense that our commission is split in various, whatever it is, or I would be satisfied to do a motion understanding that there is some surprising new conversations that have arisen that need to be investigated. I would be fine to amending the motion, conditioning it with a 2-year period, if that is allowed procedurally, and I'm hearing that it is. Is that right, Chair?
Yes.
Is that allowed?
You can amend his motion, right?
Yep.
Yes, and it would be a limitation.
It would be a limitation.
As council indicated, it's a limitation, not a condition by law.
Right. So it's a limited license for 2 years, whereupon presumably, unless there's some significant occurrence, he comes back and they do an updated report, and then there would be the opportunity to give an unlimited license at that time.
Right. Okay, I will say it again as best as I can, and wanting to be fair to the applicant who has sat through this patiently in a very tough afternoon. Madam Chair, I wish to amend the initial motion that I made half an hour ago. I move for an approval of restricted item number 8 with a 2-year limitation, as it was read into the record at the time by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and was recorded at the time, recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Well,
Thank
they
you.
didn't recommend a limitation.
No, I said that, sorry, at the time. I thought that covered it, so if it doesn't, okay, I can start that one again. Okay, so Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 8 with a 2-year limitation, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Merkur, I think that might be backwards. I think you're moving for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Game Control Board, but adding subject to a 2-year limitation.
Legal pickleball. Okay, I'm just trying to figure it out. So that's fine. So maybe you could verbalize it and I could just say, I agree.
Do you want to make the motion, Commissioner Solis Rainey, so we could get moving here?
Yes, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, but subject to 2-year limitation.
Any discussion, any more discussion on the motion as amended? Or as made, excuse me. So wait, technically,
As made.
you've withdrawn your motion. The record should reflect Commissioner Marcantonis withdrew his motion. Commissioner Solis Rainey made her own motion. Any discussion? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
Licensed. See you in a few.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 9?
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Excel Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering and the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg, Nevada Gaming Counsel to Excel Entertainment. We are before you today in connection with an application for a shelf approval. Next to me, to my right, is Derek Harmer, the Chief Compliance Officer for the company. And we have via Zoom, in case there are any questions, Christy Kozlik, who is the Chief Accounting Officer. We provided an affirmative presentation at the board meeting where we outlined how the company meets the requirements of Regulation 16.115 and noted that there were no immediate plans to use the shelf. And the CFO at the time provided an update on the company's financial performance. We don't plan to restate our remarks here, but instead are available for any questions that you might have. Yes, it's draft number 1 dated April 1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
I guess I will ask my fellow commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I might, certainly the presentation, the Gaming Control Board was thorough. We had a wonderful presentation on the financial wherewithal from the former CFO. So at this point, I think it's standard, it's understood, and it's certainly appropriate, and I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
I echo Commissioner Krulicki's comments. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I echo their comments as well.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Well, so you know how this goes. Because of the open meeting laws, we don't get together and chat about anything. So I never know who's going to have questions, who's not going to have questions. There's a lot of interest in what's going on with the companies, even when you're here for something completely different than what you're being asked about. So thank you for sitting here all this time, and you're going to make your flight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Does anyone have a motion?
Practice. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Genting Berhad for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of Peak Avenue Limited for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Genting USA Limited. You also have the applications of Genting USA Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Genting Assets, Inc. It is also the application of Genting Assets, Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of Kong Tan for finding of suitability as a director at Genting USA Limited. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Genting Berhad and its subsidiaries. We are before you today. Next to me is Carlos Castro from Resorts World. And we have via Zoom Kohan Tan. We thank you, Chair Tagliati, for allowing him to appear from Malaysia, where I think it's almost 5 in the morning, but thank you for the accommodation. We appreciate it. We provided a presentation at the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting where we outlined the purpose of the transaction, which is to include a new entity, Genting USA Limited, into the corporate structure. We have distributed a before and after chart, which you likely already had a version of in your report as well. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
And this is, the related order would be draft 1, April 3rd, 2025, right?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We do have the chart showing us the current structure and this the proposed subsequent structure following transfer. So I think it's pretty straightforward, but I'll open it up to my colleagues. Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. I understand what's going on, obviously, with the new structuring, but I had just a couple of questions. So what happened at the May 8th mediation with the lawsuit involving Genting Americas versus REV Bahamas, if you know?
That I don't know offhand, but I'm happy to follow up with you on that.
And well, that won't, yeah, it was just wondering about that because it's in our materials. And also, if you could give us more detail about what happened with the audit divisions, the flex incidents. There's one specifically, there's a slot floor supervisor who had the ability to duplicate employee swipe cards, change PIN numbers, forge signatures. This was on page 14 of our materials.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. I am not aware of that, so that is something that I will follow up with the company on and would be happy to come back with you.
That wasn't confidential either. Okay.
That may just not have made its way through the process yet.
Okay. Okay, well then, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis. Did you have anything?
And good to see you again, Mr. Castro. You too are starting to become a frequent performer on the show. And thank you for being at this time of the day, Mr. Tan, on with us here in Nevada. I don't have any. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. I understood the presentation from the Gaming Control Board and the notes that we have. Thank you. I will be supporting.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thought it was pretty straightforward as well, but I do appreciate you being with us so early, Mr. Tan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Mr. Tan, it's a pleasure to see you virtually. It's always comforting to know that tomorrow is going to arrive for us too. So, it's, all good. I appreciated your conversation, Mr. Tan, to the Gaming Control Board and the candor and there have been some just business issues and success issues and revenue issues. But again, I think you certainly have a stellar team assembled, and congratulations to you, Mr. Tan, for being the first non-family CEO in the Genting family. So, kudos to you and your skill sets and I think you said that you were going to either retire or get a new job. So they didn't call your bluff. I do have a question about Mr. Dixon. So not too long ago, we had in a front row, the Resorts World team assembled. Mr. Dixon, I believe, is now no longer the CEO. He's a senior vice president, but could you explain just this transition, Mr. Castro, if you wanted to, but just again, that was 2 months ago, he was representing in a certain position and that's no longer the case. Could you explain that, please?
Sure, I'm happy to, Commissioner. So Alex Dixon has remained on with the company. He is a senior advisor to the Resorts World Las Vegas board, and he also advises on strategic opportunities for the company. So the Resorts World board has had an opportunity over the past several months to work with the new team and to assemble who they think are great leaders in the company. And they had an opportunity to work with Mr. Castro as well as Mr. Dixon and identify all of the strengths that they bring to the table. And one thing that they identified with Mr. Dixon is that he was doing a remarkable job with working on the company's strategy, with working with vendors, with setting up some strategic partnerships, some of which are not public yet, but he's been doing a great job with those. And they noticed that there was a really great chemistry and leadership approach that Mr. Castro had. And so after discussing that and recognizing those strengths, they thought it would be a good idea to restructure what their positions were. And so that resulted in Mr. Dixon switching to his role, and Mr. Castro is now the president and CFO of Resorts World Las Vegas.
And it's a wonderful explanation. Again, it's you know, a company has a right to make those decisions. I think are optimal for their business. I know we discussed everything from food and beverage to retail operations. I mean, there's a reset going on at Resorts World. And but again, just the fact that 2 months ago a representation was made, it's always nice to see and understand how decisions were made. And congratulations, Mr. Castro, for getting the duties that you've got. And I totally get the driving the enterprise projects and build the strategic partnerships. I think those were the vocabulary words used 2 weeks ago. Now, with all of that, I'm comfortable to support the application. I certainly appreciate the heavy lifting that's been done most recently at Resorts World, you know, from top to bottom. And this application and what it's representing and attempting to do makes total sense. It'll make it better. And that obviously makes Nevada better served, and the employees and the clientele and those things. So I'm happy to support today.
Thank you.
Anything else from you, Commissioner Solis Rainey, before I submit to ask someone for a motion? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'm happy to make a motion for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board pursuant to draft number 1 of the amended order of registration dated April 3rd, 2025.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Dixon still a member of the board?
He's not a board member. He reports to the board.
The new directors are as follows. He was a CEO, a director.
He was just CEO, not director.
So it's an ex officio position on the board.
He is just a senior advisor to the board.
All right.
So not actually on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. That brings us next to Madam Secretary reading in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Genting Bearhead for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, again for the record, Erica Okerberg appearing on behalf of Genting Bearhead. This item relates to the shelf order for Genting Bearhead, which is draft number 1 dated April 3rd, which we believe is in proper form. We provided a presentation at the board meeting where we outlined that the company meets the requirements of Regulation 16.115 and that the purpose for the shelf is to keep it on hand for general corporate purposes. We are, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments? All right. Well, how about a motion?
I can make it, Madam Chair. I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted items held up for discussion. If you could please read in restricted number 1 and 2 together.
Restricted number 1 is the application of JP Papa Inc. doing business as Amore Taste of Chicago for a restricted gaming license and the application of Joseph Papa for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted number 2 is the application of Chai Stadium LLC doing business as Amore Taste of Chicago for a restricted gaming license and the application of Joseph Papa for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
No problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Jennifer Gaynor from J. Gaynor Law here with my client, Joseph Papa. Mr. Papa is the sole owner and operator of 2 restaurants, Amore Taste of Chicago here in Las Vegas with one in Henderson. He has operated these restaurants successfully, one for just over 20 years now, and the second for about 5 years. He realized recently that he could have 5 gaming machines at these restaurants, which is why he has come to you now for this approval. Mr. Papa is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
It's exciting.
Hello.
Well, I mean, it's a change, right?
Sure is.
Yeah. Thank you for being here today and for waiting for us to call your case. We know it's a kind of a long and tedious day, especially if you're in the restricted pile. We have investigation materials for both of your locations. And at this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. So I'll start with Commissioner Silver.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Most of my questions were answered, obviously, at the board because they had a lot of questions for you. I know you said that you have 15 to 20 employees working at both locations, and I was just wondering, how many of those employees would you say have gaming experience to help you out as far as supervising your locations?
A few have expressed that they've worked at gaming bars in the past.
And you're aware that they do have that
Yeah, maybe
experience?
4 or 5. That's about it.
And I know that Chair Hendricks had recommended the 2-year limitation and talked to you about, there's some DAs, old DAs on the commission here. And there was a time that Stuart Bell, our district attorney, did have a policy in place where unpaid markers were sent to the bad check unit. And that's what happened with you at that time in '04. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And you paid that whole back. You said,
In full. Yes.
yeah. Well, I have no hesitation. I think you've been a great businessman with these restaurants, especially through COVID and everything else. So I commend you for making it through, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Of course, I echo that. I loved hearing you speak, Mr. Papa. Tell me the difference, the differences from the demographics for the 2. Are there significant demographic customer differences for the 2?
Not really. They're
Oh.
they're about half an hour apart. Same customer base, basically.
I didn't actually realize they're only about half an hour apart. Okay, so yeah, that would make sense then.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck going forward.
Thank you so much.
And no hesitation in supporting you today, sir.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I just had one question. Is Rebel Sport, what is it? Rebel Slots Inc.? Is that a slot route operator, Ms. Gaynor?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I wasn't sure if, I thought it was, but I wasn't sure if they were that or just some kind of servicing center. So I don't have any other questions. The applications were very straightforward. You have great food, Mr. Papa. I've been at your Sunset location.
Oh, great.
And
Thank you so much for
I
your
always
support.
enjoy it. Yeah, but I'm happy to support it. I don't have anything more.
Thank you.
Good.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Papa, good afternoon. Ms. Gaynor, pleasure. You did attend the compliance seminar, is that correct? Perfect. I'm comfortable. I wish you well. You've certainly shown your business chops, and I'm excited to support your application today, and I wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I will say, I can't remember which one of my colleagues, I think it was Commissioner Silver. I don't remember, I'm sorry. But the ability to keep a restaurant open for 20 years in this town is remarkable. It really is. I can't say enough about that. It's really impressive. Just having been here since 1978, and seeing how we've changed and places, favorite places, you know, close, and you're just like, will I ever recover? But it's really impressive, and obviously I applaud you for that, and I think this is a exciting new change, and I'm going to support the applications. So I just need one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of restricted items number 1 and 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Oh, could I make one comment for the record?
Sure.
Before you vote. We understand the 2-year limitation recommended by the board. We don't believe it's necessary based on his business acumen and how long ago that incident occurred. However, we accept it if that is your will. I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Before we vote, do my colleagues have any appetite for removing that limitation? I was fine either way.
So do you want to leave the motion, have a discussion, and then decide? If you're gonna ask for a vote on your motion, why don't we do it that way? Because Commissioner Silver wants to say something, and then you can do whatever you want to do after you hear
Okay,
from
well,
others.
I made a motion. I thought we were in discussion.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You said I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I didn't know if I needed to amend it. I'm asking if you have any input.
So Commissioner Silver, you wish to be heard? You were gonna say something?
Only that, as what I had stated before, this going to the DA's office was just this new thing that Stu Bell came up with. And it was questionable as far as like legalities on markers being really bad checks and the whole thing. So I know that in the board meeting, you mentioned that, you know, you had just always paid it through the casino before and always worked with the casino. You mentioned Bill Macbeth, who was weirdly my neighbor growing up. I went to high school with them, and that's generally how it was done. And it was really, I don't even know if they still do markers really at the DA's office, having sat in as a senior judge. I don't think I've seen a marker case in a really, really, really long time. So just because I know about that program, I just didn't have any problem if anybody has an appetite to take off that limitation. It wasn't something that we really prosecuted. Everybody paid their markers back generally. And it was just a way to get people to pay their markers back to casinos. So I don't have any problem if that's what the board or if the commission wants to do that.
For myself, I would be inclined to vote in favor of the motion as recommended by the board. So that's where I'm at.
I also support the motion, Madam Chair. There's some other issues and some gambling habits and things that had nothing to do with your business acumen. And that's why I was comfortable with the 2-year limitation.
So unless anybody has anything else, Commissioner Solis Rainey, it's up to you. Do you wish your motion to stand as is and call for a vote? Do you wish to do something different?
No, I'll go ahead and just leave the motion as is.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Raiders Way LLC doing business as Carmine's Pizza Kitchen for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Carmine Vento for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Womble Bond Dickinson, formerly Lewis Roker. I'm accompanied at the podium by the applicant, Carmine Vento. We have distributed some updated photographs that we would like to share with you. These can be marked as public on the agenda. They're not confidential. As discussed at the Gaming Control Board, Mr. Vento is the sole managing member of Raiders Way LLC, doing business as Carmine's Pizza Kitchen. He has approximately 50 years of experience in the industry and has been licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission countless times. Importantly, Mr. Vento has designed his latest restaurant, Carmine's Pizza Kitchen, to boast a modern indoor-outdoor design that has a seamless flow between the interior of the building and the exterior cordoned-off patio. The restaurant is specifically designed to take advantage of the Las Vegas climate and offer al fresco dining to its patrons. The physical building is large. It's over 3,200 square feet, of which 1,825 square feet is available for patron use. The building boasts a state-of-the-art kitchen, contains 76 dining seats, and has a permanent bar with 15 bar stools. The building opens out onto a large cordoned-off patio that is very much part of the overall establishment. The patio is over 2,300 square feet in size. It contains 60 dining seats, heaters, misters, screening, lighting, 6 umbrellas, which are about 12 by 12 feet in diameter, and 2 fixed canopies that are approximately 16 feet by 16 feet in diameter. So these fixtures allow patrons to enjoy the patio year-round, come rain or shine. The food and drink can be served from the interior to the folks outside in the patio, and there's a band that plays on Thursdays and on Friday nights and Saturday evenings in the patio. So in sum, the establishment has more than 4,000 square feet available for patron use, which is well in excess of the 2,500 square feet required under NRS 463161. So as you know, the Gaming Control Board has recommended that Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is eligible for a restricted gaming license. With your permission, I would like to briefly recap why the establishment is eligible and address the concerns raised at the Gaming Control Board hearing. So first, the layout of Carmine's Pizza Kitchen satisfies the plain language of the Gaming Control Act and Nevada Gaming Regulations. That is, neither the Act nor the regulations limit the square footage available for patron use to the interior of a building. Rather, the terms establishment and premises capture the land together with buildings and improvements. And in this instance, the patio is most certainly an improvement on the land. Second, we reviewed the legislative history, which was enacted in 2013, and found that nothing contradicted our analysis. Of note, the purpose of the legislative amendment was to tackle the emergence of slot parlors and ensure that gaming takes place in legitimate bars and taverns where gaming is incidental to the primary business. And in this instance, Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is a legitimate tavern with a physical bar that boasts a full menu of food and has an abundance of dining room seating, both indoor and outdoor. Now, had the legislature intended for the square footage requirement to be limited to the interior of the building, they would have made this clear in the legislation. But they did not, nor was this raised in any aspect of the legislative history that I could find. Third, the application before you today is not new. The Commission has approved other restricted gaming locations where rooftops and patios have been included in the square footage requirement. Fourth, the City of Henderson considered the patio as part of the overall establishment when considering the design review, its compliance with city code and the master plan, and the establishment's eligibility for a tavern license. Of note, the city code requirements and specifications for taverns are extensive, and they mitigate the concerns raised at the board about future applicants possibly conducting the majority of their operations outdoors. And for instance, the city code requires that taverns with 15 gaming devices like Carmine's include indoor dining with seating for at least 75 people. And that's exactly what Carmine's Pizza Kitchen does. Lastly, both the City of Las Vegas, the City of Henderson and the Nevada Gaming Control Board have added license conditions that require Mr. Veno to always treat the patio as part of the overall establishment. In particular, the patio must always remain open and available for patron use at all times the business is open. So to conclude, Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is an indoor establishment with an alfresco identity and style that has been designed to capitalize on the beautiful weather that we get in our great city. Significant capital has been invested into the patio, and it is very much part of the overall establishment. As a result, the square footage of the patio should be included in the calculations of the square feet available for patron use. And importantly, this is consistent with the plain language of the law, the legislative history, the approvals granted by the City of Henderson, the recommendation of the Gaming Control Board, and other applications previously approved by the board and the Nevada Gaming Commission. And with that, we thank you and we're happy to answer any questions.
So Mr. Vento, we have a lot in common. You've been making pizza for over 50 years. I've been eating pizza for over 50 years.
I'm hard of hearing.
I said, you've been making pizza for over 50 years and I've been eating pizza for over 50 years. So we have a lot in common, you and I.
76. This coming February, we're planning a big promotion for 50 years.
Hold on one second. We want you to be recorded and, okay,
sorry.
so talk about, you were about to
This
talk
fif-
about a promotion.
This 50 years, I'm proud to say, I'm planning on a big promotion for 50-year anniversary for for Villa Pizza, which is now Carmine's, I guess. But I want to try to give back to the community what they gave me, and I'm very, very proud of what I've accomplished.
I was gonna say, I haven't just been eating pizza for 50 years. I've lived here since 78 and I've been frequenting your restaurants for many years. So, so thank you for that. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for either you or your attorney, starting with Commissioner Solis Rainey, because you're
Thank you.
right in front of us.
I had a couple questions. Mr. Light, you indicated that there was other locations that were approved where the patio was included. Can you give us more information about that?
By way of one example, I understand that a location was approved that was located in the city of Las Vegas in November of 2021. And that relied on the square footage of its rooftop and its patio to satisfy the 2,500 square foot requirement. That application was actually approved on the consent agenda of both the board and the commission. And so it seems that neither the board nor commission found it necessary to discuss the square footage requirement at that time.
What was the location?
According to my records, I believe it was Taverna Costera, which is located at 1031 Main Street, Las Vegas. And I understand that there has been others, but there is no database that the Gaming Control Board has that will allow you to conduct a public search via the square footage of the restricted locations.
Okay, and you said that was approved in November of 2021?
I believe so, yes, yes.
Okay. Just curious, because I don't recall this issue having been raised at all during my tenure, and I joined the commission in 2019. And I know for all of these restricted locations, we generally get verification from the board that they satisfy all the statutory requirements. And again, I mean, I don't recall mention of having included anything. I was curious as to what the lease included for this property. How's the lease structured?
I'll let Mr. Vento answer that. How is the lease structured? What is included?
It's 3,200 square feet on lease, but I'm allowed to use the patio. Never had a problem with it. We have presently, there's about 60 seating there. We've had weddings outside. We get reservations for other parties, 20 to 40 people constantly. Like I said, right now there's 60 chairs. Actually, there's maybe 80, and we're adding to that, excuse me, when the bar opens up, so it'll be over 100 seats available outside. And from the inside, there is a roll-up door on one side of the restaurant, which has a counter and seating on both sides. And in the bar area, we're doing a roll-up door also to have seating on the patio being served from inside the bar.
Okay, so I understood that the answer to my question was that the lease includes 3,200 square feet, which is the interior of the premises, but you're
Yes.
allowed to use the patio. Is that correct?
There's never been an issue with the patio that I know of.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand what the lease says. So the lease doesn't specifically make the patio use exclusive to you?
Yes,
They just have allowed it.
I'm sorry.
Are you allowed to use a patio?
Yes.
Under the lease?
Yes.
Is it exclusively your right to use that patio?
Yes.
So Mr. Venos responded that yes, he has the exclusive right to use the patio from the landlord. However, what he pays for rent is the square footage, which is the
3,200 square feet.
3,200 square feet
And
interior.
Mr. Light, he indicated both. I understand he said yes, that it's, when you asked him that it was exclusive, he had the exclusive right to use the patio. But he initially said that, they've never indicated any problem with it. Have you actually seen the lease?
A copy of the lease was submitted to the Gaming Control Board, but I haven't read through.
I was just curious if you looked at it yourself. I don't have any other questions. I don't feel that this premises satisfies the intent of the law. I do understand your argument with respect to it not being prohibited by statute. I don't know that it expressly, it doesn't expressly allow it other than to say it's the premises and improvements. That's the only way I can find to stretch it to include it. I just feel, I agree with Chairman Hendricks in terms of this being a slippery slope. Of course, it's a lot, regardless of the amount of improvements, and they're beautiful in this case. And Mr. Kreimine has great experience. He has great food. But obviously, building the improvements that he has included in this other portion of the, in the outside portion are much less cost-wise than it would be, to lease a larger premises. So while he has done it in a nice way and included, he's made it look very nice, and I'm sure it's pleasant to look at. I haven't been there. I just think it opens up a slippery slope that was not intended by the legislature. While, they could have opted to specifically say that it was limited to inside, the legislative history that I looked at didn't show any indication that the outside issue was ever raised. That's not to say that, we can only guess at what the intent was, but given I remember when that issue was happening in the community, and it was with all the Dottie issues and, the fact that they were just opening up these places without a lot of investment, without a lot of offerings in terms of food and beverage. I don't disagree that this, is a much nicer tavern, but I don't believe that it satisfies the statutory requirement. I personally am not comfortable extending it to outside premises, especially, when they're not even part of the lease premises.
I'd like to ask the AG a question. So if some of us feel that the way the construct of this is with fencing, and it's very enclosed, it's both enclosed in the, it's demonstrated by the photos that we've been given here, 1, 2, 3, 5 photos that are public record now, I guess, along with the kind of mapping. Is there a way to fashion approval that conditions approval on maintaining the exact enclosure, the exact, square footage of entrance and exit from the outside, which is very limited, by the way, according to this map here, right? Is there a way to, if we were to consider conditioning it on maintaining enclosure as it is now, or greater, quite frankly, meaning higher, if he chose to do higher fencing, for example, or if he chose to do, you know, I see there's a couple areas of fencing with no foliage, and then there's areas of foliage. If he chooses to put foliage in front of the fencing, you know, if he wants to bolster it, great. But if he reduces it, is there a way to, is that something that we could consider as a condition or not? Just
Yes,
curious.
you can consider something like that as a condition.
Okay, I was just thinking.
And
And
Madam Chair,
because-
just a point of clarification, I don't think I have the same things you do in terms of pictures. Were additional pictures given
Yes.
to us
Can-
today?
can we
And
email
obviously
her?
that's my fault because I'm not there, but.
No, it's not your fault. Can we email her these and then like give us a couple minutes and recall it? Because this could, you know, make a difference for you.
Okay.
So yes, that's a yes.
Mine, it looked pretty open. I mean, I see kind of a pony wall and there's an entrance, but the fact that it's not even part of the lease was something that was giving me pause.
Okay, well, I think you should at least have what we have
Okay.
for the record so that you can see the partitioned, you know, fencing and foliage, and it's above the chair levels, almost, it appears to be above head levels. There is some significant separation between the entity area and the rest of the property. So I think you're actually gonna get, you gotta love technology. Right now, Madam Secretary is screenshotting the photos for you that we have on 8x11 paper and texting it to you.
And while those are being sent, Mr. Vento did raise a good point. When the city of Henderson approved this establishment for a tavern license recently, which requires to have the seating outdoors as well, so they has to have 60 or so seats outside at all times. At that point, the landlord acknowledged that and actually raised the rent to reflect the new tavern license. So the landlord is absolutely fine with Mr. Vento's use of both the interior and the exterior.
The rent, because the place was 3,200 square feet originally. The rent was 2,000, I'm sorry, the front part was restaurant. It was $2 a foot. The back being used as a warehouse was $1 a foot. So when I had to get permission from the city, from the landlord, to approve me having the bar, to approve for the bar license, the landlord, the only way he would do it is he raised my rent in the back part from $1 a foot to $3 a foot, in order for me to have the capacity outside and inside to approve that I could be able to use the patio outside to add the other 60 seats that the city required.
Okay,
And the only way he would do it is by raising the rent, and I agreed to it. So basically the back part, instead of $1 a foot, which was 1,000 or 1,200 square feet, it became to 3 times that amount, because he raised it to $3 a foot just for the back.
okay. Well, I think right now we're just sending the photos so that Commissioner Solisrini has what we have. And in the meantime, while she's looking at that, I didn't mean to dominate. I think that we hadn't gotten past everyone yet. So Commissioner Marcantonis, did you have an opportunity to say anything or ask any questions? Sorry.
I have no questions. This is very straightforward for me. Congratulations on the longevity of your restaurants.
Thank you.
Amazing. And you have sons that are helping you?
Yes.
You
And-
say that with a wry smile. Is the word helping exaggerating?
And my daughter, they are.
Oh, and your daughter.
They are great in the business.
Oh, that's
They
excellent.
were
that you-
raised in the business. They've been in there for 50. We came here in 1976.
Wow.
My youngest son was 6 months. My older one was 2 years old. My daughter was born here. And a lot of times I would say, when somebody would ask me and I would tell them my daughter was born here, at that time they said nobody was ever born here. So that was a joke. So my daughter was born in 1977. And I'm very proud of what I've done in Las Vegas.
Should be, sir.
I adhere only, my business is very important that I accommodate and very important for my service. My biggest, proudest, honestly, and I say this with all my heart, and it makes me so proud. When I came here in '76, most of the kids from Valley High School and Bishop Gorman and St. Anne's, they used to get out for lunch. And they used to come to my place for lunch. So if you figured that time, well, be careful what you're waving at. I'm not gonna say.
Gorman,
But at that time, you
1985,
they were 17, 18
on
years
Maryland
old.
Parkway.
You bring 50 years later, it's 68.
Yeah.
Most of these people come in, and that's my proudest thing that I've really, really, more than the success, and I say this with all my heart, they bring their kids and their grandkids, and they introduce them to me as Uncle Carmine. And just recently, last year, I got a recognition, which is the truth, from all the pizza owners in town at the festival that they have once a year. And I got an award for being the very first pizza place here in Las Vegas. And that comes from other competitors. So I'm very proud of that.
You should be. Do you think
I am.
why are you even here? Do you think anybody in this commission is going to vote against you? But that was a great story, though.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
that.
The intention was to open when end of, is
What's
there
that?
an opening date? You're doing the February, you're doing the 50-year anniversary?
Yes,
Oh, no, May. Obviously, it can't be February unless it's
in
next,
February, come in 26.
February 26.
February 5th, 2026.
Okay.
It'll be
Just
50 years
Note
exactly.
to self, pizza. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank
Happy
you.
to support you, sir.
Can I ask one more question about the fencing before I pass off to others? So looking at the photos and looking at the diagram and looking at your email dated March 24th, 2025, Mr. Light, that was to Mr. Lombardo, the agent. The reference is related to fencing, right? And let's see, there's a paragraph in this email that talks about how it's cordoned off by a fence. Only the patrons of the tavern have access to the terrace. The bar connects both the interior of the tavern and the exterior terrace. Patrons can choose to sit at the bar either inside the building or outside on the terrace. Specifically, there's 15 bar seats in the inside of the tavern where gaming machines would be located and 6 bar seats in the terrace. And so from looking at the photos that you gave us, can you tell us, I don't, you know what they say about assuming, if we see areas of foliage that are, seem to be consistent with the fence height or even higher, is that all fencing all the way around? Except for the planters, for example? Like, I get the planters are open because they appear to be about 1.5 to 2 feet high with plants and trees inside. So you don't have a fence going across a planter. That I understand. But for the most part, it appears to be enclosed by fencing. And this is really important because for those who aren't comfortable with the outside terrace square footage and then others who might make a condition, the details would be important.
So can you explain to the commission the fencing around the patio?
Do you want to use the, I guess what I'm asking is, except for the entrance into the terrace right here, it appears that there is enclosure all the way around, right?
Yes.
And it abuts the building on both sides of the building, right? And so what I'm asking is, except for the planters that are indicated on this diagram, and if you don't have this
Oh,
diagram.
I have a.
Okay, except for the planters that appear to, that are built up concrete with plants and trees, everything else I'm asking you, is that fencing all the way around?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know approximately how high that fence is?
I believe it's close to 4 feet, a little bit over 4 feet.
Okay.
And the fencing was there when I first leased the property, and that was all steel fencing all the way around for just the patio. I added the fake.
The foliage.
Yeah.
looking material.
Yes.
That's
And plus,
very nice.
I had to get permission from the landlord, and I also put in all the lighting up above the covered panels.
And did you add the covered awnings, or were they there as well?
They were there. No, they were already there.
Okay.
I just added more umbrellas to cover areas that those don't cover.
Okay, so looking at this map, at this diagram of the building, are you telling me that except for the entrance that you can come in to the patio from the outside, everything else that we see here on the outside of the terrace is fencing
Yes.
or a planter?
Yeah, they cannot. It's where my patio is, right on the other side of there, there's like maybe a 5-foot drop.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So on the other side, there's no,
No, they
you
cannot
can't
come in
step
from the
there.
other side, right?
Oh, you could step there, but you're gonna hurt yourself.
If you stepped over, you'd fall down and hurt yourself.
Definitely.
5 feet drop.
Matter of fact, we have a few times that kids try to walk near there, and we tell them to get off. We tell the parents that they could fall off. It's a steep drop, yes.
Okay, so you have both a
Matter of fact, I'm saying 5 feet, it could be more than 5 feet.
okay, so what I'm hearing is behind this terrace, there is at least 5-foot drop of elevation,
Minimum,
minimum. So not only is it isolated by a fence, but it's isolated by natural landscape.
yes,
The elevation of the
Yes.
property.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Silver.
I appreciate your presentation. I also appreciate the difference in opinions of some of the commissioners and board members. But when I read NRS 463.161 subsection 2, my reading of the statute appears to be clear. It's clear to me, it's not ambiguous. And so if you look at the plain language of the statute, the establishment does occupy an area comprised of at least 2,500 square feet, which is open and available for use by patrons. And you stated on the record at the board meeting that it's always open and available to patrons. And that, in fact, I believe at the board meeting, you said that if it wasn't used, you'd have to close the whole place down, I guess, because of Henderson Code.
You're correct.
But so the record's been made that, I understand and I appreciate others' beliefs that, well, the policy is this or the intent might be something different. But even if we go past the plain language of the statute and we peeked at the legislative history, there's nothing prohibiting what's gone on here, as to my knowledge, when I read this. So I would be in favor of supporting this. I just don't see, if there's a problem and it's such a slippery slope, to me, the remedy is that the people that are concerned can go to the legislature and have it changed. Certainly anybody can change it. And that's how, in my prior roles, we've decided things, and that's how I would look at it. So I would be in support of it.
Thank you.
Based on my plain reading of the statute.
And how do you feel about my idea about a condition?
Oh, I'm happy to collaborate with you. I have no problem with that.
We're going to collaborate.
This is what we do. I'm happy to collaborate, but what I'm saying is I wouldn't vote against it necessarily because I don't see that.
Got it. Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vento, it's a pleasure to see you today. You're a very appealing figure and we want to find a pathway to yes. And Mr. Light, you were earning your billable hours in all of this. But, and especially as a pizza lover and someone who is trying to provide you a pathway, I do have concerns here. We haven't even talked about the weather yet, and that was a big part of the discussion, but the pictures that were distributed make it even worse to me because you know, if I'm looking at these pictures, you know, there's a lot more outside than there is, you know, than there is cover outside. And so if there's inclement weather, you're shut down. I mean, I don't, you know, I know we've talked about a lot of other things, but I mean, these pictures are actually harmful. You know, I was hoping to see it more enclosed, but you know, as someone, I was part of the legislature. I understand legislative intent. And I think it's a little bit of a reach just because it's not in there doesn't mean it's an indulgement. It's perhaps wasn't considered because you could extrapolate this situation to be a parking lot or other things. And, you know, and again, I know that's not what you're representing. I understand there's a boundary and I understand that the landlord is aware of these things, but you know, this is a gaming issue, not a planning issue, not a land use issue. And if, you know, as I understood the conversations, if you know, for the machines to be inside in the limited space, the entire operation, you know, the patio needed to be open. And I think Chairman Hendrick mentioned the hailstorm the week before this. You know, if there are intense winds or wet weather, I don't know how the outside stays open. And I'm not sure why that doesn't violate what we're talking about and indulging the inside to remain open. So I so want to accommodate you and get to a yes. I think my plain language and just common sense looking at this and how open it is to the elements, I'm really reluctant to move forward today with an approval.
I kind of think this reminds me of North Italia. You know how it's kind of open and the air conditioning's coming out and there's heaters out there and when you have inclement weather and it's windy, people are still there, right? Like, and even in the heat, because a lot of, and I'm looking at, there's an open area here where the, you know, a space for presumably you're cranking that AC and have quite a power bill. And if I'm wrong in the photos, it's depicted in the second photo. Is that open? Look at your
Between the
second photo
building
that you
and
gave us.
out to the patio, yes, there's an opening. And I think there's going to be additional openings when the bar area at the back of the building.
So how many
fully
feet are we
opens up.
talking? How big is that opening?
How big are those windows that roll up?
The ones that go
One roll up, I think it's about 20 something feet.
20 feet.
And the ones that are gonna be installed when the bar opens, it's on both sides of the bar. There's, I think each window is gonna be replaced with sliders. So it'll be approximately 10 feet on each side.
Okay, so out of
There'll be
that,
another 20 feet total with a space in between, basically.
40 feet of open air to your indoor.
I'm sorry?
So total, you anticipate approximately 40 feet open air when your doors are open, right? From the inside to the outside.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't change anything related to rain or inclement weather, but certainly helps the 110 degrees.
And if
a little
I may
bit.
say, just to answer some questions.
Sure.
When being in the restaurants and business all these years, believe me, when it rains, not even the inside, anybody comes out of their houses. And especially with this weather, very rarely does it rain, but I try to accommodate that by, I have the stationary canopies were 16 by 16 feet. But I also added umbrellas, which is another 6 umbrellas that like 12 feet by 12 feet, just to cover the whole area. So if somebody's out there and it starts raining, then they don't have to move, basically. So I'm just trying to cover it in every which way.
And just to add, I believe Mr. Venno told me that each canopy would house at least 4 tables.
4 tables, right.
So, 4 to 5 seats per table. You're looking at least 32 people that are going to be covered under those permanent canopies.
And so when you open so if you go to the third from the last photograph, where it has kind of like a staggered tabletop bar.
Yep.
I'm saying bar, but you know what I mean, just a staggered narrow tabletops.
We have it.
Is that something you're going to do in the 10 feet or no? You're going to have open
This
10
one
feet?
here, it's a roll-up that was already there when I leased the building. It was
Yeah, it's
already
cool.
there.
Yeah.
The landlord, I had to get permission from him to put the counters on both sides of that.
Okay, so
the-
when you have roll-ups that are gonna be 10 feet and 10 feet and two more, is what I'm
No,
asking.
the one that are there right now, that was originally there, it's 20 feet.
Yeah.
It's a roll-up door. But
Right.
the ones I'm installing, because of the structure, I can't put a roll-up door, so we're putting 2 5-foot windows that are gonna be sliding up. So total,
see.
it'll be 10 feet.
I see.
But those are sliders, and the one was there originally,
Is a
that's
roll-up.
a roll-up window.
But what
a
I'm
roll-up
getting
door.
at is, do you intend to do any seating there or table there
On
like
the
you
other
did
side,
here?
definitely.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
So like this,
yes.
I see.
And just for a little bit more info, I depend a lot on that patio, because we do get a lot of reservations. I've gotten 3 weddings of 70 people each time that we've had, we had to accommodate. But since then, we get a lot of requests of families coming in there with 20, 30 people. Just Mother's Day, I had a party there for 50 people outside.
And just
Understood.
to,
I think there's no one up here that is, or Commissioner Solis Rainey, if I may be so bold as to speak for her, that doesn't think your business model, your plan, your use of the space is amazing. I think that's probably a consensus. The real issue is going to be how each person reads the statute and considers it as it relates to gaming, right? So it's bigger than you.
I understand.
just to
Madam
add,
Chair, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
Mr. Light or Mr. Carmine, or I'm sorry, Mr. Vento, you're in one building and there's another building adjacent to it with the patio in between? Is that entire patio yours between the 2 buildings, or are there other businesses in the other building next to you that has
Oh,
a
that's the
patio?
one that's like 5 or 6 feet lower than where I'm at.
I'm
It's a
just looking
drop.
at a Google Earth map because I've been over there. I've been over to the Raiders facility and to the Aces facility. And I just don't remember the drop off. So I was trying to figure out, is that entire patio between the buildings, is that all your patio? Or is half yours and half belongs to the other building?
does this patio, this belongs completely to you,
Right.
to no other,
Right.
to no other
Right.
building?
Yes.
Does any other building have a patio?
The building next to me, which is separate. The building next to me, which is on the north side of me, between my patio and the next building, there's a 5 or 6 foot drop. And they have a similar area like this, but it's some kind of a decoration place that they sell decor and stuff,
Okay.
but they don't use it.
No, that's helped because that's what on the Google Earth, that's what it looks like, that there's something in between, a walkway, but that must be some kind of like flood channel.
Yeah,
That's
there's
probably
like,
why it
yes,
drops off.
yes, it's
Okay.
not a flood channel, it's basically a walkway. It was, I think intentionally, it was done for aesthetics with the trees and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they have some benches there on the other side.
Got it. Okay. No, it's familiar to me now. So thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification.
And just to reiterate, if the patio closes for any reason, the entire business closes. We don't just turn off the slot machines. There's no liquor sales, no pizza sales, closed door.
Mr. Light, what do you consider closing? I mean, if it's just not staffed or if they're not what constitutes the patio closing to you?
Well, I'd ask Mr. Vento, but
I can't think of any reason to close that patio because that's very important to my business.
Yeah.
I need that patio and I need the space because we do use it. On Friday and Saturday nights, like I said, we have live band there and every seat is full. And right now, honestly, we don't even have enough seats. We have customers waiting for seating. So that patio is very, very important to the business. I don't see no reason for closing it. Other than the landlord said, no, you can't use it no more, take it away, then yes, then I would have to close the restaurant. The bar area, yes, I'd be willing to do that. But I don't see, it's a question I can't answer right now because I don't see any way that that patio would ever disappear.
No, I appreciate it. I just, when we were discussing the patio closing, I just wasn't sure what you were envisioning
Yes, I
in
understand.
saying that. So thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments for counsel or his client, the applicant? Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say in light of all the comments that have been made and the questions that have been asked before?
We would be happy to entertain a condition that says that the perimeter, the fencing around the perimeter of the patio has to be maintained in its, current specification, or better, for as long as the business has a gaming license. We would be fine with that.
And the condition that the terrace would have to remain open,
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. Yep,
because if
Well,
there was any
absolutely
closing of the terrace, you'd need to notify the board immediately.
correct. Yes.
I see. Okay, so that's an offer of the applicant that has been made. So understanding there's different opinions, I think, on this, I will defer to someone to start the discussion with a motion, and then we can go from there, I think. Does anyone wish to make a motion? Or maybe I'll make the motion. I move to approve. I move to approve this agenda item restricted for with the following conditions. One, that the licensee maintain all fencing and enclosure as it stands both in square footage of width and height, and that there be no alterations to reduce the width or the height of the enclosure without advising the board. I guess I shouldn't say that part. Just
Can I
without
just,
reducing it.
before you might have to reword it, but can I just, two things. Number one, it's restricted 3.
3.
Yeah.
I listened to George.
And
That's what I
also
get.
there is a regulation that addresses these, that says 2 things, that they have to maintain everything as it is when it's approved by the commission. And if they don't, then it would be a material change, which would be an unsuitable method of operation. So let me be specific. If they require a zoning change, which in this case would be from the city of Henderson, potentially with regard to seating, that would be a material change that they could not do without approval of the board chair or the chair's designee. Also, if they change or alter the amount of square footage available for use by patrons, or the configuration or detail of the bar or restaurant from that which was required to be met by law or regulation. So the items that are listed in NRS 463161 must be maintained as they were at the time of adoption. So if anything changes, then that would be without approval by the board chair, that would be an unsuitable method of operation.
And does that include fencing, you think?
I think you would need to specifically do your condition on fencing, but otherwise, as far as the patron square footage, the number of seats that are required by the zoning requirements, those things are already satisfied by the regulation as it stands.
Okay, and so just for clarification, when I make this motion, what I'm talking about is the entrance from outside to the terrace can't be any bigger. I mean, you literally have to keep it the way it is. That is what is being intended by this motion. In addition to the language of the regulations that you can't, I'm hearing I don't need to make as part of the motion anything to do with closing the terrace because that is already covered, right? Because that would affect the number of seats.
That's correct. But there is, as part of the board's recommendation, a condition that the patio remain open. So you could leave that as is.
Okay, so it would be, my motion is to approve the restricted item number 3 as recommended by the board with added conditions, including to maintain the amount of square footage of fencing. Number 1, both height and enclose and width of the enclosure. Number 2, that you not enlarge the entrance from outside the building to the patio, meaning whatever we see in these photos for people to come onto the patio from outside the building stays the way it is, size-wise and width-wise.
Yes.
And height, all the enclosure, is what I'm saying.
Cannot change.
Cannot change.
No.
Not without approval. I think that's my motion.
Okay, maybe we should take a 5-minute break so I can craft that into something that can be placed on the license.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So want to give us a few minutes?
Thank you.
How's it? So that coincides with the court reporters getting a break too, along with us. So we'll do that 5 minutes-ish. Okay, we're back on the record. Commissioner Solis Rainey, are you there? And is the court reporter around? Great. She's amazing, by the way. Love her. She's a silent, unseen hero. And we don't thank her enough for all she does for us and how she works her fingers to the bone. We appreciate you.
Love and hugs. Us.
Yes. Okay, so we're back on the record. All commissioners are present. I am going to restate my motion. So I am making a motion to approve restricted number 3 as recommended by the board with the added condition that the fencing and ingress and egress to the terrace must be maintained as presented at the time of the approval of the license and may not be altered in any way. That is my motion. And I'm not going to include any other conditions in light of what our AG told us about the regulations. I think it's covered. And so, just for the record, the reason I'm making this motion is because we have established that there is fencing that abuts the building, that there is a very nominal ingress and egress, that fencing exceeds 4 feet in height, that the only spaces for which there is not a cordoned off terrace specifically used by the licensee is a planter that is concrete and raised with plants and trees. There is a natural partition behind the fencing of a drop of 5 feet. And there is soon to be 40 feet of open access between terrace and building. And so, so those are the reasons I'm doing this, in addition to, I don't think it violates the statute. I mean, I think what Commissioner Silver says is well taken, as if this isn't what we want, then we need to change the statute, right? And so if we are comfortable that what's intended, what we think was intended, is being respected, and I think that's where the difference is going to be today on the vote. But for me, I'm comfortable with it, so I'm making the motion. Discussion on the motion. Okay, then I'll just call for a vote. All in favor? I'm just gonna say, because I don't think it's gonna be unanimous, I'm going to vote aye. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Aye.
Commissioner Silver?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Nay.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Nay.
Okay, you've been approved.
Thank you.
Because you just did that. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Coretus Ventures 5 LLC doing business as Summit Tavern for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Daniel Coretus for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Victoria Noam with the law firm Greenberg Traurig. We represent Coretus Ventures 5 LLC doing business as Summit Tavern. Here with me today is the applicant, Daniel Coretus, and my co-counsel, Erica Okerberg. At the board meeting, we provided a brief affirmative presentation about the location and corporate structure. Because you've all had a chance to watch the board meeting, Mr. Coretus would like to provide a very brief overview for the commission.
Thank you so much for being here and for your patience.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, and everyone else today. It has been a long day, but so I've been here, a number of times for the past 20 years. I think it's probably my 7th time in front of the board. I own Lucky's Lounge Taverns, which I sold back in 2023 to Golden. This is my newest tavern, Summit Tavern, and I'm going to be the key employee managing operator of the business. One thing that my attorneys wanted me to notify you guys, I did register for the restricted license compliance seminar in June. Figured it doesn't hurt to do a little refresher course.
Excellent. Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Open it up to my colleagues. Commissioner Kurlicki, any questions?
No, I don't. I'm happy to support the application. I wish you well, and you're certainly equipped and ready to proceed. So I'm happy to support and glad you're taking the compliance seminar.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Silver, Marcantonis, anything else?
Thanks, Mr. Corredes, for being here. I think I noticed in the Gaming Control Board, did you have a specific opening dates or range for anything specific or no?
July 1st is,
Okay, that's
is
And you're on
target, the
schedule?
target, yeah. That's what I'm,
good.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to open.
Thank you.
Thank you. I watched the board presentation. Yours is very straightforward and I wish you the best of luck. I'm happy to support it.
Do you offer pizza?
I do. I'm gonna see Mr. Vento and get some recipes from him, yeah.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I'm also happy to support the application. I think it's pretty straightforward.
All right. Well, at this time, then I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 4 as read to the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner,
Sorry about that.
no worries. The record should reflect that it was unanimous. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 6?
Restricted number 6 is the application of Humbug LLC doing business as the Occidental for a restricted gaming license and the application of James Marsh for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put on the record that because of my longstanding friendship with Attorney Bruce Leslie, who represents Mr. Marsh, I do not feel I can be fair and impartial in this matter, and our friendship materially affects the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in this situation. So accordingly, I recuse.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Bruce Leslie appearing on behalf of Humbug and Mr. Marsh. Mr. Marsh is sitting next to me here and I introduce them to you. We have no formal presentation. I do have an update from the time between the board meeting and now. Mr. Marsh just advised me that he has obtained the licenses from Esmeralda County, and so that's not a event that has yet to occur that would allow him to open. Like I said, I don't have any formal presentation. Whether Mr. Marsh might have something to say, I can't speak to.
Nothing really to say. I don't want Brian Kurelke to say anything about our wild days years ago, but I won't say anything, Brian, if you want.
Oh, please go ahead, sir.
No.
I guess to add some color, I could say that Mr. Marsh was first licensed in the late 70s when he was the first car dealer that had slot machines at the dealership.
I was the only car dealer in the world that ever had a gaming license.
It's the only machine that worked on the lot.
Oh, that's brutal. Okay, well, good news. I think you're headed to yet another license. Does anyone have any questions?
No.
Does anyone have a motion? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
just have to.
Let me
Jim
give you a
Jim
little-
Marsh, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Oh,
You
Brian,
are
it's been a
not
long time.
only familiar with the history of Nevada, you often are living through it and a part of it. The times in Goldfield and Tonopah and the Santa Fe and going to Belmont, Jim Butler days,
Yeah, exactly.
you would open up the Belmont Saloon, and it was just an extraordinary. And for those who love Nevada and rural and the very essence of it, you represented it and were a proprietor for most of it. So it's always a pleasure to see
Brian,
you,
let me
sir.
ask you, whatever happened to Bob Seal?
I had lunch with him last week. He's
Uh,
doing
where's
just
he living
fine.
now?
Pardon me?
Where's he living?
He's in Reno.
Where?
He's in Reno.
Reno? Okay, thank you.
I think he still drives that car you sold him, but I won't tell you what the repair bills have been.
Let me give you a little history of the what I've done here. The lady about 12, 15 years ago, by the name of Ruth Anderson, and she was a blasting contractor for mines and had done very well. And she came into Goldfield and was spending money like a drunken sailor. And she was buying all kinds of property there and this and the other. She bought the Northern Bar, which is a little bar there in Goldfield. And she added on to it a restaurant behind, which seats 50, 60 people. And it was a first-class restaurant. She brought a sushi from Las Vegas up to run it. Well, Goldfield won't exactly support a restaurant of that caliber. But anyway, she spent about $800,000 on this property. She brought the back bar, imported it from Europe. And the place itself looks like something out of a upscale San Francisco restaurant and bar. And she left town years ago, and it's been closed for probably 10 years. But it's as you walk in it, it's just almost like you walked away and left it yesterday. The tables are still set, the kitchen equipment is there, the back bar is there. It's really a class operation. And I one time a year or so, we got a wild hair to buy it, and it was she'd had it on the market for some time and hadn't been sold. So that's how I happened to get involved in buying this one. Does Goldfield need 3 bars? No, the answer is no. But I wanted to get this one back in operation and preserve it before it deteriorated. So that's one of the reasons why I've got it. The Occidental is my niece is lives in Buffalo, Wyoming. And I stopped in a few years ago to see her. And in Buffalo is this old hotel called the Occidental. And it's like going back in a time warp, back in the 1800s. And I kind of looked into how we got the name of the Occidental. And back in the 1800s, many towns had the name of the Occidental. It was kind of, with the classic hotels were more Occidental. So I changed the name from the Northern Bar to the Occidental. So that's kind of the history of it. It's a beautiful place, and hopefully that mine that's right outside, you realize they moved the highway out of Goldfield. They spent $30 million, the mining company, to relocate the highway so they could put this big open pit mine there. And it's like every other mining thing they've been talking about opening for years. And of course, I kind of speculated that it may be opening, and if that's so, it's going to have a real impact on Goldfield. So it could be a very viable property if and when that mine ever opens.
Thank you for that. It's always great to have you here and to hear all the history you bring. And what a great property and what a great thing for you to do. I think we all support it. It's a no-brainer. And at this time, do you have a motion?
I do have a motion, and I'm delighted to learn your middle name, Mr. Marsh. Reimers. We'll have to tease about that one later. But I would like to make a motion to approve restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and the record should reflect it was unanimous with the abstention of Commissioner Silver, who recused.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Brian,
you.
the Reimers was my mother's maiden name. They also came from Germany.
It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 7?
Restricted number 7 is the application of Silver Crossing LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Silver Crossing Gas Station. It is also the applications of Nachetar Singh and Jaswinder Kaur for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Okay, so we should have the applicants and I see you there in Carson City. Hello, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
And then
Hello, good afternoon.
Do we have Mr. Donato via Zoom?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here with the applicants joining us from Carson City. Mrs. Carr and Mr. Singh, we appreciate the opportunity to allow them to appear via Carson City and for me to appear via Zoom. We did have a discussion at the board meeting. Essentially, this is an existing convenience store that the applicants acquired in 2017. Since that time, they've been operating the gaming under a space lease agreement. And this application is for them to now participate in the gaming revenue under the slot route operator's license. The gaming license will remain in the slot route operator's name, and they're only going to participate in the gaming revenue. And they also took the restricted license seminar on April 15th of 2025. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating today and being here and waiting so long. We appreciate that. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions for you. It's pretty straightforward. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have any questions. I thought it was pretty straightforward as well. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Marcantonis.
Very straightforward and no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Yes, straightforward, and I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
No questions, Madam Chair.
All right. In light of that, then, does anyone have a motion?
Yeah, certainly, Madam Chair, I'll do it. I move for approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none, oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the record
Thank
should
you.
reflect Commissioner Solis Rainey did indicate a positive vote. So there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. At this time, Madam Secretary, if you could read in restricted numbers 10, 11, and 12.
Restricted number 10 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 463 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 464 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 465 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on these items.
So at this time, I would incorporate by reference the recusal documented and previously made during the the restricted consent agenda. And so I will be recusing and not participating in this matter, and Vice Chair Kralik will hear this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's proceed on restricted items number 10, 11, and 12. Ms. Jett? Is that correct?
Good afternoon.
And I know Mr. Donato is with us as well. I want to make sure I know who's sitting in front of us today.
Good afternoon. For the record, Yana Haas, Jet Gaming, VP of Regulatory Compliance.
Perfect. So Mr. Donato, would you like to present
Yeah.
these items briefly, please?
Just want to give you a quick update from what's happened since the board meeting. So on May 13th, the locations did change over and change ownership, and Terrible Herbs is now operating all 3 locations. The prior SRO removed their machines from the locations, and Terribles Gaming has installed their machines. They are not activated right now. If approved today, we will move forward and activate the state gaming license and provide the city of Las Vegas a copy of the approval letter from the state so that we can activate the city license. Once we have all gaming licenses in place, then the machines will go into operation. So with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. And I think in the Gaming Control Board, you represented that this would all happen around May 30th. Are you ahead of schedule or you're on schedule given these other items that need to be finalized?
May 13th was the date. They changed ownership, and we anticipated a 2-week time frame to install the new machines, which would put us on track. We're hopeful that we can get the city license today or tomorrow. And then operate the machines shortly thereafter.
Good. And the cameras have been installed?
Yes, they have been.
Yes. Yes is the answer. And And Ms. Haas, do you have anything else to add to the presentation?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, I'll start on the far left. Commissioner Silver, do you have any questions or comments on items 10, 11, or 12?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
None. I think when you mentioned the cameras, we're talking about the condition that's put down for the Montecito Parkway location. That's correct, right? And you're comfortable with that?
That is correct. I actually went personally in every single location on Tuesday and we have proper coverage.
Oh, thank you. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Solus Rainey? We can't hear you.
No.
There you
Hello?
go.
Okay, I didn't have any questions. Thank you. It would seem pretty straightforward to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I do agree, this is all straightforward. Thank you. And Mr. Donato, you always do a superb job for your clients. Any further comments, questions for Ms. Haas or Mr. Donato? I'm hearing none. Motion would be in order.
All right. I would move for the approval of non-restricted items 10, 11, and 12 as read to the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Thank you for the motion. Commissioner Silver, any questions on our motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion's carried unanimously, but noting that Chair Tagliati has recused herself on the item. Congratulations.
Thank you. We'd like to thank Senior Agent Wilson for all her work on these applications.
All right, that brings us, Madam Secretary, to our next item.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Wynn Las Vegas LLC, case number 24-16. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Commissioner Silver?
Do I have that down incorrectly? My apologies. We do not have a recusal on this item.
No recusal. I think she just, I don't. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Nona Lawrence with the Attorney General's Office here on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. I do have a presentation today. Before that, I would like to let Ms. Okerberg make her introductions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Wynn. Here with me today, who will speak with you on behalf of Wynn Resorts, we have Phil Satry, who is the Chair of the Board, as well as an ex officio member of the Compliance Committee and a member of the Nominating and Governance Committee and Audit Committee. We also have Omar Khoury, who is the Chief Global Compliance Officer. And from Kirkland and Ellis, we have Brian Benchikowski. And present in support of this settlement, we also have in the audience Jackie Crum, the General Counsel, Eric Aldrian, the Chief Litigation Counsel, two of the Independent Compliance Committee members, Tom Peterman, as well as Cynthia Kaiser Murphy. And we also have the former General Counsel of Wynn Resorts, Ellen Whittemore, who of course was integral in many of these items that we're going to talk with you about today. With that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. Before you, for your consideration, is a settlement between the board and the respondent, Wynn Las Vegas LLC. The board is recommending this settlement, which would resolve a 6-count complaint against respondent that was filed contemporaneously with the stipulation for settlement. With your permission, Chair, first, I will review the allegations of the complaint. Second, I'll summarize the terms of the settlement. And finally, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
This complaint primarily arises out of a September 2024 non-prosecution agreement, or NPA, entered into between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Wynn Las Vegas LLC. The NPA is included with the board's complaint. Through the NPA, the federal government agreed not to prosecute the company for violations of federal law related to unlicensed money transmitting businesses, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting. In return, the company forfeited funds and agreed to strengthen the AML program. Wynn Las Vegas was not fined by the federal government. The primary violation that was the basis for the NPA is 18 USC section 1960, which primarily applies to money transmitting businesses. Typical money transmitting businesses include Western Union and MoneyGram. In this case, the money transferring businesses were independent agents and other third parties who failed to register and failed to fulfill their BSA AML obligations. Although there were elements tied to BSA AML in this case, the violations do not revolve around the AML violations by Wynn Las Vegas. Notably, there is no allegation that money was laundered through Wynn Las Vegas. Wynn Las Vegas was implicated in this case because it was involved and accepted money from, involved with and accepted money from the unregistered money transmitting businesses. The NPA contains facts agreed to by the board and company, agreed to by the company and relate to the actions and failures of employees in relation to unlicensed money transferring businesses and improper transfers of international money to the Wynn Las Vegas. The NPA also details how a few employees at Wynn Las Vegas allowed proxy betting, allowed money transfers to possible politically exposed persons, retained large sums of patron cash in employee offices, and distributed monies to patrons without the appropriate BSA AML analysis. The summary of the facts that Wynn Las Vegas agreed to include Wynn Las Vegas acting through its employees and agents and through its affiliate companies' employees and agents conspired with various third parties to conduct certain activities of unregistered money transmitting businesses in violation of 18 USC. The subject money transferring businesses failed to register with FinCEN and failed to maintain adequate BSA AML compliance programs. Over the course of the conspiracy, Wynn Las Vegas, through its employees and agents, implemented various independent manners and means in order to transmit value from one geographic location to another outside the conventional system. It was of significance to the board that Wynn Las Vegas conducted an investigation into these matters starting in 2014 and terminated all employees and agents who were involved or implicated in the improper conduct from which the violations arose. Turning now to each of the individual counts. Count 1 relates to the conspiracy between Wynn Las Vegas and individuals who transmitted monies to Las Vegas without being registered as money transmitting businesses. Count 2 relates to international money transfers to Wynn Las Vegas, which included individuals from Latin America that deposited funds into a Wynn-controlled bank account. Count 3 relates to a proxy betting practice where Far East hosts at Wynn Las Vegas knew about and allowed patrons to place bets for others who were unable to wager using their own identities. Although it appeared the host knew what was occurring, the dealers and other employees did not, because the majority of patrons communicated orally and in writing in a foreign language. Count 4 addresses the transfer of monies from international patrons that should have been disallowed if Wynn Las Vegas used all available information. Count 5 relates to a Wynn Far East casino host holding cash in his desk for a patron that won while gaming at Wynn Las Vegas and later distributing some of that cash to the patron's associates without proper AML scrutiny to determine if there was an appropriate relationship between the parties. Count 6 relates to the activities of Far East casino hosts giving various patrons information on how to acquire cash from money processors that were unlicensed to transmit monies under 18 USC section 1960. Moving on to the settlement. The violations alleged in the board's complaint address activities from several years ago. Although the violations are significant, the board took into account several factors, including Wynn Las Vegas kept board agents apprised throughout the 10-year federal investigation. There was not clear guidance from FinCEN on this specific issue for casino operators. The fact that this was not a traditional AML BSA violation, and also the amount of remediation that Wynn Las Vegas undertook, including Wynn Las Vegas no longer employs or is affiliated with the individuals who were implicated or involved. Ultimately, the violations warrant a substantial penalty and appropriate remediation. Those goals are reflected in the stipulated settlement that is before you for approval, where the board and the respondent, through their good faith negotiations, have agreed to the following. The respondent admits the allegations of the board's complaint. Respondent has agreed to pay a fine of $5.5 million. In addition, respondent agrees to a number of conditions on respondent's gaming approvals. These conditions are: the respondent shall maintain the core elements of its AML program that are currently in place, and they shall be revised and enhanced as necessary to comply with applicable laws, and there shall be annual updates and reviews to the AML program. Additional details about those core elements are also reflected in the NPA under the attachment entitled Compliance Addendum. The respondent shall maintain all employee training records for a period of 5 years. Respondent shall maintain AML training materials for all independent agents and shall furnish those materials to new independent agents within 10 days of contracting with the company. Wynn Las Vegas's internal audit team shall evaluate its compliance with its AML program and submit the report to the board and commission within 120 days of completion. The respondent shall provide the board and commission with copies of any internal or external independent audits within 5 days of completion. Any material amendments to Wynn Las Vegas's AML program must be submitted to the board chair for acknowledgement. Respondent will maintain an appropriate number of AML employees. The respondent shall provide the board a copy of its updated risk assessment within 5 business days of completion. The respondent shall notify the board chair of any material amendments to its third-party payment policy. Respondent shall provide the board with notification of the completion of its look-back review. The board also allowed the settlement to reflect the mitigation and remediation efforts that respondent has implemented, and I anticipate Ms. Okerberg will be reviewing those for the commission. Those are the terms of the settlement, and that concludes my presentation. The board is requesting the commission's approval for this settlement. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have or to pass this on to Ms. Okerberg for her comments, whichever you prefer.
Why don't we have the full presentation and then I'll open it up for questions? Is that okay with the commissioners? And then you can just fire at will later.
Thank you very much. Chair Tagliotti, we are before you today to ask this commission to approve the settlement as entered into and negotiated between the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Wynn Las Vegas. We do have an affirmative presentation. What I would like to do is start with Mr. Satry, who would like to speak with you about the company's commitment to compliance. Mr. Satry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliotti and commissioners. For the record, my name is Phil Satry. I've been with Wynn Resorts since the summer of 2018, but I have appeared before this commission on many occasions over the last 40 years. Most recently, though, in my capacity as the chairman of the board. I joined the board in 2018 during a very turbulent time, and along with the rest of the board members, sought out to enhance our corporate compliance initiatives, as well as to resolve legacy matters that began before we joined the board. As you've seen, this matter relates to some historical conduct, having started back in 2014. The Wynn legal team updated Wynn's board and the compliance committee on the status of the federal investigation, as well as the results of their own internal investigations along the way. And I know they updated the Gaming Control Board over those years as well. The resolution of the federal investigation back in September was an important step in resolving remaining legacy concerns, and we're looking forward to closing this chapter. Wynn is very disappointed in the conduct described in the complaint. It was and it is unacceptable. The company accepts responsibility as memorialized in the stipulation. And as you will hear shortly, Wynn conducted a full investigation with outside counsel, engaged independent experts and law firms to review its AML compliance program, and implemented exemplary policies and procedures. Since I joined the board in 2018, many things have not changed about our company. We have continued to deliver the superior products and premier service to our customers, and we remain the most recognized luxury operator in this industry. But some things have changed. Most importantly, the tone from the top. As a company, we believe that a commitment to excellence should be exemplified at every level with all of our constituents, our guests, our employees, our community, and our regulators. And this commitment to excellence starts with the board of directors and the senior management of the company. And things have changed for good. We have created an environment where our employees feel safe, can come forward without fear of reprisal, and feel protected by the company. I have personally attended new hire orientation so that at that point of first contact, our employees know that the board stands behind this commitment. We have just finished celebrating 20 years of Wynn Las Vegas. Throughout our celebrations, the board and the senior management have demonstrated our appreciation and our care for our employees. Our tone from the top is also exemplified in our compliance program. I personally attend every compliance committee meeting, along with other ex officio board member, and report back to our full board of directors. Omar Khoury, our chief compliance officer, will speak with you shortly on some specific measures, but I'd like to speak with you about our view on compliance and the evolution of our compliance function. Since the federal investigation began in 2014, Wynn has implemented sweeping changes, especially during the tenure of my fellow board members who joined us in 2018 and later. These include significant structural commitments and enhancements to leadership, to the establishment of a fully independent compliance committee, and the ongoing modernization of our compliance policies. The board members received regular updates and training from our chief compliance officer. They were all designed to reinforce a compliance-first mindset throughout the organization. Wynn's approach to building a strong culture of compliance has not only evolved in scope, but has become deeply embedded across our departments, in our employees, and in the way we conduct our business every day. At Wynn Resorts, compliance isn't just a requirement, it's a commitment to do the right thing every time, every day, at every level of the organization. Our team understands that compliance is a collective responsibility and that each employee plays a critical role in maintaining the integrity and the effectiveness of our compliance program. We believe in excellence with integrity, and this philosophy drives the actions of our company throughout. We appreciate the work of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and thank the Nevada Gaming Commission for their time to consider accepting our stipulation of settlement. With that, I will turn it back to Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satry. Now what I'd like to do for the commission is share a little bit of background and context to help view the stipulation before you. There are many key terms in there, but of course, one of the material terms relates to the monetary amount for the fine, which in this case is $5.5 million. As the commission is aware, settlements are the product of significant negotiations, many months of discussions back and forth, and as Ms. Lawrence mentioned, good faith negotiations on the part of the parties involved. This was certainly no exception. There were many factors that went into determining what would be an appropriate amount, which we believe that this is, but I'd like to share a few just for your reference and for purposes of the record. First, as Ms. Lawrence indicated, and as I will speak about a bit more in a moment, the case before you today is not a Bank Secrecy Act case. Additionally, this relates to legacy historical matters. As you've heard, the company conducted their own internal investigation. The company also kept the board apprised and engaged in significant disclosure with the Nevada Gaming Control Board throughout the pendency of the federal investigation. Additionally, as you've seen in the stipulation, and as you'll hear some more examples today, the company has undertaken exhaustive remedial measures to address these matters and to fill any perceived gaps that may exist in policies and procedures. So with that, I mentioned that this is not a Bank Secrecy Act case. I mention that because while there have been other matters before the commission as of late that had direct relationships to Bank Secrecy Act and AML matters, what's before you today is not that. The NPA does not allege that Wynn Las Vegas violated the Bank Secrecy Act. Rather, as Ms. Lawrence described, it actually relates to 18 USC Section 1960, which again is for certain businesses who engage in money transmitting. They are required to obtain licenses as money transmitters and comply with certain requirements for reporting and for having a program in place. Wynn itself, interestingly, is not subject to 1960, but rather is subject to the Bank Secrecy Act. Therefore, in this case, you look to whether there are any third parties who have done business with Wynn. As you've seen in the NPA, which is the basis for the complaint, that was the case here. There were certain independent agents and third parties who had engaged in money transmission, and the Department of Justice found that those individuals did not have the requisite licenses and did not have the requisite reporting programs in place to follow the requirements of the law. Therefore, in this particular case, it was determined that Wynn was culpable for the conduct. Now, part of the reason for that is not only that they had contracted with certain of these independent agents, but also because there were a few employees who either were aware of or in some circumstances participated or facilitated the independent agents and third parties in the transmission of these funds. Accordingly, Wynn has taken responsibility for that, both in the non-prosecution agreement and in the settlement before you today. In the context of the NPA, Wynn's responsibility relates to conspiracy and aiding and abetting for that section 1960 that I mentioned. An interesting point to note for the commission is that to our knowledge, this is the only public case that has applied section 1960 to casino independent agents. So this was a somewhat novel view at the time, and it does exist and is obviously now on the record at this point. With that, I would just like to note to clarify, or rather to emphasize a point that Ms. Lawrence made. All of the individuals, the 6 employees and 3 independent agents who were involved in the conduct described in the NPA and in the complaint are separated and are no longer with the company. I would now like to turn it over to Mr. Benchikowski, who will help speak with you a little bit in more detail about the matters in the NPA, which again form the basis of the complaint.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. My name is Brian Benchikowski, and I'm a partner with the Kirkland & Ellis Law Firm in Washington, D.C. I've also held several positions in government and law enforcement during the course of my career, including most recently as the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division at Main Justice in Washington. I've been compliance counsel for Wynn since approximately July 2014, except for the few years when I was at the Justice Department. I was originally retained to review and revamp Wynn's AML program, given the shift taking place in the gaming industry following the 2013 Las Vegas Sands non-prosecution agreement, and given efforts by then Director Shasky to elevate casino AML compliance enforcement within FinCEN, but without much specific guidance from that agency about what it expected from casinos. With Kirkland's help, WIN issued a revamped AML program in September of 2014, but the work didn't end there. WIN then retained compliance experts with the McGuire Woods law firm to review the new program as well, and thereafter retained the Skadden law firm to review McGuire Woods's work. Although this may appear to be regulatory and legal overkill, the result of that hard work was a much clearer and stronger AML program that still serves as the foundation of the company's current Title 31 program more than 10 years later. As is the case with any compliance program, there are times when a small handful of individual employees are able to engage in isolated activities that violate company rules and policies, and sometimes even the law. That's what's happened here, and as Mr. Satry said, WIN is very disappointed in that conduct and takes full responsibility for it. It's important to keep in mind, though, that the conduct that formed the basis of the NPA was isolated, was engaged in by a small number of employees, that much of the forfeiture amounts arose from conduct that occurred quite a long time ago, and all of it has been remediated. The responsible individuals have been separated, and WIN's compliance program has been updated and improved where necessary to ensure that the same conduct will not happen again. In fact, the federal team that investigated WIN throughout this investigation referred to WIN's compliance program as robust. Also importantly, WIN received 2 letters of commendation from the director of FinCEN for its BSA reporting activities during this same time period, which FinCEN acknowledged was critical to FinCEN's prosecutorial success in bringing Title 31 cases. So if I could, I'd like to provide a very quick overview of the NPA. You've heard from Ms. Okerberg and for counsel for the board. But as they both noted, the NPA alleges, and WIN has agreed, that WIN, acting through its employees and agents, conspired with third parties who operated unlicensed money transmitting businesses in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1960. That statute requires entities that operate money transmitting businesses to obtain a state license to do so. What that means here is that WIN employees and others agreed to facilitate in a variety of ways money transfers by these third parties who are running these unlicensed businesses. Speaking for one more moment about the resolution, important and nuance about how 1960 cases are typically resolved is that the government focuses on forfeiture of the value of the transactions that flow through the entities, not necessarily the amount of profits that are derived from those transactions, which had been the focus of past casino resolutions. So the amount associated with this NPA, $130 million, may seem outsized, but it's consistent with the way the Department of Justice treats these type of 1960 cases when dealing with other financial institutions. As Ms. Okerberg mentioned, this is a unique situation in that it's the first time that Section 1960 has been applied to casinos. And for WIN, that means that the focus was on the total amount of the transactions at issue, not whether or how much WIN may have profited from those transactions. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that except for the Latin American independent agent transactions that took place back in 2014, the rest of the activities that are subject to the resolution here today and the federal resolution occurred around the same time period, but there was no evidence that they were coordinated or that they reflected any type of organized scheme within the WIN. In any event, WIN is terminated and no longer does business with any of the 6 employees or independent agents involved in the conduct described in the NPA, which the DOJ acknowledged in the NPA itself. With that, I'd like to turn to Mr. Corey to speak with you about WIN's compliance function and the changes that have been made over time to that function. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, commissioners, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Omar Corey, and I've been the Chief Global Compliance Officer for WIN Resorts since July 2024. While we could spend hours detailing the work that we've done, I'd like to highlight several key remedial measures and advancements that underscore our proactive approach to compliance. We engaged an independent third party, RSM, to complete a review of our AML compliance program. Their evaluation was positive, and our program received the highest possible rating for compliance with the Bank Secrecy Act and AML regulations. Based on the independent evaluation, we refined and consolidated our AML procedures into a single cohesive AML compliance program document to ensure clarity, consistency, and broad understanding of the comprehensive controls designed to mitigate our risk. We engaged a separate and independent third party, PwC, to conduct an updated risk assessment for Wynn Las Vegas and affiliate companies to better align our controls with emerging threats, industry best practices, and regulatory expectations. That review remains in process currently. We have continued to enhance our training program. In the fall of 2024, we conducted 102 tailored in-person sessions to more than 1,100 employees across high-risk areas such as cage, pit, poker, race and sports, slots, casino marketing, credit, and collections personnel. We have committed over $1 million to deploy an advanced AML platform that modernizes our suspicious activity review process. This technology integrates patron data into a unified workflow, increasing both efficiency and effectiveness of our compliance program. We strengthened our contracts with independent agents, embedding explicit compliance provisions that prohibit independent agents from acting as unlicensed money transmitters or processing cash transactions on behalf of patrons. Our AML training materials for independent agents were also updated to address specific prohibited behaviors and recent enforcement actions related to such activities. We maintain a consistent stream of compliance messaging to reinforce our AML responsibilities to our employees, emphasizing that employees are strictly prohibited from collecting, holding, storing, maintaining, or distributing cash or cash equivalents on behalf of any patron. These key remedial measures represent just a portion of the progress that we've made, not just over the past several years or few months, but over the past decade. They reflect our unwavering commitment to upholding the highest standards of compliance and ethical conduct. In closing, I want to reaffirm that compliance is not a static goal at Wynn. It is a dynamic, ongoing pursuit. It will continue to evolve and strengthen. We understand the gravity of our obligations and the trust that's placed in us by this commission, the board, our patrons, and most importantly, the residents of the great state of Nevada. We are dedicated to sustaining a culture where integrity, accountability, and transparency are not only expected, but are standard. Thank you for your time and consideration of the proposed settlement today. With that, I will turn it back to Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. As you've heard today from this presentation, this win is not the win described in the NPA, and it's not the win described in the complaint. The win before you today does not view compliance as a hindrance to the business, but rather as integral to the success of the business. And Wynn is committed to remaining at the forefront of compliance with industry experts, robust training, modernizing and continuing to evolve their compliance policies and procedures. With that, and for all the reasons we've described before you today, we respectfully request that the commission approve the settlement as entered into between the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Wynn Las Vegas.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for any of the presenters today? And if so, I think I'll just start from I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg, we've heard a lot about the remedial measures that were taken, which, I appreciate. I'm like to understand a little bit better what procedures were in place that allowed some of these transactions to happen. Because although, for whatever reason, the government chose to bring those under 18 USC 1960 and other statutes, I mean, some of these seem pretty egregious in terms of just the sheer number of bank transfers and holding money in offices and I don't recall what they call them, the human hat gambling, human head, I guess, human head or human hat gaming I mean, those to me seem like the types of issues that, you know, had the property had an adequate compliance system in place, it should have been identified by the company, either through surveillance efforts, through accounting efforts, through cage documentation efforts, and certainly through internal audit measures. So I'm just trying to understand what procedures were in place at the time.
Yeah, Commissioner Solis Rainey, I think I can hopefully answer your question, and if not, we can check and see if someone else can provide a more direct answer, but let me please try to start. So I think Wynn agrees with you. It certainly believes this conduct is egregious and it is not something that they're proud of. I think one of the primary issues that occurred and resulted in this conduct was that there were certain employees and independent agents who were not following the AML program as it was in place at that time. They had not reported information to compliance as they were obligated to do so, and they had not handled the cash or committed the other transactions in accordance with the policies and procedures that existed at the time. You know, it was an isolated number of employees, not that that's an excuse, it certainly still is unacceptable, but it seemed to be something that was directed in the marketing division, and in particular, largely in the Far East marketing individuals who were engaged in this type of transaction.
I think that part of my question related to, and I appreciate your response because that's helpful, but just the nature of the scheme seemed to be ones where more people should have been able to identify it. I mean, just the document trail alone from over 200 in, you know, unauthorized, or not unauthorized, but the 200 money transfers in count 2. You know, that they were transmitting them through various businesses through Circumvent. It just seems that that would have left a money trail that 6 or 9 individuals would not have been able to hide had other procedures been in place.
Yeah, Commissioner Solis Rainey, I think one of the other important measures that was implemented, or rather that has been revised, is the company's third-party payment policy. So in 2014, as was mentioned earlier, there wasn't a lot of guidance from FinCEN on certain matters. That obviously has since changed. But one of the things that there wasn't guidance on at the time was the types of third-party transactions that casinos were engaging in, or rather that independent agents were engaging in with casinos as well as others. Actually, in 2015, when Las Vegas amended and established its procedure for whether it would allow and from whom it would allow third-party transactions. So an example that might be acceptable would be something like an established familial relationship. And at the time, it also did include payments by independent agents. As a result of this federal investigation and the company's internal investigation, that's actually no longer permitted. The company no longer accepts payments of even commissions from independent agents to avoid any potential issue. Of course, if they chose to, they could revise that and they could allow it as long as those individuals were registered under Section 1960 and followed the requirements of that law, but that's not a current anticipated plan.
Right, but for example, the independent agents or the hosts, whatever category those individuals were, wouldn't necessarily have been involved with these human head gambling relationships where you have the straw man bettors. Seems like that's something, you know, just your surveillance department or your casino floor people or your casino manager should have identified, because when you have individuals betting that kind of money with somebody standing behind them, whether you can understand them or not, it certainly should have at least been suspicious.
And Commissioner Solis Rainey, I can tell you that my understanding is the company has updated all of its training for its personnel to specifically address and to make sure employees understand the indicia of proxy gambling, particularly in circumstances where it may just be a physical review for folks, for example, who don't speak the same language. So if a dealer is sitting at a table and doesn't speak the same language as the patrons, they have been trained on what certain indicia might be for somebody engaged in proxy gambling. And they know that they are required to report anything suspicious via a suspicious activity incident report, so that can be reviewed. That way it can make its way up to compliance so they can have all of that available information.
I appreciate that that's, you know, you've taken those steps. I mean, were they just not adequate steps in place at the time?
I think at the time, there wasn't specific training on this type of activity. I don't think it was known that it was something that was widespread. This is one of those learnings you identify throughout the process.
Okay, that seems a little, I believe you. I mean, I believe that that's what you think, but given, I mean, this is something that was trained, an issue that was trained under Regulation 6A, you know, which predates even the switch to Title 31. So while people not in the industry might not understand that, but people in the industry should have, you know, certainly understood that proxy gambling was not permitted and was a way to circumvent the money laundering statutes.
I agree with you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. I think that the company certainly understands and knows and knew then that proxy gambling was not permitted. It certainly was something that unfortunately occurred under the watch of some employees, and the folks that the company was able to identify who had the knowledge of that, which is the hosts and in some cases the independent agents, have been separated as a result of that. And the company has implemented the measures appropriate to try to prevent any recurrence of that in the future.
Okay. I appreciate that. Again, I was trying to understand just what was in place, because while these might be legacy matters that the violations pertain to, you know, obviously, you know, Wynn is culpable for that and they've accepted responsibility, which I appreciate. But in my mind, you know, trying to weigh what the circumstances were is important, because I mean, the monetary settlement, I think, is very, very low in this case for the nature of the schemes that were going on when compared to other, whether they were brought under BSA or not. You know, they're the same type of transactions that could have AML implications, and I think could have been brought in either case, but perhaps forfeiture is better under 1960. I don't know why the feds decided to go that route, but I'm just trying to understand that, you know, whether we're showing some parity in the amounts that we're holding licensees responsible for, because, you know, you were there last month when we were addressing the MGM situation. Their situation was totally different. And I think, you know, they had great procedures beforehand, and there was just a few bad people that, but I shouldn't say bad people because I don't know the people, but bad actors that created the non-compliance issues, you know, and they accepted responsibility, but their fine was, you know, over 3 million, I think, more than the proposed fine in this case. So I'm just trying to kind of reconcile that in my own mind.
Sure. I completely appreciate that, Commissioner Solis Rainey, and I certainly don't want to take any part of the presentation from Ms. Lawrence or from the board, but if I could, in my view of looking at I understand it's not precedent, but certainly at least historical for consideration of past settlements. I think we would view this as more akin to the settlement with Las Vegas Sands in 2016. In that particular case, there were violations of federal law as well, and it also involved disgorgement. In that case, it was, or rather forfeiture, excuse me. In that case, it was roughly 47 million, and the fine with the Nevada Gaming Control Board and as approved by the Nevada Gaming Commission was 2 million. Here we have disgorgement, or rather forfeiture, excuse me, of 130 million, and we have the proposed fine of 5.5 million. Those are each just under 3 times if you compare the two numbers together. So we think, at least in thinking about the parity of the cases, that the amounts do align with that type of activity. We also view this type of activity as somewhat distinct, not only because it doesn't involve violations of the Bank Secrecy Act in particular for Wynn Las Vegas, but also when looking at some of the scope of the underlying conduct. For example, this case, unlike the 2 recent cases, do not involve allegations that there was money laundering at the property or that there were illegal bookmakers on the property. So those are the distinctions and the similarities that I would make, but of course, certainly defer to the Attorney General's office if they would like to share anything different or disagree with me.
I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to weigh in as well. I don't have any other questions. Again, those questions were just to reconcile the issues in my mind. I appreciate the distinctions that you're making. To me, they're not as significant, perhaps, just because regardless of how the federal government chose to charge them, you know, the implications definitely are the same in terms of potential money laundering.
So the complaint does not have a significant amount of information related to dates and the prolonged or not prolonged period of time that these acts occurred. At least when I read the NPA and when I read the complaint, I left with the question of how long did this conspiracy last? And when, it was very interesting to me that there's no dates in there that tell us how long this went on. It said 2014, and I searched and searched to look for anything like more detailed, and I didn't really see anything more detailed. So could you elaborate for us how, the beginning of the conduct, the end of the conduct for what the proof showed? If you could, either one of you,
Chair, we have an idea of when the timeline of things that happened. I believe Mr. Aldrin was present for the duration of the federal investigation. He probably has better dates than I do, so I would defer to him.
Good afternoon to the chair and to the commissioners. I would happy to answer that question. I also would like to provide some more context to a question that was just previously asked and answered by Omar and Ms. Okerberg. The conspiracy, as outlined in the NPA, began in 2014. And as the NPA notes, we terminate our relationship with one of the independent agents in 2021. So although the vast majority of the transactions and the quantum occurred much sooner and really in 2014, the independent agent relationship with one of the independent agents who was identified in the NPA and in the complaint was terminated in 2021.
And so, but when did the acts that support the charge, the allegations of the conspiracy, was that all in 2014? We're not talking all the way to 2021, are we?
Correct. So as Mr. Benchkowski said, these are really a bunch of isolated transactions that really weren't married with one another. And so the vast majority of the independent agent conduct, which was unrelated to the Far East marketing, that took place in 2014. The human head, the flying money, as it's called, which is essentially loan sharking, took place in 2017, 2018 is my recollection. But again, these are really just isolated incidents that are kind of put together on a continuum, and there was no orchestrated scheme that went on for many years.
Okay, thank you.
The other question that was previously asked was about the human head and the significance of the activities and frankly who was involved. And I wanted to provide a little bit of context about this. So as part of the company's internal investigation, we conducted several rounds of interviews of all of the employees of the Far East marketing department. As part of that investigation, we requested permission to image their cell phones, not just their work phones, but their personal cell phones, because they'd used it for business. We were looking for information related to the flying money allegations, the loan sharking, so to speak. And as our review of the cell phones and the text messages and the translations of this text messages took place, that's how we began to uncover this additional information. And so, for example, the human head allegations or conduct described in the NPA and in the complaint, we found that out looking through text messages years after the transactions took place. And so this was not a situation where a dealer would have observed it. It was really evidenced by text messages saying, hello host, I'm going to have so-and-so come to Las Vegas and play with my money. And so it's not information that the casino would have had visibility into, but for imaging and translating and reviewing thousands of text messages, we wouldn't have uncovered this. And so I think our employees are well trained to observe. I think our program is robust and is meant to deal with a lot of this, but we wouldn't ordinarily have visibility into people's personal cell phones and text messages.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. That's helpful, putting that into context. I too was unclear of how long were we talking about this was going on, because the only documentation we received was 2014. And so it did appear that it went on longer, but you just couldn't tell from the documentation that we got on the commission. And it's also helpful what you just said about the human head situation, because obviously thinking, I had the same thoughts as Commissioner Solis Rainey, which is, how did everybody miss this? You know, I mean, it seems so clear in the complaint and the settlement agreement that this proxy situation is going on. And, you know, I'm sure if you asked when during the time period, hey, how's your compliance? They'd be like, we have robust compliance. Okay, well, why didn't you catch it then? So it makes sense what you're saying, that they didn't catch it then. It was only years after the fact when you're mirroring the cell phones. But I guess having said that, what gives us confidence that that's going to be caught? You know, because maybe it should have been caught not by the cell phones, but by the dealers and people in surveillance. You know, these are things that are going on. I mean, as far back as when I was a DA back in the late 80s, 90s. So why is this like, whoops, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Silver, I can answer that. I think the company's training program has really evolved over time. And I think that's what can give the commission comfort that this is something that's going to be identified to the extent that it is discoverable. And the reason for that is because Omar, as the Chief Global Compliance Officer, has worked, and his team works with each of the departments to give them these in-person trainings. And part of their training actually includes specific examples, real life examples of what's been seen and what they're hearing are trends that are happening in the industry. And so what these employees are learning is how to watch for certain things and how to identify what is suspicious or what might be out of the ordinary. But that continues to evolve, as does the training. So compliance also invites employees to tell them, are you seeing things that are weird? Let us know, and we can learn from it and incorporate it in future trainings. So I think it's that give and take and that really strong relationship with the compliance department and with the employees, particularly the employees in the high risk areas of marketing on the floor and security and surveillance, so that they actually know what they're looking for and they know how to then go ahead and report it.
And okay, well, to the last point too, how, I mean, I assume that, you know, all of, you know, looking at the Win USA MPA, specifically on page 3 and item 6, now employees are prohibited from collecting, holding, storing, maintaining, or distributing cash or equivalents on behalf of patrons, except through the cage and et cetera. But that had always have to have been the rule, right?
Yes.
So you're not, what's different? That had to be the rule before. Yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely the rule before. And unfortunately, the employee did not follow the rule. And so part of this is not just training, but it's also showing that Win is serious about it by disciplining or terminating, separating from employees that engage in that type of behavior. But it's also about making sure that the folks that have this culture of compliance set the tone so that all of the employees know that this type of behavior is not going to be accepted and that they need to act within the 4 corners of the policies or procedures, or there will be consequences. And that acting within the 4 corners of the policies and procedures is in their best interest, both the employee and the company.
So how would you catch that now as opposed to, well, we missed it then? Like,
Yeah,
what's
I
really
think,
different.
No, I think there's certainly, look, it's not a 100% guarantee that you can always catch that. But I think what you would watch for is by having all of your controls in place to monitor money. I think by having the people on the floor watch for those types of things so they can see if there's money or chips moving off of the floor. I think it's making sure that the surveillance team is trained to watch for and identify those types of things. So that way you've got all of the different angles of view covered and you can try to identify that if there is, for example, a rogue employee engaging in something they shouldn't be.
I have a couple questions as to the non-prosecution agreement. On it, on page BII, it says in conclusion, it discusses the requirement that the U.S. Attorney's Office must believe that Win Las Vegas are in substantial compliance with the agreement, and if given another year to comply and Win fails to do so, the U.S. Attorney's Office may declare the company in breach of the agreement. So I just taking that, if the U.S. Attorney finds you've breached the agreement, what provision is there within that agreement that mentions what occurs if there's a breach of the agreement? I mean, I assume that the U.S. District Court would have to have an evidentiary hearing to see if there's substantial compliance, because Wynn's going to say there's substantial compliance, having presided over these and just all types of criminal cases, you know, is the person, or is, in my case, it would be a defendant, are they substantially complying? And then the other side, you know, of course, the government's like, no. And of course, Wynn's going to say, yes, we're substantially complying. So there would be an evidentiary hearing to determine that. But if a judge found that there is a breach, what is going to go on? Because I didn't see anything after that, just stops.
Sure, sure. Commissioner Silver, I'd like to turn that to Mr. Benchikowski because he's got more familiarity with
okay.
the NPA.
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. In the case of a non-prosecution agreement, actually, it falls to the government's complete discretion to determine whether or not Wynn is breached the agreement. Now, if that occurred, in the unlikely event that that occurred, because Wynn is in the process of complying with the terms of the non-prosecution agreement to their letter, we would sit down with the government and we would have a long conversation with them. And if the line lawyers who believe that we had breached the agreement in some material way, if we disagreed with that, and I'm sure we would escalate that up through the Justice Department for adjudication. But there's no role for a judge because this is a non-prosecution agreement, which is effectively a contract between Wynn and the United States Attorney's Office. The remedies for breach are wide-ranging. The government could insist on additional monies. They could pull the non-prosecution agreement and prosecute us. They could attempt to negotiate a more difficult agreement like a deferred prosecution agreement or a plea agreement. So the potential impact on Wynn for failing to comply is fairly dramatic, which is why we're taking very seriously our obligations under the agreement and making sure that we comply to the letter.
No, I don't doubt that. I just didn't see anything after that.
It's a
If
strange
they're-
anomaly. in
Yeah, it's a very
non-prosecution
strange
agreements.
thing
Yeah.
that read that and then what happens? But that, I guess, makes sense. I mean, I don't foresee there'd be a problem, but I think that was pretty much all I had.
Commissioner Markantonis?
Thank you, Chair. Look, there are many eyes on this meeting today. I'm sure of that. And I hope that one good thing that comes out of this is an education up and down our entire industry. This is not something new. This doesn't start with Wynn. From the first day I arrived in Las Vegas, I can remember asking in 1995, so what is all this casino marketing about? Because I came from normal hotels. And someone phoned from the casino and said, you got to kick out that guy, that reservation that already paid. And I said, why? He said, because we've got a gamer who's going in there, whatever the hell that meant for someone coming from normal hotels. But at the time I asked about casino marketing and I was told, oh, don't fret too much about it. It's a world of smoke and mirrors. That was the exact phrase given to me at that time. Thank goodness it's a long time ago. But I'd like to say that Wynn is probably not the first that's been involved in cases like this. We've had several others, as you all know, in the last year, and I said it before, we've taken a bruising, as reputational bruising, from our own casino resorts and the people who operate in them. And probably the biggest damage for Wynn today is, besides the fines that may be levied or whatever else financial happens, is the reputational damage. How you can't really make up for what may have been termed, using the phrase, the gold standard in pedigree, from the point of view of operational and reputational image across our industry. The blow, it's a huge body blow. It's also a body blow for us because it becomes, what are we going to do about it? What was this, like a little slap in the hand when the big boy can just get away with that nonsense? What about all the little boys? Part of why it keeps going on and on, Judge, if I may mention, is that yes, they may have terminated 5 or 6 people. They did terminate 5 or 6 people. Okay, those people are not out of the job market. They weren't locked up. They're like, as I mentioned before, they're like invasive fish species. Somebody threw them back in the lake and they'll pop up at other casinos and resorts going forward. Look, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I've run casinos. I know exactly. I've seen some of these cases. If the teams that are in those casinos do the proper background checks, and these are important ways to nip these things in the bud. And we, as a gaming control board, and I think the message should go out, which I hope it does, to the industry, that it's not just Wynn that gets reputational damage right now. Those people who have been terminated, we have your number, we have your name, and one day you're going to maybe standing in front of us, and if you're paying any attention, it will affect your future career. And every casino resort and all of us are responsible to keep this clean for our customers, need to stick by that. So I needed to get that off my chest because, excuse me for that, but as I said, it's a reputational issue. Now, one thing none of you have mentioned yet, but, and excuse me if I've got the wrong word, but other companies have said, oh, we've got this, you see something, say something now, we've implemented this. And we've been hearing every single Tom, Dick, and Harry excuse over the last year. But I believe you have a program you might want to address that I heard you mention. Is it Speak Up? Is that what?
That's exactly right, Commissioner Marcantonis. The WIN has a program called Speak Up, which is really a program to encourage employees to feel empowered to speak to those in leadership, to speak to compliance, to speak to legal, if there are issues, if there are things they want to bring to their attention. It's really aimed at making sure that the employees feel that they're in a safe environment, that they're in a good culture, and that their voices are being heard on any number of issues.
And having that mechanism is another major step. Listening to Mr. Satry, to say that he goes to new employee orientation. Hey, listen up, everybody listening to this whole thing. That's the chairman of the board. That's how important he thinks it is. Every CEO, everyone, every president, that's how you build trust and communication between yourselves and your team members. And when, as Mr. Satry said, and others of you have said it, it's the tone from the top. I firmly believe in that. And I'm convinced that there is a completely different tone in this organization, just because it's sad that it would have to become a completely different tone and new mechanisms, because all of this exploded in our laps. So excuse me for that, Chair, but I wanted to, for the record, make sure that everybody in the industry understands we are not taking prisoners anymore. Enough is enough. The BS is over. It doesn't matter how fancy your title is. Thank you. Enough.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Marcantonis. When I first read, I appreciate all the energy and effort that went in today and has brought a stipulation in front of us. The Attorney General's office, certainly the Gaming Control Board, and the folks at WIN. None of this has been easy. I know there's been wrestling behind the scenes and what's fair, what's right. Certainly the WIN folks have been having their own issues with DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office and all of those things. So, I appreciate all of the different variables that have come, into today and the numbers, the threshold, the recommendations, the remediation, they've been thought about for a very long time. And, this is our first moment to really publicly, well, this first time there's a public discussion on this, to the nature of the stipulation. When I read the complaint, I'll be very candid. I was so upset. I was torqued up. I found it beyond egregious because there was an impression of size. There was an impression of hundreds of transactions. The sophistry implied numerous people and not just a few bad actors, but almost a systemic accommodation to some of these things. So what I tried to do, as we all do in our own way, is do some due diligence, to have conversations, certainly with the Gaming Control Board and the folks who've been involved in this thing and the folks who had insight. So, a couple things, and I'm calmer now than I was, a week ago, but the sheer volume, hundreds of different transactions, and then I learned about 1960. And I don't think that can be emphasized enough. The transfer of monies is a lawful activity in the United States of America. Might look unseemly in certain ways, but that's how monies can be moved. And understanding how the U.S. Attorney in Southern California utilized that uniquely in this case. Don't have any idea what's going forward, don't know history and what maybe never got public, but the volume suddenly shrank because of the 1960. The size, the number of employees, again, I just saw a lot of people accommodating a lot of bad actions. And when I had a chance to ask the questions, and you've represented today, there's 6 people, mostly in the same division out of Asia, including the president of marketing. That's a serious person, and flying to the immigration window in the United States with a customer who was not allowed in the country due to criminal association. I mean, there's a lot going on, and oh my gosh, is that a red flag? But can it be contained within that group? Apparently, so. The other item was the size of the stipulated amount. And in our recent history, we've been, numbers that have already been accused to be somewhat modest. We're significantly less than that, or I'll say half. But the SANS conversation and their agreement going back to 2014, it gave me context on the amount of money. So, that's why I'm less fused up at this moment than I was a week ago. But at the same time, the responsibility, the horrific actions of the few that your company is represented today to take complete responsibility for, and certainly in the stipulation, and certainly with the U.S. Attorney's Office. What do I know today? I know that tone at the top is extraordinarily different. I appreciate the entire team being here. Mr. Satry, it's I'm sorry for the circumstances, but appreciate seeing you here today. It's important for the chairman to be here today, so thank you for that. But your eyes must have been wide open in 2018 when you said, you thought you were saying yes to a whole nother set of pickles, and you learned a whole lot of new ones that have been going on for some time that weren't public. So, good on you for saying yes to the crew to be there. But the tone at the top is critical. Full candor. Once upon a time in a board, when I was chairman, I hired Kirkland Ellis to do an internal review on matters that perhaps were of interest to the SEC, self-reported, and $20 million later, and holding everybody's. I use the Chicago office, not the DC office of some of your colleagues. But the struggle to get devices, but to download, there was a tremendous amount of language, particularly Mandarin, and it took 6 months just to get translations and to get an insight. So I understand how culture and language can conceal activity of bad actors. Again, it doesn't make it right. The responsibility is still, smack dab in the middle of the Win C-suite, but you can understand how it happens. And the McGuire Woods, I mean, again, the lawyering must have been extraordinary. Makes Miss Okerberg look inexpensive, I suspect.
I appreciate that.
So the comments I've heard, the human head, the monkey, transmission, in hindsight, I can understand how these things happened and were unperceived. Again, no excuse, but I'm going to go back to where I started. I respect the process, and I respect the efforts and the earnestness, and the Gaming Control Board wouldn't be bringing this to us today if they did not think that it was a very worthy settlement. The Attorney General's office certainly in this. I mean, this is a channel, Commissioner Mark Antonis. This is not a sunny day for our industry. We've had a monthly drill of speaking about AML and for 1960 case here. It's a distinction with a difference, but it still gets piled into the same heap. People didn't perform, compliance failed, But how did it fail is critically important. But I hope that the message coming out of here, I mean, I know we're sounding dour. I mean, we've been having negative conversations all day. But, you know, I hope that Nevada's regulatory structures and the licensees and the WINs and other folks have come in front of us. You know, I believe this is a pivot. You know, it is important, you know, again, forgive the term, I've used it 3 months in a row now, but the clarion call to the industry. This is unacceptable. You know, you said that, we're saying it. It is unacceptable, and we can only strive to be perfect. We're always going to fall short, but the standard is perfection and full compliance. You know, the feds have to do their things. You know, we're not in charge of AML. We're not in charge of 1960. Those are things that are beyond the regulatory responsibilities or capabilities, I should say better, of the Gaming Control Board and certainly this commission with one employee. So I hope that, you know, the message is not only ringing around the state, but around the world, that Nevada takes its business seriously, that our licensees take it profoundly seriously. There's a big spanking lesson if they don't, and go forward in a positive way. This gaming, this industry, the people it takes care of, so the guests it entertains, the product and the innovation that this industry in Las Vegas, in Nevada, constantly brings to the marketplace. We are strong, we are confident, we will work through our issues, but we're doing so in a manner that is full transparency, maybe somewhat unattractive, but we're doing it right. And the world can see it. And I hope it's an example to not only the folks on the street and the state, but around this planet, that, you know, this is how business must be conducted. So I will be supporting the stipulation today. Again, a week ago, I probably would have not come to that conclusion, but the process in conversations and enlightenment and context and, you know, mini law school that I feel like I keep going through when I have these conversations, not being the attorney, I think I've come to a place where I am comfortable. It's unpleasant, but I accept the learned folks who have engaged in this. I appreciate the WIN folks in the process and the self-inflection, reflection, inspection that you've done at considerable cost. And, you know, if Kirkland and Ellis has recommended, you know, XYZ, Z has been done. I mean, you've done everything as a company to fully comply and to make this right and as best as possible, never to allow this to happen again. So I will be supporting the stipulation today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So does anyone else have any
Madam Chair,
questions?
When it's appropriate, I just have 2 follow-up questions.
Please, go ahead.
The first, Mr. Aldrin, I understood that you were addressing my question with respect to human heads. You indicated that that type of activity was only found after imaging and review of the phones. But that seems inconsistent with what I'm seeing on page 8 of the complaint, where it specifically says that, you know, these human heads were purchasing chips at Wynn Las Vegas and engaged in gaming as a proxy, you know, it keeps going on. But it says that they would sit next to or behind the human head and direct the human head's gambling. So I'm not quite sure how what you said is different than what I was addressing. I mean, my point was that this activity, whether the surveillance people, the casino people understood the language or not, if these people are sitting next to them and behind them directing gaming, they still should have identified that this was improper.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, if I could just initially, I think that the employees referred to in that section of the complaint are actually the hosts. And so the hosts had been on site and were with those guests while that activity was occurring. And those were the folks that were identified to have knowledge of that.
Ms. Okerberg, I'm sorry. It says through its employees and agents conspired to facilitate the unlicensed transfer money through human head gambling. So are you saying the hosts were the human head?
No, I apologize, Commissioner Solis Rainey. What I was stating was that the employees who were there next to the patrons and who were on notice of that were hosts. Marketing hosts.
That's not what it says. It says the undisclosed WLV patron without ever physically touching the chips would sit next to or behind the human head. I mean, why would they call a host a patron?
Commissioner Solis Rainey, you are correct. So the patrons did engage in this activity. I apologize. I thought your question was who knew about that?
No, I know the host knew about the fact that it was happening. I think my point originally, which I thought Mr. Aldrian's comments about not being able to identify it until they imaged and reviewed the phones, I thought he was trying to somehow say that it wasn't identifiable before because it's not something the casino people saw. And whether they knew that it was happening, I think the activity was seen by them when they're seeing a straw man sitting at the table playing chips with somebody behind them or next to them telling them what to do.
Thank you for the question. Let me try to provide some more clarity on this. So I think first and foremost, that particular instance with somebody sitting over the shoulder, I think that is meant to be an example because having read the text messages and discussed with the DOJ, there were certainly instances where there was not a principal on site. And I think that was meant to be an example of the human head proxy betting. Omar discussed the training that's gone through with employees to discuss with employees. And so they would understand what it may look like if somebody is directing someone at the table. So I think, yes, there could have been clues. There could have been indicia that there was proxy betting going on and the dealers may not have caught it. And so with training, we've tried to address that so that they're aware of that. And if they're more involved, you know, if there are people sitting around a table with a different language, sometimes there are groups gathering behind them. And so we're trying to make sure they understand the risks involved. And so we can try to prevent that from taking place in the future. But having looked at the examples and the text messages, it did not appear that anybody else was aware of this at all. And that it was really just the hosts being aware of it or somehow directing it in some instances. And in many cases, I can represent to you that the principal was not on site and directing it on each hand basis.
Okay. I mean, at least, you know, that paragraph definitely indicates that that activity
Correct.
was happening. And
Absolutely.
my point was that should have been seen because that's something that was addressed even in the old regulation 6.8 context.
Your
And
point's
I'm
well
not as
taken,
concerned-
absolutely.
I'm not as concerned with dealer. I'm not putting, nor I want to give the impression that I'm putting this responsibility on the dealers. I'm more concerned with the floor people and the casino shift managers that are standing behind those people doing nothing other than monitoring the game. And, you know, that's their job, is to monitor the tables and the games. I mean, the
Absolutely.
dealers are focused on the technical aspects of dealing, but I think others that are behind them, supporting them, physically behind them in the pit, should have identified this. So that was my point with respect to that. And then
Understood.
the second item on which I wanted clarification, it relates to the time frame issue that was, I believe Chair Tagliati asked about it. I had marked it and forgotten about it. I was puzzled by the time frame as well. And I wanted to, for example, on paragraph 38, when it talks about the more than 200 transfers, over what period did those 200 transfers occur? Over what period of time?
I'm just turning to the paragraph. Oh, so if you could find that.
Yep.
Ms. Okerberg is going to help find it for me, but that particular bucket of categories, I'll call it, related to one particular independent agent. This independent agent had done business with Wynn Las Vegas for many years and had received registration to be an independent agent. And at the time and under our policies and procedures, independent agents were permitted to pay off outstanding markers on behalf of their patrons, which was allowed under state law. And so there were no concerns as far as receiving monies from this particular independent on behalf of patrons because it was permitted to do so. That was the established relationship. This individual was an independent agent on behalf of these patrons. And so the 200 transactions and wires, they were absolutely seen to us. They were visible. They did not skirt our AML program. There was scrutiny. We just understood them and accepted them because they met our policies and procedures, which was to allow independent agents to pay off the outstanding markers on behalf of their patrons. As I believe it was Ms. Okerberg mentioned, that policy has been updated and revised many times over the years. Most
Okay,
recently,
let me have you pause right there. I mean,
course.
you're indicating, I mean, I understand that, you know, wiring money is permissible. I've been on both sides of seeing those type of transactions. But this is over 200 transfers through multiple unlicensed and unregistered money transmitting business. So the fact that this one host was using, you know, multiple unlicensed and unregistered entities to transfer this money should have been a clue to somebody that was reviewing the actual transactions. So again, my question is, over what period of time did those 200 transactions happen?
They would have taken place until he was terminated as an independent agent. Well, let me step back. The policy changed such that he was no longer permitted to wire money. And that changed in, Brian, do you know the exact date? 2015.
So over a period of a year?
Correct. And so the multiple entities that I think you're referencing would have been in 2014 and before the policy changed in 2015. He remained as an independent agent for a period after that and would use, I think it was a Bank of America bank account out of Florida thereafter to wire the money on behalf of his patrons. And then we terminated that relationship in April of 2021 when we learned that he was charging a VIG or 6% commission. And essentially that took him out of the realm of being an independent agent and into the realm in our minds of being an unlicensed money service business. And so that was a different calculus and certainly terminated him immediately.
Okay, no, and what I was trying to clarify, you know, for both myself and for the benefit of my colleagues is like over a period of a year, this one individual made over 200 transfers using various unlicensed and unregistered money people. You know, we had Latin Americans. I've dealt with Latin American hosts also, but if all of a sudden they're transferring money through very different accounts, that in itself should have been a red flag.
So just thank you, Mr. Benchkowski. So additional context on those two entities. There were two entities that were used to send certain wires to Wynn Las Vegas to pay off markers. Through our AML program, we have a flow chart in 2014 that, you know, said, is this from the person? Is this from an entity? And you would follow that flow chart. And based on that flow chart, you would accept certain and you would reject certain. I can represent that certain of the wires were rejected and then certain were accepted once the relationship was established. But those entities, Ms. Okerberg just passed it to me. I don't know if you can see. But those two entities were blacklisted as of June 2015. And so they were no longer permitted to send wires to Wynn Las Vegas. And that's when he began sending money through the Bank of America bank account.
So are you saying that on paragraph 38, where it says multiple unlicensed and unregistered money transmitting businesses, that should have said two?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And despite knowing that the two companies he was using or the two businesses he was using were blacklisted and no longer acceptable, you continue to do business with him for 6 more years?
We did, yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points in my mind. I am not comfortable supporting the stipulation. I just feel that it's egregious and that the amount is much too low for the type of conduct and the various types of conducts addressed. But I wanted to make sure that I understood, you know, that I was correct in my understanding of the documents that were in front of us with the information. So I do appreciate your help. And that by no means, I mean, I appreciate all of the wins. I don't want to in any ways diminish the WINS efforts because I think they have taken extensive efforts since then. I just don't, I think that the policies that were in place were deficient at that point, and it just warrants a much higher amount.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments before we get to the motion phase where we could also have a discussion? Okay, does anyone have a motion? Do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the commission accept the stipulation, as I don't have the numbers if we need the exact numbers, but I'll just say poetically that we would accept the stipulation as presented to this commission for consideration today, submitted on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. Again, that we accept the stipulation.
So you're referring to NGC 24-16 and the stipulation for settlement and order that's signed and dated by the board members and representatives and counsel for the win on May 15th.
Thank you for the assist, Madam Chairman. Yes.
Okay, discussion on the motion. I know Commissioner Solis Rainey doesn't support it and thinks the fine is too low. Commissioner Marcantonis, any discussion, or Commissioner Silver, or should I call for a vote? What's your pleasure?
I don't have any further need for further discussion. I'm very clear. I am going to support the motion.
Commissioner Silver? Any
I would
comments?
just like to hear from Commissioner Solis Rainey again, in a nutshell, as to her thoughts, just if she could summarize them, because initially I felt like, you know, when I first read this too, it was too low. And so if she could just condense it and summarize her position, it would be helpful to me.
Commissioner Silver, I'm happy to share my thoughts. What I'm looking at in making a determination in my mind that this is too low is the recent complaints that we found, that we have addressed. Although I think Resorts World was 10 or 10 and a half, I don't have it clearly in mind. And then I believe MGM was 8.5. I understand the difference that those are brought under AML. However, although the government in this case chose to bring it under, Section 1960, the conduct itself has serious AML implications. To allow proxy betting in the manner that they did is something that I believe was visible to a number of employees and should have been identified by the property, and it should have been addressed by the property. To have a Latin American, where he's from doesn't matter, but the example that was given where the Latin American host was using unregistered and unlicensed money transferring service to make over 200 transfers over a period of a year. And I thought it was multiple, but Mr. Aldrin clarified that was only 2. But regardless, that's a lot of transactions with a lot of documentation that I think should have been flagged by somebody on the property that was reviewing that money coming in. Also, the fact that when the 2 companies he was using were terminated or blacklisted, that should have raised a flag as to him, but yet the company continued to do business with him for over 6 years. So all of those to me are much different circumstances, and to in any way, reward the conduct of the old Win, I'll say, because I do recognize the efforts that the new Win has made, but I just think it rewards them for conduct that was worse than, what other licensees have faced. I don't know if that's helpful to you, Commissioners.
It's helpful. I just had wondered, I know that council had mentioned that she was measuring this fine against something that happened years ago, I think in 2021, right?
I think she was measuring it against something that happened. It was the
Yeah.
Venetian fine in 2014.
Right.
And that amount at that time was historical. I mean,
Right.
that sent a strong message. I think recent activity has indicated that obviously, that we need to send a stronger message that, that type of conduct is just not going to be permitted. So,
Right. Yeah, I was looking also at the recent fines versus some fine from a long time ago. It
And
seems to be
that's-
much lower than what this commission has done.
If I could, Commissioner, one point I just want to add is that the time frame for the conduct that was mentioned in the Las Vegas Sands complaint is roughly the same time frame for much of the activity that's described in the NPA in the complaint. So if we're looking at the measure in time, it actually would be closer in time and closer in what was known in industry guidance and how the industry was operating at the time of the Sands complaint and its resolution than the Resorts World and the MGM complaint that just happened in the last couple of months.
So just so that we're all clear, so your position, you had said 2016, it was 2014, it was $2 million in 2014. And then there was a multiple for the fine or, you know, a relationship. I think you commented on a relationship between the forfeiture and the fine
Yes.
amount. And the forfeiture here is to say the new win is paying a very heavy price for the old win is putting it mildly, because that money was gone long ago. So the new win is just bleeding forfeiture money like nobody's business to make this right with the government, to make this right for their company, to make this right.
Exactly.
And I think that's something that's been acknowledged by the board. And I'm going to acknowledge it when I vote yes. So I don't know how much more discussion we need since you have, it looks like, 3 yeses.
No further discussion for me. Thank you.
So at least 3. Any other discussion before I call for a vote on the motion? All in favor of Commissioner Kerlicki's motion, say aye.
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 Aye. And Commissioner Solis Rainey, you're a nay?
Correct. Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
didn't hear you call for the nays.
I didn't call for it. I just had a little stroke. Forgot what I needed to do next. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a very short break, very, very short, just enough. So don't go far. Don't take long. I know.
That was very impressive how you tailed that off so well, concise. No, it was so well done.
He did, yeah. Okay, can we get ready to go back on? Sorry, you guys. Can we get ready? Commissioner Solis Rainey, are you there?
I am sorry, I was muted.
No, no worries. Okay, Commissioner Krolicki had to be excused. He had an emergent matter to attend to. And so at this time, we are going to proceed without him. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next item.
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is Ashley McKinsey, case number 24LV00784.
Hello.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me on my right is Ashley McKinsey. On my left is Plaza Hotel and Casino General Manager Sue Ascanio. Thank you for your stamina today. First and foremost, you had to put up with me at the beginning of the day, almost at the end. With your permission, I'll give a very brief affirmative presentation, and then we'll open it up to Ashley to answer your questions. Is that all right?
Yes, normally what we do is we tell your client and yourself that we allow you to make an affirmative presentation. We've reviewed all the materials. We have a transcript from the previous hearing that you had. And then I usually admonish the client that once we get into motion and discussion, they're no longer involved unless they're asked a specific question. And so I don't want to leave you out of that very brilliant summary of what's going to happen.
Genius.
Just for
Pure
your client,
genius.
just for your client to know.
Okay. We're not contesting any of the facts that were raised at the hearing. The hearing was conducted very well. We got the facts out. We just are asking for Ashley to be given a chance based on the circumstances of an arrest she failed to disclose and an arrest that was dismissed, and the fact that she failed to show up for a meeting with the GCB agent. The arrest occurred because Ashley shot the tire of an ex-boyfriend so that he couldn't get away from the police. Ashley had been beaten by the boyfriend multiple times in the past and called the police. But the police have typically not shown up on time, and no action was taken against the boyfriend. This time, Ashley shot the tire so he wouldn't get away. The police a neighbor saw Ashley being beaten. She had called the police. That's why the boyfriend was trying to get away. She told the boyfriend that the police had been called. The boyfriend drove away before the police arrived. The police came and asked Ashley what had happened. She told the police the truth and was arrested. Ashley has been a great employee at the Plaza for years. If you want to hear about what a great employee she's been, Sue will tell you she has the support of the owner of the location. She has the support of her coworkers and her management. And we just like her to be given a chance. She's a single mother with 3 kids, supporting the kids by herself with no help. And again, we're just asking for a chance. I think Nevada would be well served by keeping her employed.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Silver. Do you have any questions for counsel or his client?
Yeah, I read through everything, and there was just no doubt in my mind that you're a victim of domestic violence and stalking. And in fact, having read all of it, you can also tell that the district attorney felt the same way, because you never see them dismiss charges ever. I mean, if they felt you had done anything, you would have some charge, even if it was a misdemeanor. So to see a full dismissal on a case where there was a gun, it's pretty clear to me that it appears that most likely the district attorney saw what I saw on the record, where you said that he had beaten you several times before police had been called. And so they probably had a defense as to self-defense to be able to present had it gone any farther. So that meant a lot to me that I saw that the DA fully dismissed the case with 0 charges in light of the whole situation. The other thing I would note, you know, I don't think that was the hearing officer's issue. I think she totally felt that you were a victim of domestic violence. I think the thing that I see that I also somewhat struggle with is we try to be consistent with our decisions. And when you fail to list an arrest, because it says on there, any arrest, you know, even if it's dismissed, you got to put it on there. So that was something that I think the hearing master wants to be consistent. And then on top of that, when I read the transcript, I mean, I don't know this, I'm just surmising it, but the fact that you didn't show up for the agent who was trying to help you, and then it appeared that the agent, maybe once you said you were disrespectful to the agent. And once you're disrespectful, these agents work so hard. Yeah, I mean, look at they put together these binders of things that you can't imagine how complex and how much time they put into it. And so I think that when there's the disrespect on top of it, perhaps that's why the disposition was what it was. When I look at it now, I guess it's just for us to consider, you know, you are a mother with 3 children, you're a victim of domestic violence, and this arrest for DV was August 23rd, or I'm sorry, August of 2023. We're getting into possibly almost 3 years now since that occurred. And then for whatever reason, the decision and order here is March 25th of 2025. So if we just sustain the objection, you don't even get to apply again until March 25th of 2025, which is a whole nother year from now. You know, and that's just applying for it again.
You're saying 2025. You mean
2026, I'm sorry. So, I mean, a whole nother year from now, you wouldn't even get to apply. So I'm open in comments. I'm just open to the fact that you probably recognize now that what you did was wrong by not showing up to the agent, being disrespectful to the agent, not listing your arrest. These are issues that you're clear about, but I think that's really why it came down to the decision. But I'm open to, I don't disagree with everything that happened below. It's all there, but I guess, open to allowing her or some consideration based on her being a mother of 3, based on the Union Plaza, show my age, the plaza, not the Union Plaza, the plaza. All of the people that came in on your behalf, and even the CEO came in, my God. I mean, what the heck? And then the fact that it's been 3 years since your arrest. So I'm happy to hear the other commissioners have to say, but those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have anything you wish to ask or discuss?
I agree with everything that Commissioner Silva said. You know, you now are the role model for 3 kids. And they're in their formative years, as we've all been through that. And maybe, you know, it's very important for you to carefully take this as an education. The fact that you, as Judge Silva has said, that you've had so many esteemed people behind you, even yourself, Mrs. Sonia, attending here, and perhaps you'd like to just, I would love to hear just a few words from you. Why do you feel it was important for you to be here today on behalf of Ms. McKenzie?
Yeah, so Ashley was an employee for 10 years at the plaza. It's longer than I've been there. I've had the pleasure of working with her now for 2.5 years. And over those 10 years, she was an excellent employee. And I've heard that from our CEO, as you mentioned, Jonathan Jossel. I've heard it from other hosts she's worked with, her directors. And I can tell you that in the 2.5 years that I worked with her, she has always displayed an amazing personality, a good demeanor. She, as a host, as you know, her primary responsibility is to take care of guests, casino guests that can sometimes be difficult. And I have seen her handle those guests. I'm very hands-on in operations, and I've seen her handle those guests very calmly. She's very pleasant. I have never seen her get angry or upset. So I think that this just was not in her typical demeanor and personality. And so she was promoted 3 times, Ashley, in the 10 years Plaza. And I think that just speaks to her job performance. She started as an hourly agent and became an executive host within those years. She has been very reliable, dependable. We change her shift all the time. She works nights, she works weekends, and she doesn't call out sick. She's very flexible with her schedule. Her interactions, not only with guests, but with other team members, is very positive. She gets along with everyone. She's a great team player, and she really has been an asset to our property. And as you know, it is difficult to find really good team members, really good leaders. We have guests that every day are asking if she's coming back and where she's at. She's missed. She's missed by our guests. She's missed by her coworkers and by the leadership there as well. And I think that we are hopeful that you will give her another opportunity to come back to the Plaza, to rejoin our team, and to come back to a position as a host in an industry that I know she's very passionate about, and that helps her provide a good living for herself and for her 3 kids as a single mom. You know, that is our hope.
Very kind of you to say all of that, and thank you. Obviously, you're
course.
passionate about it. Do you still own a gun?
No,
And do you do any kind of part-time work or anything now, or? how you s-
I recently had orientation at JW Marriott. I was supposed to start that Tuesday.
Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions, but congratulations on all the supporters that you have behind you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for the noise, background noise, if there was any.
Well, good news is we can't hear anything. We heard nothing. We hear you. That's
Okay,
it. We don't
great.
hear anything else. So
Okay,
there,
thank
there
you.
you go.
No, there's just activity going on in the yard. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie, for being here. I believe Commissioner Marcantonez asked about work. You said you're currently not working?
I'm currently not working, but I am starting a position on Tuesday at JW Marriott.
Okay, and what position are you starting there?
I would be starting all over and going to call center.
Okay. The arrest, just for the record, happened less than 2 years ago, right? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything because I heard over 3 or nearly 3 years.
Yes,
happened
it'll
in
be
August?
2 years.
It's going to be 2 years in
Yes, ma'am.
August, so we're
Yes,
not
ma'am.
quite at 2 years.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I believe you were asked if you still had a handgun, and you indicated you do not?
No, I do not.
Okay, and you did attend the training on anger management and such, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I mean, I sympathize with the fact that, you are a victim of domestic violence, and I'm sure that you felt the circumstances warranted at the time, but I hope, since then, you've appreciated the fact that maybe discharging a firearm around children maybe wasn't the best response. But I mean, that's behind you. The charge has been dismissed. Why didn't you take the limited registration that you were offered?
I really wanted to take the limited registration, but at the time of him offering it to me, it was totally my fault. But I was just getting the kids back, and I was still working, and everything just happened at one time. And I know the kids had a doctor's appointment that day, and when he called me, I was at work. So I wrote down the date on my work calendar and never put it in my real phone. So I just missed it because I was at the doctor's appointment with the kids. And after that, I tried to call him every day to come back and do it again, but I just missed my opportunity, I guess.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if there was something more. I saw that you missed the meeting, but I didn't know if there was something else going through, your thought process as far as why you declined them. Because that seemed to be a good opportunity to, get you back into the workforce. And just, I mean, the the conditions were pretty minimal and
Yes, ma'am.
things that we would hope that you would do anyway. So I wanted to understand that well. Thank you for being with us. I don't have any additional questions.
So I'm looking at your temporary custody record. You spent how long in custody?
24 hours maybe.
Yeah. See, when the vote comes, because I can kind of see where this is headed, I just want you to know what my issue is. I try to treat similarly situated circumstances the same. It was a mistake not to report it. Well, there's no way that you forgot 24 hours in the Clark County Detention Center, giving a DNA sample and spending, that is 24 hours of hell right there, right? So I really have an issue with not, because our whole system, and I've heard Commissioner Solis Rainey say this 1,000 times, requires people to come forth and give us the information. And so I feel very badly that you're a victim of domestic violence. I, wish it had been handled a different way, because then you wouldn't have had to go to the Clark County Detention Center for 24 hours, have a DNA sample, have a submittal, go do a bunch of things before the DA dismissed it. But that's really not why I'm where I'm at or where I'm going to be. It's because, all you had to do was report it, right? And then we would have maybe been in a different spot, but now there's that issue too. And that just goes to your honesty, right? That's not just me defending myself. And so I get it. It's hard. You probably thought maybe I don't know what you thought. It doesn't really matter for me. I feel like intellectually honest, there has to be an extreme reason why that's just overlooked in my view, and I'm not doing it in this case. So you're too smart. You're too smart.
Can I say that I did not forget that I went to jail, that I just didn't have the actual charges on me when it was time to do the application. And at the time, it just didn't dawn in my head to just go on the website and just look it up. So it wasn't that I forgot or I purposely did it. I just did not know the actual charges at the time of me doing my application.
But you submitted an application that implied zero, nothing, right? Arrested, but I don't remember. Wasn't what you put.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes.
Some kind of gun charge, but I'm not sure because it was dismissed. Yes. None of that was in there.
No.
Zero.
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay, that's going to be my problem. Okay. But I applaud you for having the support that you do. Yes. And I don't know what the motion will be, but it sounds like you have the support of others to maybe make an exception to their feelings about that circumstance in light of the extreme situation that you were in at the time of the original arrest. So, but it doesn't mean that I think that you're a bad person, because I don't. I'm just trying to be consistent over time. So with that said, does someone have a motion?
Can I have one more statement?
Sure.
Whichever way we go, Ms. McKinsey, if I could say that if you will start on Tuesday in the call center with JW Marriott.
Yes.
And you have gone through all of their pre-hiring processes and so on.
Yes, sir.
And now, don't worry about what I say next, Ms. Senya. Okay, this has nothing to do with you guys. You're going to win either way here. That job you just got is really good.
Yes.
I started in a friggin' call center, so excuse my language. Some other people, I know.
We're deteriorating.
Yeah, I know. So no, you started it. but what I'm saying is that a lot of people start at these entry levels, and if you have the hospitality skills that I've just heard from a previous employer, you are going to do very well, whichever way this goes. And maybe you may have to sit out another year or whatever it is for gaming, but you're not facing the edge of a cliff here. You've got a great opportunity starting on Tuesday. So I wanted to just let you know that before we go into our motions, that you will walk out of here a winner today, one way or another.
Yes, sir.
Until the next time. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Does anyone have a motion?
Well, I can make the motion, Chair. I believe if as long as I get the procedure of the process right, I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Ms. McKenzie's registration as a gaming employee. And if am I able to put a time frame, or is there a set frame that I do not have in my notes? Is it a,
Chief Deputy.
well, for 1 year is what I was hoping, but I don't have it in front of me to see.
I believe it's 1 year from today, Commissioner Marcantonis.
It's 1 year from the date of final action. That
Okay.
would be today.
So, and again, that's, well, I can say it again if you'd like, but I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Ms. McKenzie's registration as a gaming employee for 1 year from today. Thank you.
Discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor,
I'm
say
sorry,
aye.
I'm sorry. I
Oh,
was just
go
trying to
ahead.
mute myself. I didn't have any discussions, but I wanted to just echo your comments, Madam Chair. Ms. McKenzie, I do feel that it wouldn't be fair to others. I have a problem with a non-disclosure as well. I do appreciate the circumstances you're in, and I applaud the fact that you have so much support. So I just wanted to add that, you know, regardless how the vote went, I mean, I would hope you would apply in the future, but I can't support it for that reason today. I mean, I can support the current motion, but I couldn't support overruling the objection.
Any other?
I'm gonna echo those comments. I think for us to be, you know, letting one person get away with not putting it on, you know, that was the thing we were struggling with, despite the fact that she had been a victim. So I agree with the chair.
All right, all in favor of Commissioner Marcantonis's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? We'll see you in a year if you'd like to come back.
Good luck.
Thank
Hold your
you.
head high.
Thank you.
I have a feeling this is going to be a great story for you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee request for reconsideration. That item is Philip Abeta, case number 21LV08743.
Did anyone see Mr. Abeda? Did he call or write or?
He was notified via letter and email. The letter was returned to us, but another email was sent following up to confirm.
Okay, well, there appears to be, first of all, I'd just like to make a record that we've all had the opportunity to go through the materials that have been provided to us, including the hearing transcript and the original hearing officer's determination, and records associated with numerous arrests, including witness statements and registers of action indicating outcomes of court proceedings. And so since we've all had an opportunity to review that, and we haven't heard from him asking for a continuance, are all of my colleagues comfortable moving forward to make a determination on this matter?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, does anyone have a motion? Not quite the
Madam Chair,
compelling
I move-
circumstances of the previous case that made it a hard decision, right?
I'm sorry. I moved
Not-
to,
Sorry, I was saying it's not quite the compelling circumstances that made the previous decision a little harder because this is a different circumstance, so.
I moved to sustain the board's objection to the registration of Mr. Beta as a gaming, registration of Mr. Beta as a gaming employee.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
and there are none opposed. Thank you. Next on our agenda, on the agenda is our administrative reports, starting with Chair Hendrick. This is the last time I get to ask you,
Oh, cheers.
Chairman.
Well, I guess it's good evening, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. The Game Control Board has a very lengthy meeting next month, which I take as a good thing, because that means that applicants are coming to the Game Control Board and the Game Control Board is processing applications. So we are looking at 13 non-restricted items. 2 of those will be review of the horse racing in Ely and Elko at the end of the summer. And we are looking at 13 restricted items, 3 patron disputes, and a potential another horse racing disciplinary matter. As you mentioned, this is my last chair report. So I want to thank you all and tell you it's been an honor to serve the state of Nevada with all of you. And I wish you all good luck. And I've got 1 month left. So in the words of Governor Lombardo, I'm going to get a lot of stuff done in the next month. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I was going to say it in the public comments, but on behalf of the commission and myself, it's been a pleasure working with you. You are the consummate public servant. You are respectful, you are thoughtful, you are bright and crazy bright and hardworking. And even though weirdly, we didn't really know each other, as long as we both been here, I think we knew of each other, but didn't know each other. And I've just been time and time again, so impressed with what you've been able to do in the time that you're here, with with the staffing problems you inherited and just the budgetary nightmare of just every state agency is needy. But it seems to me that your agency was right up there as far as what we do for the state versus what you have to do it with. I think your team is remarkable. I think we try to talk about the quality of these reports on a regular basis, but it can't be overstated. The work that your people do, the work that you do, exceptional.
Thank you for that, Chair. And I will say that I say at every opportunity I get that the staff makes us all look very good by putting this all together in one place so succinctly that it takes them months, if not years, to work on. So I appreciate you saying that on behalf of the staff. And thank you.
I don't know if any of my colleagues have anything else they'd like to say.
I just want to thank you for your service to the state of Nevada and say you are just an amazing leader. And to watch you is just, you are so smooth and your institutional knowledge is incredible. I am constantly in awe of you when I watch you throughout the board meeting proceedings, and it will be very, very hard for anyone to fill your shoes. And I just want to thank you again. Again, you're amazing. So thank you again.
A class act. I cannot wait to hear of your next adventure, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. That'll be a very bad golf score is what's going to happen.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey, I don't want to exclude you.
No problem. I know it's been a really long meeting, but I just wanted to echo the comments. I've known Chair Hendricks since college, saw him many times in the student union, and you know, it's you've done good, Kirk. I'm proud of you. I'm honored to have served with you, and I want to just thank you for all of your efforts during the past 2.5 years.
Thank you all. It's been an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, how about from our Attorney General's office today?
Nothing to report today, Chair. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could we close this meeting with our last agenda item, public comments?
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, Carson City, is there anyone present who wishes to make public comment? I see no one. Here in the South, I see no one. This concludes our public comment section and the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of May. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everyone. And thanks for letting me participate remotely.
Great meeting. Hey, Rosa. That's right.